Chapter 129 Strange Dreams of the Goblet of Fire. Honestly, I'm glad he can rely on me so freely. But of course, Kingsley, is this man an acquaintance of yours? His clear voice was interrupted by the principal's sharp tone. The principal seemed to be speaking more and more incomprehensible words, and Kingsley's reaction was suspicious, as if he had realized that the situation was not that simple. Yes, principal, I've known him for a long time. He's a truly talented person, respected even by Dumbledore. I thought it was problematic that he couldn't find a job, but didn't the principal scout him? No, it wasn't me. To be honest, I don't quite understand what's going on either. At first, I suspected there must be something wrong with this man, but if he's someone Kingsley has known for a long time, I don't think he's a dark wizard. Am I just imagining things? With Kingsley's appearance, the principal seemed less wary of me, handing me a parchment and continuing. Perhaps you are actually a victim too. From the looks of it, you also don't seem to know why you were called here. I called you because I received this letter of recommendation, and I even specifically set the interview time. It happened on this day. The sender is the infamous Lucius Malfoy. From that Lucius Malfoy. I had anticipated this from the plot's development, but it seems she did receive a letter of recommendation from Lucius Malfoy. When he and Kingsley picked up the parchment and examined it, they found, given the current shortage of personnel in the IRA department, I, Lucius Malfoy, recommend Remus Lupin. This person has serious flaws and is not suitable for work in the Ministry of Magic, but is considered capable of performing IRA-level work. Will be completed, was written. The content made me wonder if I really wanted to recommend it. Did I infer from various paragraphs that he didn't want to recommend anything, or was that just my imagination? When we finished reading the letter, the principal started speaking again. The content is confusing, but if you receive a letter of recommendation, you can only go for an interview. The bad news is that he is a senior official in the Ministry of Magic. If you ignore him, I don't know what he will do, but whether you hire him is another matter. I have no intention of recruiting Lucius Malfoy's confidant to become an IRA. When I found out you were coming here, I didn't think of you. I did a lot of research. Fortunately, I'm sorry to say this, but you are a werewolf. If you use this as an excuse, it's easy to get rid of you. Why would he use such transparent means? I was thinking, if I can find out if you have used such means, then there will be no problem for me to reject you. However, the principal continued. However, if Kingsley and Dumbledore are people who recognize their humanity and abilities, then I absolutely want them. It's annoying for someone like Lucius Malfoy to point this out, but the fact is, IRAs are undoubtedly short-staffed. The current situation is that I want to borrow some help from cats. If you are willing, this is also a coincidence. I would love to have you work here. There is. I appreciate your words, but I am a werewolf. Didn't the principal say so too? We cannot have werewolves become IRAs. No, that was just an excuse to reject you. Without the Wolfsbane potion, you wouldn't have known, but now with that potion, werewolves can maintain their sanity. Just because they are werewolves, it's foolish to exclude a talented wizard. We can provide medical support here at the IRA office. I heard you don't have a job yet. I'm hiring you as a temporary worker. Do you also think this story is just a cross? Yes, of course. It's a bit sudden for me, but still a happy story. This is the trouble I've encountered in real life. I'm sure, if you don't mind, I even hope you can continue to help with your work. I know Kingsley's character very well, but of course, that's not the real Lucius. Only after you prove that you have no connection with the Malfoy family, that cunning man couldn't possibly recommend you unconditionally. I ask you again, Remus Lupin. Are you really Remus Lupin? Do you have any connection with Malfoy? It doesn't matter how trivial it might be. If you have any thoughts, please tell me. I thought desperately. My connection with Lucius Malfoy. He is now a senior official in the Ministry of Magic, but when Lord Voldemort was alive, he served as a Death Eater. Although neither of us often went to the front lines, we had met many times. Although we hadn't spoken, their relationship was by no means intimate. These points of contact between him and me. Thinking of this, I suddenly remembered the expressionless, silver-haired girl. Come to think of it, I have an indirect connection with him. Even if she has no connection with Lucius Malfoy, or even if she is his girlfriend, if it was her opinion, I could understand the meaning of that letter of recommendation, which made me wonder if she had any intention of recommending me, and the words she whispered before leaving. However, no matter how I reunite with my friends, I will still lose my job. What will you do after leaving here? Do you want to work at your friend's place? If I remembered those words that made me worry about my job, I would automatically know who came up with this idea. My only connection to the infamous Lucius Malfoy. No one could have thought of such a thing except for the expressionless, kind-hearted Dahlia Malfoy. I couldn't say I was a good teacher at all until the very end. I wonder what she liked about me? While answering the dean's question, I recalled my student from only a year ago, but I couldn't seem to forget him. I can only think of one thing. If you've looked into my background, wouldn't you know that I was a teacher at Hogwarts until last year? I had the opportunity to teach them. Daughter? Did I say she was Dahlia Malfoy? She's a very famous girl among the Aurors. Some pure-blood nobles, especially celebrities who used to be Death Eaters. So, although she's only 13, she still needs careful people. What's wrong with that girl? Is it the same here? Not only within the school, but also within the Ministry of Magic. Seriously, that OWL is really. Did you say something? No, nothing. Anyway, I had the opportunity to teach Dahlia the Patronus charm, and she seemed to like it very much. I guess if Lucius Malfoy recommended her for this job, that would be great. It's precisely because of this, contrary to her appearance and reputation, she's just a kind girl. After I finished speaking, the room was filled with a strange silence. The principal, let alone Kingsley, looked at me as if he suspected I was under a confundus charm. However, in the end, they apparently concluded that I had no direct connection with Lucius Malfoy. Well, it doesn't matter. I didn't intend to hire him as a permanent Auror from the start. I can't believe someone like Lucius Malfoy would write such a letter of recommendation because of his daughter's care. I have a bit of contempt for him, and I don't think there will be any result if I pursue you further. As long as you are talented, I can't say anything more. At this point, my long-standing employment worries were resolved all at once. From somewhere, teacher, I wish you all the best in the future. I hope the teacher can rest assured from now on. Although it was only for 1 year, meeting you was irreplaceable. Like his expression, it was cold, but from that expression, I felt as if I heard the voice of my former student, containing unimaginable kindness. This was my first step as an Auror. In a sense, this was the beginning of my second life. In terms of work, there was also. My name is Tonks, Nymphadora Tonks. However, I don't really like the name Nymphadora, so I'd be happy if you could just call me Tonks. In other aspects too, that was the moment my life started moving again. Peter's perspective. The happiest time for me was probably when I was at Hogwarts. James, Sirius, and Remus. My friends sparkled, out of place with my perpetually gloomy self. Everything they did was magnificent, and to me at the time, they seemed to shine. A time that always shone, always full of fun. When he found out Remus was a werewolf. Remus is an idiot. You're just a little furry, aren't you? There's no way we'd be afraid of you, right? Oh, that's right, Sirius. Of course, mate. We Mariudas aren't afraid of such things. Peter, what about you? Of course, me too. To be honest, I couldn't help but feel a little scared, but after becoming an animagus with my friends, that fear disappeared. Although I was the slowest to become an animagus. Actually, you've always been a very lovable person. You can't do anything without us. Look, this is how you do it. If you don't learn quickly, Remus will be sad for you. He even went out of his way to help me. He said a lot of things to me, but at the time, I still thought I was one of their irreplaceable friends. Very happy, even though I was like this, when I was with them, I would also shine. Even if it was me, as long as I was with them, I could be the protagonist. I thought so too. Yes, you are Peter Pettigrew. They call you Wormtail, right? Heh. He certainly lives up to his name. He is such a weak and helpless person, I feel even more sorry for him. Until he met the Dark Lord himself, who seemed to be the embodiment of this fear. Despite his fear of fighting, if his friends could join, he still decided to join the Order of the Phoenix. Despite my lack of fighting ability, I desperately wanted to help everyone in my own way. However, when I saw the Dark Lord suddenly appear before me, I was convinced. No one can compete with this person. Resistance is meaningless. Even if I resist, it will only be a meaningless death. I shouldn't have joined the Order of the Phoenix from the beginning. The reason I joined the Knights was Order of the Phoenix. It's okay, isn't it? As long as we have the power, even Lord Voldemort can be defeated. That's right, mate. Hey, Peter, of course you'll join too. Perhaps, I wasn't that lazy before, was I? Of course, Sirius. Deep down, I hated it, and couldn't control it. So why should I fight? Why should I die in vain? I lowered my head, feeling both fear and anger towards the Dark Lord. I had no intention of fighting as a member of the Order of the Phoenix. I thought I would die here, with no one to help me, but that moment never came. Because, He's not worth killing, but I can say that it's a wise choice for him not to oppose me. What do you think? From the looks of you, I guess you were invited by your friends to join these idiots who oppose me. I can understand everything about you, but this is sad. The friendship you cherish is just a scam after all. The fact is, even if you are in trouble now, no one will come to help you. Just as I thought, the Dark Lord looked into my eyes. He spoke to me in a completely different voice than before, and I could almost feel his gentleness. Just as I stood there dumbfounded, the Dark Lord continued in a slightly benevolent tone. What do you think? I have a suggestion for you. From now on, hand over information about the order to me. I don't care if it's just trivial information. Just think of it as a subtle revenge on your friends. If you don't want to, I'll kill you here. I don't think you'll expect my generosity to come so easily. Finally, I agreed to the proposal. At first, I felt bad for my friends. I betrayed them. Although it was just to survive in that place, and although the information I conveyed was small and would not affect as many people as possible, I was definitely conveying information to the Dark Lord. I couldn't help but feel very guilty about it. However, I continued to provide intelligence to the Dark Lord. The friendship you cherish is just a scam after all. The fact is, even if you are in trouble now, no one will come to help you. Perhaps it was because I had some sympathy for these words. And that day, on that decisive day, I was serious. Hey, Wormtail, about that secret keeper thing we talked about the other day, I've decided to make you the secret keeper instead of me. I finally reached my limit because of his words. The news that there was a spy in the Order of the Phoenix was finally revealed. Just as I was about to be overwhelmed by guilt, Sirius and James were there. Then Lily called me and said this to me the first time I spoke. I was stunned, but Sirius continued speaking as if nothing had happened. What? I might be better suited for the job, but the enemy would naturally expect me to be the secret keeper. They would come at me with everything they had. So you will be responsible for being the secret keeper. If you're an idiot, I don't think anyone can take on this role. You can sneak off and hide in a random place like usual. Until now, I've just been dragging my feet. I hope it helps you greatly. Hearing those words, I felt something inside me break. How could you be so helpful? How do you think I've felt up until now? And James and Lily, that's right, Wormtail. Sirius is certainly correct. So, are you willing to be our secret keeper? If it's you, at least you can hide and stay hidden, right? Please, Peter. Why didn't you deny what Sirius said? I am the one being targeted. Although you could be protected, why force this responsibility onto me? It was as if I was just a discarded pawn. Did they really consider me a friend until now? They didn't want a friend, or someone who loved them, but someone who could compliment them. A fool, a useless person, wasn't that it? Even if I considered them friends, maybe they didn't truly consider me a friend. By the time I thought this, it was too late. It was as if I had been planning for something like this to happen all along. The Dark Lord appeared before me again, and I couldn't believe it. When I realized this, I was overjoyed that he was telling the Dark Lord about the whereabouts of James and his friends. And what I did. Peter, you killed James and Lily. You sold them out to Lord Voldemort. It was because of cowards like you that these two people died. You are going to die. If you had any friendship with us, you should have died for the two of us. I learned this from Sirius, who came to kill me as a traitor after they died. I can no longer remember the happy times I spent with my friends before. Thinking about it now, I haven't eaten a proper meal since that day. He used to live in the Weasley family as a rat, but he didn't want to become human and eat again. I really don't know if I'm alive or dead. All I could think about was the anger towards the friends who betrayed me, the guilt towards them, and the overwhelming fear of death. But I also thought this. I was sure that on that day, I angrily betrayed my friends. When they died, I died too. I didn't actually survive by killing them. I committed suicide too. Why did no one tell me something so simple? Remember, murder is equal to suicide. In the end, I ultimately made a more painful choice. That's why I desperately denied everything, only thinking about my own survival, living until now. I no longer had any thoughts of shame or pride. Having personally destroyed the things I cherished most, everything was worthless to me. I was just afraid of death. I lived only to keep myself alive. If I didn't, I would have to face the fact that their deaths were entirely my fault. So I didn't expect Wormtail to be the first to come under my wing. But it doesn't matter. Even if it is because of your lifeless emotions, I will forgive you. I wanted to kill you first once you were resurrected, but if this helps you, then I will forgive you for falling into this situation, didn't I? I am merciful. Yes, Master. Please give the command. For today's survival, I continued to act desperately, at least to prove that I was still alive. I felt like I was dreaming. I was indeed sleeping in the Dursley family's bed, but now I was in a place I had never seen or heard of before. My consciousness was not very clear. In a state where I was unsure who I was, the next thing I knew was that I was crawling on the floor. Somewhere in a dark mansion, I crawled along the dusty floor, aiming for him. He was over there. He had lost his former power, becoming so weak that he required the help of that little man who could kill him with a single bite, and he usually spent the hour sitting in a chair in front of the fireplace. Even now, the more I say it, the more you will understand that for me to regain my strength, I cannot replace you with anyone. This is a decision. Indeed, you were the first to appear under my banner, diligently caring for me, even if it was out of fear. Thanks to that wretched Bertha Jorkins you captured, I was able to regain a perfect plan and excellent, loyal subordinates. Once I am resurrected, well, I will not hesitate to give you a special reward either. That person's voice came from his favorite room. I swayed my long body and headed towards the room where he was waiting on the second floor. Meanwhile, the conversation between him and the little man continued. Sir, but was it necessary to kill Bertha? What a pity. You only need to silently obey my commands. You coward. That woman has already been used. You want to tell me that you should have used the Obliviate charm on that woman? Did you forget? When I interrogated that woman, the Obliviate charm had already been cast. However, I still got information from that woman, a powerful wizard. If that's the case, it's easy to crack the spell and acquire the information. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic doesn't care if a witch goes missing. After all, it's the Quidditch World Cup now. The Ministry of Magic is also on duty. I trust you have your hands full, and there is nothing to worry about. It's coming soon. I will soon gain more power than ever before. At first, I thought his voice was echoing because he was in a bad mood, but it seemed he wasn't in a bad mood at all. Now, you could even detect joy in his voice. Good. His joy is my joy too. When I finally reached the top of the stairs, I could still hear his joyful voice. Everything is in my hands. Harry Potter, the one Dumbledore desperately protects. If the plan goes well, if my loyal servant returns and finishes the work, hand it over to you. This is truly, truly amusing. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. Thanks to Bertha's dedication, we have finally become 6. How many is 6, exactly? That is not for you to know, Wormtail. There is nothing to fear. I will not ask you to do this alone. As soon as I return, my loyal servant will return. I was planning to send him to Hogwarts. Moreover, someone is already there. I believe he will be useful to me, right? It seems you are in a very good mood today. Yes, Nagini, is that you returning? I was conversing with her using words. You go there. I will ignore the person in front. I will ignore those people, and I will go in. I answered while sliding in. Master, you seem to be in a good mood. Your voice carried all the way downstairs. Has something good happened? You understand that too? I truly feel wonderful now. At first, I despaired over my unfortunate situation, thinking I could only rely on the help of this incompetent little man, but I am a special existence after all. Everything has begun to turn in my favor. I feel especially good today. I wonder how long we can continue talking like this. This is all thanks to you, Nagini. It is because of your venom, which is now one with my heart and body, that I have been able to recover so much strength. I appreciate your dedication. His words further uplifted my already kind heart. After all, it was truly fortunate that I met him. By meeting him, who shares the same face, posture, and characteristics as me, I was able to become a more powerful existence. Being half the same as him, existing, being a special existence. I, who was the strongest in the forest, could also become the strongest outside. I can serve the one who gave me strength. There is no greater joy than this. It doesn't matter. If I can be of help to my master, I am happy. After all, you are the only one in this world I can trust. You are the only one who finds true happiness in dedicating yourself to me. After all, I suppose the only person I can truly trust is myself. As he said this, he let out a laugh that conveyed his characteristic cruelty. I liked the way he laughed, but the people around him seemed to feel differently. The little man stood next to him, and I could feel the old man outside the door trembling. Their reactions reminded me of something, and I reported it to him. At first, I ignored the old man outside because I was focused on seeing him, but now I found the old man outside to be suspicious. I don't recognize human faces, as none of them have unique features, but I thought surely there are no humans that old. Now that I think about it, there is an old human standing outside this room whom I have never seen before, but he wouldn't be your master's servant, would he? I can't clearly see human faces, but this is like the first face I've seen, and I don't feel the power of the master or that little man over there. So you are a muggle. If I remember correctly, this mansion is said to have a garden guard, but it's likely that person. That's foolish. Stepping into the mansion so late at night. If he had just slept quietly, he wouldn't die here. It seemed my prediction was correct, and he laughed fearlessly. Wormtail, Nagini has some interesting news. She says there is an old muggle standing outside this room. Come, Wormtail, I want to invite you inside. He said some more words that I didn't understand and had the little man bring the intruder in. The little man hurried out of the room and immediately dragged the old man inside. The old man who was brought in looked extremely terrified and was trembling all over. And to him, "Ah, poor thing, you're trembling so much." I look terrifying. That might be true. Even though my power is diminished and I've become like this, to a muggle, I am still the same person. It must look that way. A powerful existence. Rejoice, muggle. I am generous. I will grant eternal sleep to an old man who couldn't sleep late at night. Avada Kedavra. He emitted a green light. An old man fell to the ground. He was no longer breathing. As he fell, I could see my own reflection in his cloudy eyes. Incidentally, the moving figure was not a snake, but white, silver, a young girl, a woman, and so on. I suddenly woke up. It happened simultaneously with Dahlia Malfoy, who should have been hundreds of kilometers away. Dahlia's perspective. Having had such a vivid dream, I threw myself onto the bed, trying to suppress the nausea rising in my heart. Then, I took a breath, drank some water from a nearby jug, and recalled the dream I had just had. What was that dream about? No, it was too vivid to be called a dream. Even now, having woken up from the dream, I can clearly remember the scene and the conversation involving the snake and myself. This couldn't be a normal dream. A dark corridor. Something sat in a chair in front of the fireplace, with a little man standing next to it. Then an old man who died after being hit by Avada Kedavra. Everything was so vivid that I felt like I was truly there, and that snake was there. I wondered what my dream actually was. After drinking the water, I lifted my heavy body off the bed and stared at the window blocked by the curtains. The curtains were drawn, but I could tell from the light that it was still nighttime outside. It wasn't too early to get up, and it was clear that there was still some time before the rest of the family woke up, but I just couldn't bring myself to go back to bed. I absent-mindedly pulled back the curtains and sat in the chair in the spot that had just been illuminated by the moonlight, thinking about my dream again. That day. The day I returned home from Hogwarts. Why is this happening now? Well, is he still alive? The Dark Lord. I had been feeling depressed for many nights since Father cried after seeing the dark mark floating on his arm. This was not a vague, anxiety-induced nightmare that he sometimes had after Dumbledore showed him the mirror. The nightmare seemed to be a projection of a more specific fear. Yes, a nightmare about the Dark Lord who created me. The sudden news of the Dark Lord's survival made me unable to rejoice and unable to accept it. Even if you were suddenly told you were still alive, you wouldn't immediately believe it. This is why I dreamt of it repeatedly. The memory of the boy who called himself the Dark Lord surfaced. Her name is Dahlia Malfoy. For a tool, that's a great name. But it doesn't matter. I'm here to take you. From now on, you will be my capable assistant, killing all muggles, all contaminated bloodlines, and anyone who betrays their blood. This is why I created you. They said this, using that mouth to call me a foolish doll. This was nothing more than a nightmare, but this dream was different. This dream was unlike typical vivid dreams that hadn't actually happened. It felt as though it had just occurred in reality. And in that dream, that Dark Lord, Lord Voldemort, does this mean he is truly still alive? The true Dark Lord appeared. I understood. When I looked through the snake's vision, I saw him sitting in the chair for a moment. Even though what I saw there looked like a terrifying, ugly, hideous, red boy, I knew that was the Dark Lord himself. It had no hair, and painfully thin limbs grew from its dark body, which looked as if it were covered in scales. However, those red eyes were dazzling and powerful. No matter how weak or frail he looked, it couldn't conceal the aura of the one who once ruled the world of magic. Where did the memory of the person I saw last year end up? If you don't call him the Dark Lord, what else can you call him? Although it was a dream, I was naturally afraid of the Dark Lord's appearance and the atmosphere he created. I don't know why I saw something like this, but if the Dark Lord is really alive and something happens, what should I do? The vague, sudden sense of anxiety seemed to make the sleepiness that had already vanished disappear even more completely. I don't know why I saw a distant scene, but I can't say for sure that it was just a dream, or if it was entirely real. The Dark Lord's resurrection requires no other evidence besides the reappearance of the dark mark on my father's arm. My father's. I need to do something. If things continue like this, I might very well be punished as a traitor. Just like that, somehow. Because I was also anxious and uneasy about the sound of anxiety dripping from my studies every day, I wondered why I thought I might be a little paranoid, and whether I could completely deny it. The more I thought about it, the less I knew what was right and what was wrong. The meaning of my life was not in the Dark Lord who created me, but in everything my family did. But for the House of Malfoy, I didn't know what to do. The only thing I knew was that some things were happening beyond my control. If I didn't take action, I would. All I could think of was that it would be lost, broken, shattered, and then destroyed. My heart filled with extreme anxiety, and I searched the bedside table as if seeking help. I touched 2 letters. With this letter, which I treasured like an amulet, my mood calmed down slightly, and to further stabilize my state of mind, I looked back at the first letter. The first letter bore the name of Professor Lupin, who taught me the Patronus Charm last year. Hey, I think it's been a while. Things have been busy since I quit my teaching job, so I really miss my time at Hogwarts. My days have been fulfilling since you introduced me to the office. I am truly very grateful to you. I wasn't a very good professor, and I only had a brief year to teach you. Despite this, you not only smiled while seeing off a werewolf but also arranged a job for me. I will never forget this favor. You may continue to face many difficulties. After all, you seem like someone who is easily misunderstood. If you need even a little help at a time like this, I will definitely show up. This recently updated the status of my mentor, who was very helpful to me. Normally, my father would burn Professor Lupin's letters before they reached my hands, but he reluctantly gave this one to me because it was a thank you. Thank you. Every time I read this letter, I know my professor is safe, and he said to me, if not for it, wouldn't some things have never happened, and wouldn't I have never met some people? Because I still remembered the words that had eased my heart back then. Professor, I failed my last exam, but what you taught me is still etched in my heart. Please continue to bless your future. I stroked Professor Lupin's letter again, and then opened the other letter. As soon as I opened it, more happiness than before seemed to flow into my inorganic soul. I felt my expression change slightly, and I followed the words written on the letter with my eyes, stroking the name Dahlia Greengrass. Dahlia. It was the first time even yesterday. Because I write to her almost every day, I feel very happy, feeling like I'm always with Dahlia. But I also want to see you in person as soon as possible. As Dahlia knows, this year is the Quidditch World Cup year. This is the first time the event has been held in Britain in 30 years. Even Dahlia, who isn't interested in Quidditch, should be able to enjoy the World Cup. Let's watch the game together. Are you doing well? If I go, Dahlia might be sitting in the guest seats, but I managed to get one too. I rarely use it, but my father used his unusual connections at the Ministry of Magic to get it for me. After all, what you should possess is power. Also, this is just a side note, but it looks like Hermione might be sitting in the same seat as me. If possible, I want to watch the game with 3 people. Dahlia's latest letter. She writes to me almost every day, and my gratitude for her has not diminished in the slightest. She said she was happy to be with me, and I felt the same way. For me, interaction like this with Dahlia is a kind of happiness. A happiness that will never disappear, a happiness you never want to lose. After reading the letter, the anxiety in my heart eased slightly, and I grabbed the letter again and muttered, "It's okay. I know what I must do. I will only protect the Malfoy family and Dahlia. I will protect their happiness. For this, whatever I must sacrifice." It was late at night. It was a quiet night, and if you listened closely, you could almost hear the breathing of family members sleeping soundly in the distance. What echoed in the quiet space was, "Harry Potter, received from my faithful servant at Hogwarts." This was just a small whisper I let out. For a while after that nightmare, I lived a less than pleasant life. The entire Dursley family was involved in Dudley's diet, and I didn't get enough food, but the most important thing was that I couldn't be sure that the dream was just a dream. This was the reason. Lord Voldemort was sitting in the chair. He murdered an old man I had never seen before, and then he intended to kill me. Since then, the scar on my forehead had been throbbing painfully. This had never happened before. How could a scar that only hurt when he was present hurt so badly? Something bad was about to happen without my knowledge. This anxious thought arose and disappeared within me. Even if I wanted to talk to someone, I didn't know who to talk to or what to talk about. Even if I told my best friends Ron and Hermione, telling them something like this would only make them worry, and I didn't know if it was a dream or reality. The same was true for Dumbledore, who was the most reliable person. I couldn't talk to anyone and felt unnecessary anxiety all day long. But today was different. Just today, I finally forgot about Lord Voldemort, even though I couldn't hide my inner anxiety every day. Because it's great to see you, Harry. I've been waiting for you. Mrs. Weasley, please wait a moment. I'm interrupting you. Harry, I want you to treat this place like your own home. Besides being so filthy, you ignored the OWL exams and made all these silly prank toys. I wish I could live somewhere with a son like you. What exactly is Weasley's Wizard Wheezes? Today, I finally escaped the Dursley family and came to the Weasley family, my favorite family in the world. When I came out of the fireplace, Mrs. Weasley greeted me with a smile, followed by my best friends Ron, Fred, and George, who looked uncomfortable with Aunt Weasley's nagging, and my youngest sister Ginny, who was blushing. Hello, are you Harry? I've heard about you from my brothers. I'm Bill. I work at Gringotts. Nice to meet you. I'm Charlie. Although I say this, a lot happened to you when I was a fledgling, so it doesn't feel like the first time we've met. I also had an eldest son and a second son, whom I had never met before. The only one missing was Percy, who joined the Ministry of Magic last year. I was sure that it was precisely because of him that he was still working at such a time. After shaking hands with the Weasley brothers I met for the first time, I spoke with Ron, who smiled and waved at me. Ron, are you doing well? Ah, Ron. The Quidditch World Cup is almost here, after all. You couldn't possibly be doing badly. On the contrary, you came at a great time. I didn't expect to be able to give up an opportunity like this, but honestly, I was wondering if your relatives would let you come here. Well, if they didn't, I was planning to forcibly take them away like last year. Anyway, it was resolved peacefully, and I'm glad you did. Mom is not in a good mood because of your brother's situation now. How exactly did you convince her? He agreed to 2 responses when I told him Sirius was my godfather. I forgot to tell him he was innocent. I'm sure he found out I was imprisoned. I guess he thought a mass murderer was coming to his house. I see. That's good. Use it whenever you run into trouble later. We whispered about Sirius, because this was a secret only between me, Ron, Hermione, and Headmaster Dumbledore, but they all looked at me with a smile, as if they could see that Ron and I were talking friendly. I think they are a truly wonderful family. Just being here seems to wash away the anxiety in my heart. I couldn't help but feel happy in the atmosphere where they welcomed me warmly like family. I felt like I was about to shed a few tears for the huge difference in my life. Uncle Weasley, who had returned from the fireplace just like me, spoke to me. Hey, Harry, are you still here? Ah, sorry. Also, thank you for picking me up. But you took so long to come back. Did Uncle Dursley and the others cause any trouble? I thought it would be better to rest early, but many things looked interesting. Yes, plugs. Did I mention them? I actually have some plugs in my collection, so I thought I'd take this opportunity to teach you how to use them. Well, actually, I ended up using them in vain. I did something bad to you, Dudley. You kept covering your butt in fear. For a moment, I thought the uncles were rude in some way, but apparently they weren't as harsh as I thought. Seeing the old man acting as usual, my mood brightened even more. However, Mrs. Weasley did not like Uncle Weasley's usual behavior. Impossible. You caused trouble again, Arthur. That's why these children cause trouble all their lives. Fred and George are like this because you didn't tell them correctly. For some reason, she started loudly scolding Uncle Weasley, Fred, and George. There was no doubt that Fred and George had done something wrong, whether it was when they first arrived here or this time. I was confused by the sudden lecture, but Ron whispered to me again. Anyway, let's go to my room. Ah, yes, you're right. It really didn't seem to make sense to stay here any longer, so I obediently followed Ron and Ginny out of the kitchen. Then, after climbing the rickety stairs and reaching a place where the voices from the kitchen could no longer be heard, I asked the 2 of them, Auntie is in a bad mood, did something happen? Ron and Ginny answered my question with a smile. When Mom was cleaning Fred and George's room, she found a price list for all the things they invented. I know they've been making things for a long time, but they are all prank tools. I don't think so. So Mom thinks that's why I didn't do well on my OWLS. But the things those 2 created are really amazing. They are all a bit dangerous, but really fun, like magic wands and magic sweets. Time passed slowly at the burrow. The whole house was filled with a friendly atmosphere, even when there were arguments. The underlying trust between family members remained intact, and after a while, the atmosphere returned to a joyful one. The bond I had with my family was something I could never regain. Even so, although I was never truly a part of the Weasley family, I was still very happy that they continued to treat me like family. Yes, as long as he was with them and his best friends, including the yet-to-arrive Hermione, he didn't have to fear Lord Voldemort. Besides, Hogwarts had the greatest wizard of the century, and even Sirius had been watching him since this year, because he was no longer alone. Thinking this, my mood lightened a bit, and I thought of the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. Hermione's perspective. I'm currently on a bus heading to the hidden cave. Outside the window, it was the height of summer. The terrible sunlight poured down. The bus maintained a comfortable temperature, but if one stepped outside, they would undoubtedly be exposed to the scorching sun. I opened the letter Ron had sent a few days ago, thinking glumly that I would soon get off the bus. Harry seems to be able to get here safely. Because of what happened last year, I thought Harry's relatives might refuse, but it looks like Harry somehow got permission. My dad will go to Harry's house to pick me up. Due to the situation at Harry's house, he was granted special fireplace travel access. It looks like we've been able to connect Harry's house to the Flu network, albeit temporarily. This was a letter indicating that Harry could safely come to the burrow. If things went according to the plan in this letter, Harry should have already arrived at Ron's house by now. Harry was a Quidditch seeker, so he was really looking forward to the Quidditch World Cup. I had thought it would be impossible for him not to watch the match, but it seems he's fine. Although I was interested in watching a professional Quidditch match for the first time, I wasn't as excited as Harry and Ron. However, I was really looking forward to this event because I was spending the summer vacation with my Hogwarts friends. Now everyone could watch the match. Yes, Harry, Ron, the Weasley family, and I think we can all go watch the match now. And my first Slytherin friend, whom I met last year. I kept repeating that name in my mouth, a name I wasn't used to calling yet. I was finally able to spend time with the person I had always admired, and the person I had finally been able to make friends with last year. Of course, or rather, only because Dahlia forgave me, so I couldn't always be with them. They might be my friends, but they weren't Harry's or Ron's friends. Harry and his friend still seemed wary of Dahlia, but still harbored suspicions about her friend Dahlia. Even after the incident with Buckbeak, he was embarrassed by his actions, which was so unlike a Slytherin, and he felt he couldn't let his guard down. I knew their wariness towards these girls was for my sake. If I thought about it calmly, Dahlia was the daughter of the Malfoy family, and her expression was always frozen in a cold, impassive look. Moreover, she wasn't exactly friendly to those around her. On the contrary, he was only friendly to Draco and Daphne, and those around him were fellow Slytherins, and he even still treated me, Daphne's friend, with disdain. Even Dumbledore had suspicions about her, so their wariness might be a completely normal reaction. But even knowing that, I couldn't dispel their misunderstanding. Of course, I knew why Dahlia was like that to them, and I knew why she never tried to resolve misunderstandings. I couldn't convince Harry, Ron, or Dumbledore to hide the root cause. I think it's a sad story. Although I owe Dahlia a lot, even now that I'm closer to her than ever, I can't help her. This time, if I tried my best, Dahlia might be able to spend as much time with me and Harry, no matter how hard I tried. It was an unforgettable first letter, but this is my first letter, and I have bad news. I also sat in the same guest seat as you, and I confirmed that Dahlia also sat in the same seat, but I might not be able to talk to you for a long time. You can also try Dahlia. I'm coming to watch the match, but I want to watch with my parents. Mr. Lucius and them don't like the way you talk to Dahlia, and Dahlia probably doesn't want to make her parents or you uncomfortable. Ultimately, Dahlia's parents might not have been able to spend time with us, but I still couldn't help but regret it. If only I had been a little more firm. If only I had approached her sooner. If only I hadn't done that to her the year before last. I have no regrets. If I could go back in time, I would definitely beat myself up as I did before, when I just wanted to prove her innocence, regardless of the consequences. But if you have time to think about this, then you should think about the future. After all, this is the opportunity Dahlia gave me. I can't keep looking back. After all, the path forward has finally opened up. We can't get stuck in circular thinking like last year. From now on, I must move forward. From now on, I will be Dahlia's true friend. From now on, I want to protect Dahlia's peace, even if only a little, because she believes she must be alone because she is a vampire. I made up my mind again and got off the bus that had just stopped near the hidden cave. Sure enough, as soon as I got off the bus, the scorching sun was outside. When I looked up, the blue sky without a single cloud filled my vision. Considering that Ron's house was only a short walk from here due to anti-muggle measures, this made me feel gloomy, in inverse proportion to this bright blue sky, but when I thought of the joyful times ahead, I couldn't say that. Yes, I started walking forward, feeling the unbearable heat and feeling somewhat positive about what was about to happen. Just like that, suddenly, what? Ow! A letter. Until that letter arrived. As I walked towards the hidden cave, a Eurasian eagle owl I had never seen before suddenly swooped down at me. A small piece of parchment was tied to the owl's leg, and as soon as I untied it, recognizing it as a letter, it flew off somewhere. I was confused about my situation after leaving the Muggle world and opened the letter alone under the scorching sun. I was very panicked. I thought only Harry, Ron, and Dahlia had sent me letters in the wizarding world. However, the letter had no sender's name, only, "Never be alone after the Quidditch match. After the match, run immediately." It was just a short sentence written in beautiful letters. For the past year or so, I had hated this unobstructed sunlight. Under the bright sun, despite the upcoming event, I just stood there, staring at that ominous letter. What I didn't know was that something bad was about to happen. Lucius's perspective. Summer vacation had begun, and the two proud children of the Malfoy family had returned home. One of them was Draco, who was Dahlia's and my biological child. I would never tell him this, but he was a son I was truly proud of, more like me than my mother. Although my child was still immature and often did things unworthy of the proud house of Malfoy, I believed that he would definitely grow up to be a person worthy of being the head of the house of Malfoy in the future. There was also another child, my beloved daughter, Dahlia Malfoy, who had been cared for by the Dark Lord since childhood. Although she was not Dahlia's biological child, I could still say she was our child. Because of his unique excellence, well, even if he wasn't an excellent child, there would be no objection to him becoming a member of our house of Malfoy. I couldn't help but be full of expectations for Dahlia's future. I looked forward to Draco's future, but I was even more excited about Dahlia's future. Of course, Dahlia's future was decided by the Dark Lord to be a Death Eater. Even if the Dark Lord disappeared, I would be happy to see Dahlia take a path other than a Death Eater in the future. No. However, now that the Dark Lord had passed away, the role of Death Eater as a profession was over. As long as you have the belief to be a Death Eater and become a symbol of pure blood, I don't care what job you do, even those Aurors who gave me so much trouble. I have firmly believed this for many years. What would Dahlia become? He was a child capable enough to defeat Aurors, let alone Hogwarts students. Besides his combat ability, he continued to achieve top grades in subjects other than defense against the dark arts. In the future, he might become a teacher, a researcher, or even a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic like Draco, or he might become the Minister for Magic. Even in the history of the House of Malfoy, not many people have risen to the position of Minister for Magic. I am sure this is about Dahlia. His outstanding performance might make him the greatest Minister for Magic ever. After all, Dahlia was effeminate, my proud daughter. When I thought about the future of my daughter and son, I always felt optimistic. Although I had to spend some unpleasant time dealing with the Weasley idiots, for the sake of my daughter's future, I endured it. It almost felt like my life existed for these beloved children. That's why I always looked forward to the moment my children returned home from Hogwarts. As the proud head of the House of Malfoy, although the expression on my face wasn't as varied as Dahlia's, to be honest, my heart had never been so happy. Dahlia, who was usually as calm as her expression, hugged me and Dahlia, and contrary to her expression, she expressed happiness with her whole body. As Draco gazed at his sister, his usual childlike demeanor, appropriate for his age, disappeared, and his expression was somewhat like an adult's. When he returned home, Draco began to talk about school in a childlike way again. His beloved daughter seemed to be scolding her son, but sometimes she also seemed excited, talking and laughing. I think this is happiness. When I was active as a Death Eater, I continued to maintain this daily life and my proud activities. Undoubtedly, the daily life with my children at home was what I needed to protect the most, and it was when I was happiest. But what exactly did I do wrong? No, I completely understand. If I hadn't thought that the Dark Lord was dead that day, none of this would have happened. That daily life instantly collapsed. Since that day, ever since the long-vanished dark mark reappeared on my arm, I had been so anxious that I couldn't sleep at night. Even though the children had finally returned home, the children, especially Dahlia, seemed to sense my anxiety. She looked bewildered and as anxious as I was, but I couldn't help but feel anxious. Because of my own fatal mistake, I might put my beloved child in danger. Until now, I had thought the Dark Lord was dead. Chapter 130 Quidditch World Cup. According to the story, the Dark Lord cast the killing curse on Harry Potter, who was still a baby at the time. Then, for some unknown reason, the curse rebounded onto the Dark Lord himself, and he suddenly vanished from the wizarding world. There has never been a counter-curse for the killing curse. It is an absolute spell, absolutely capable of making the opponent perish forever. It rebounded. No matter how dark the Dark Lord was, he could not escape death. Since that day, I have received no news of him, so this was a reprieve. Because of this, I quickly left the Dark faction and explained to the Ministry of Magic that I had been placed under the Imperious Curse. Everything was done to protect my family, but what was the result? The Dark Lord was not actually dead. Although he was weak to the point of wishing he were dead, he had now recovered enough strength to reignite the Dark Mark. The Dark Mark carved on this arm is proof that the Dark Lord is alive. No matter how much you deny it, this mark means only one thing. Without a doubt, the Dark Lord will survive and resurrect. There is no longer a moment of grace. Although it has not yet been summoned, the seal is gradually regaining its original outline. We never know when the Dark Lord will touch the Death Eater mark and summon us, the traitors, the traitors, the traitors again. If it is discovered that I am still being opportunistic when summoned, not only I, but my family will also face terrible punishment. The Dark Lord will never forgive traitors. It is foolish to make an enemy of someone who holds absolute power. I must do something to show that I am still a Death Eater and have never lost my loyalty to the Dark Lord. What should I do, Dahlia? Draco? What should I do to protect Dahlia? My groaning echoed in the study. Until now, during the summer vacation, I would spend this time listening to Dahlia and Draco talk, but I just locked myself in the study, continuing to sink into endless thoughts. I felt like I had fallen into a bottomless pit. Even if I give you the answer. That's right, the Quidditch World Cup. Indeed, the security measures are strict, but there is always a loophole. No, I can even create one. If I can prove that Death Eaters are not extinct there, the whole world will know. I can remind them of the Emperor's existence. If I do this, I can protect Dahlia now. This can never be called the correct answer. The Quidditch World Cup is approaching. Contrary to the celebrations around the world, there is a decisive day filled with dark determination. The day when I make more mistakes to correct my mistakes will soon arrive. When it comes to the most popular sport in the wizarding world, most people would probably say Quidditch. Those who grew up in the wizarding world, and even those who only learned about Quidditch before entering Hogwarts, are now fascinated by the sport. Although I don't particularly like this extremely barbaric sport, I am not particularly averse to watching Quidditch matches. In fact, this might be the first time in my life I have enjoyed watching a sports game. Quidditch matches between the houses are exciting. I usually don't like loud noise, but there was one time I didn't go to watch a match. They cheered with their roommates as hard as they could. Everyone was happy when they won, and disappointed when they lost. This was not just a break from studying, but an important part of my Hogwarts life. And this is true not only for house matches but also for the World Cup. Last year, I chose too many subjects, which led to a very wide range of subjects to study, and this actually caused my grades to drop. The gap between us and Dahlia continued to widen. Dahlia even surpassed him in some subjects. That is why I had to study tirelessly, even while sleeping, during this summer vacation. However, I am not studying right now. I am following Arthur Weasley, who said he was going to the match venue, while I listened intently to Harry and the others making noise beside me. It's definitely Ireland. They beat Peru in the semi-finals. No other team is that strong, but Bulgaria has Victor Krum, right? He is the best seeker. I admit Krum is a great player, but that's all. Ireland has 7 players in his class. Even if you win individually, you will lose as a team. However, Charlie and Bill firmly believed Ireland would win, but Ron still insisted on how great the player named Krum was. Harry and the others around me. Is Krum really such a great player? That's not strange. He is the best seeker in history. He is a genius. Even Harry will know immediately. Although he was not with the trio, the way he talked about the World Cup was the same. Fred and George were talking to Harry about how wonderful Krum was, just like Ron, while Ginny lingered around them. Just before heading to the match. Oh dear, what is the reason for bringing these Weasley Wizard Wheezes items into the World Cup venue? I got a low score in my OWL exams because I was making things like this. I did not know that I had such an interaction with Mr. Weasley now. Fred and George, who were originally in a bad mood because their products were thrown away when they left home, now looked excited, as if they had forgotten all about it. In the early morning, the air was fresh, and although the day could not be called cloudy, there were some clouds in the sky, making it perfect for watching the match. The match was in the evening, but with this kind of weather, everyone would surely enjoy today's match to the fullest. Although I did not participate in Harry's discussion, I was still looking forward to the match. We all continued forward, unable to hide our bright spirits. Even though I left home early in the morning before the sun rose, this did not change, and for some reason, I continued climbing the mountain until the sun came up. We continued moving forward, our excitement constantly rising. But everything has its limits, and everyone's breathing became labored, making me think someone would start complaining. "Arthur, good morning. You are late. My son and I have already seen it." "I'm sorry, Amos. Before I left home, I had to argue with you." Finally, we reached our destination, before anyone realized that this was the real destination. Just as we were on the empty grass field, starting to think the destination was still far away, two people appeared before us. One of them was a ruddy-faced wizard with a thick brown beard, and the other person, it's Cedric. He still has that sickeningly refreshing expression on his face. This was the Hufflepuff seeker, Cedric Diggory. Fred was hostile towards him because he was the primary reason Gryffindor did not win last year, but although I didn't know much about the boys in the other houses, I had only heard good things about him. Of course, he was a perfect handsome man, studied well, and was a Hufflepuff seeker. He was charming and very popular with the female students. I was completely drawn to him, but I admitted he was a good person. I had met him. While we exchanged greetings with him, the conversation between the adults continued. "You look tired. Did you walk all the way here?" The children aren't old enough to apparate yet, so when they are old enough to apparate, they can go straight to the venue. Fortunately, although the distance is far, it is still within walking distance. Like that. "Amos, what happened?" "I came here to apparate. It would have been better if my son had taken the apparition test." "No, of course, if my son is an excellent student, there will be no problem as long as he takes the test. He took the exam. I think you'll pass, but I'm not complaining anymore. Anyway, I'm glad you made it in time. Are those all your children behind you? I can't believe it's just that red-haired child." The latter two are Ron's friends, Hermione and Harry Potter. "What? Harry Potter?" It was there that Cedric's father seemed to learn of Harry's existence for the first time, looking at the only boy among them without red hair. "Oh, you're Harry Potter. I heard about you from Cedric. Apparently, you are also the seeker for your house matches. But my son beat you. Cedric just said you were an accident, but Cedric is a humble person. My son defeated you fair and square. For the boy who lived, don't you think so too?" For a moment, I felt an awkward atmosphere pervade the surroundings. Not only the Weasley brothers, but even Cedric himself had a strange expression on his face. Harry was, of course, completely different from before. He was now staring at the top of his head. Mr. Weasley was the only one who still maintained a smile on his face, trying to change the subject with a somewhat panicked tone in his voice, contrary to his expression. "Oh, time is almost up. Well, Amos, where is the portkey?" This was a painful experience, but I guess I really didn't have enough time. Diggory seemed to want to continue boasting about his son, reluctantly responding to Mr. Weasley's words. It is indeed time. This is the portkey this time. No matter how hard I try to make it something Muggles can't see, I don't think I would make it into something as filthy as this." He held up a pair of old, moldy boots. Everyone looked at the old boots in surprise, except for Mr. Weasley, Diggory who found it, his son, and myself, who knew what a portkey was. I was a little surprised by them and started to explain. A portkey is a magical tool that allows you to arrive at a specified location at a specified time. It was probably set up to fly you to the World Cup venue. Its shape is also like this. This is a mechanism to prevent Muggles from accidentally touching it. This was well thought out. However, it seemed that this explanation was not easy for them to understand, and the expressions on their faces were still strange. I tried to explain in more detail, but it seemed I had run out of time. You know about this? But I don't have time to listen to your explanation. Come on, there's only 1 minute left. Everyone press this portkey, okay? Just touching it with one finger is enough. Hurry up." Mr. Diggory's loud voice echoed across the vast grassland. The Weasley brothers touched his boots, half believing and half doubting his shouts. And 3, 2, 1, here we go. I suddenly felt a tug behind my navel, and when I came to my senses, "All right, we're here. Welcome to the Quidditch World Cup." I stood in a place where there were tents everywhere. Moreover, not even a single proper tent had been set up. There was a pyramid-shaped tent, apparently made of rock. The tent was decorated with the Irish national emblem, the shamrock, and on the other side. Is this the player you mentioned named Crumb? That's right. Victor Crumb, Bulgaria's best seeker. You look very temperamental. Temperamental? I don't care. He's just amazing. You'll understand tonight when you see him. Although no plants grew, the tent was plastered with posters of national athletes. Muggle tents would not have posters like this, featuring thick black eyebrows and unfriendly faces. Without a doubt, the whole thing was a wizard's crazy tent. Well, Arthur, we're out of the stadium. When I told Bagman that my son was an excellent seeker, he kindly showed me a spot near the stadium. Now I can go straight out of the tent and head to the stadium. After all, you should have an excellent son. You must be in the forest, right? Let's say goodbye here. Saying goodbye to Mr. Diggory, who had been unconsciously boasting about his son, we started walking toward the end of the plot assigned to us. I did not have a real problem with the location, but apparently, this was a problem for the Weasley family. No, actually, I was planning to pitch a tent closer to the stadium. Through Bagman's connections, I got VIP seats in the stands, and the tent was supposedly part of it, but he made me go to the very end. Even when I asked Bagman, he was just above it. I can only say this was meaningless hinting. I think this was mainly harassment from Lucius Malfoy. I guess it's best they don't move the audience seats. Mr. Weasley spoke as he walked, his back looking somewhat melancholy. Mr. Weasley might not have had any complaints about the location, but he probably didn't like it suddenly changing due to someone's whim. But still, as for me, oh, Hermione, long time no see. You're in this area too. That's great. Dahlia seems to be near the stadium, so I was just feeling lonely. This wasn't a problem at all. In fact, it made me happy. When I finally reached the edge of the campsite, passing through a mysterious space filled with chimneys and magnificent tents that looked like a castle, I saw her standing there. Because I was there, she had shiny golden hair and sharp eyes, which were more cute than beautiful. However, Dahlia Greengrass seemed to have grown up a lot since before the summer holiday. My new friend was waving at me. Dahlia's perspective. You're finally here, Hermione. Now you can finally meet Dahlia. Oh, yes. I won't talk to her for too long. Although we might not be able to do that, we can still be close to each other since we'll be sitting together to watch the match. I thought she was more beautiful because this is about her. You have matured a lot even before I saw you. The sun had already set below the horizon, and the match was about to begin. Hermione and I walked together at the front of the group, just behind us. This is the first time I've spoken to you like this, Mr. Weasley. I heard you were appointed head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. What are your thoughts on that? Everything is going well, Mr. Greengrass. Also, how is Bertha doing? I heard she still hasn't been found. Not yet. The Ministry of Magic is currently short-staffed. Bertha was already a wizard who moved frequently, so she might eventually return. The conversation between Dad and Mr. Weasley was somewhat awkward. I could feel the hostile gazes of the Weasley brothers and Potter behind me, but it didn't matter. As for Ginny Weasley, she seemed afraid of me, hiding behind Potter. However, I didn't care about the reactions of these useless people and continued talking, focusing only on Hermione. I think so. But Hermione has also become prettier. It's like she grew up all at once. I was a little surprised when I first saw her. Is that so? I hope that's true, but I'm really looking forward to it. Given my family situation, I couldn't write to her, and I don't think she would write to me either, because there was no, now, yes, but eventually. Somehow, it was really interesting. Although we might have been flattered, our relationship was never very good. I unilaterally considered her an enemy and even tried hard to prevent her from getting close to Dahlia. In fact, this was the classic relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Thinking back, that was my attitude towards Hermione. But now it was different. After overcoming various troubles, I was finally able to accept myself as Dahlia's true friend, and I was no longer afraid of Hermione. I no longer needed to deny my friendship with her. That's why. I'm really looking forward to it. By the way, Hermione, which team will you support? I'm happy to be here, but if I had to choose, it would be Ireland. We held hands in a very natural way and continued walking toward the stadium, which finally started to look closer. Even as the stadium drew nearer and more wizards gathered around, this didn't change. When the people around us were laughing and singing loudly, we were not to be outdone and continued chatting loudly. This was like trying to regain something that had been stopped until now. May we strive to be true friends this time. Let us confirm again that we are Dahlia's protective friends. When we finally reached the stadium, we walked toward the nearest entrance. A witch, who appeared to be a Ministry of Magic official, was standing there. When she saw us, she handed us a ticket and said, "Oh, Arthur, and Mr. Greengrass, you two are rarely together. I've never seen you fight like Lucius, but you're not exactly close, are you? Oops, now is not the time to say such things. Look, this is a special seat, a VIP seat on the top floor. Keep going up, and that's the highest place." The stairs leading to the stands were covered with a deep purple carpet. Hermione and I, followed closely by Dad and the Weasley family, continued aiming for the top. The other spectators around us disappeared one by one into their respective stands. Wow, this is amazing. It's really spacious. We had arrived. The sight was so spectacular that even the Weasley family and Potter looked around, forgetting their hostility toward Dad and me. It was a small box containing about 20 purple and gold foiled chairs. It was clearly a premium seating area, and what we saw from that seat was an oval stadium packed with 100,000 wizards. From here, we could see not only the 3 goalposts on both sides but also the stands in all directions. This seat truly lived up to its name as a special box. I was looking forward to the match, but I believed this scene alone was enough to enjoy. In fact, the Weasley family was still excited by this unique sight they usually wouldn't see. But Hermione and I couldn't just be excited by the view. Our purpose for being here was more than just watching the match. "Oh, it's Arthur. I heard rumors that you got this seat, but I didn't think it was true. What exactly did you sell me? Even if I sold your meager house, I don't think that would pay for the ticket here. Furthermore, Greengrass, I thought we were just together by chance because this is about you, but the people you associate with, you'd better choose. Your daughter is friends with my daughter, and I don't want her associating with disreputable people. Even if it was just a glance, it was to meet her." Just as we looked around the box, which seemed to only contain servants, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Our entire party turned around due to the unexpected insult. The Weasley family and Potter looked hostile, while Hermione and I looked hopeful, despite being mocked. Sure enough, there was a father and son who looked identical, pale-faced and blonde. Narcissa, a tall, beautiful blonde woman whom I had seen from a distance at a tea party long ago. And, "Father, those worries are baseless." It just so happened that Dahlia and Mr. Greengrass were near Mr. Weasley's tent. Our best friend, who didn't look like anyone else in our family and looked exactly the same as last year, as if time had stopped, stood there. Although this was the long-awaited Quidditch World Cup and a reunion with a dear friend, her face was blank, seemingly filled with tragic determination. Harry's perspective, it felt like the bright atmosphere of the World Cup was instantly ruined. The appearance of a family that could now be called enemies cast a gloomy pall over all of us. Draco had been an enemy since the first year, and Lucius Malfoy had terrorized Hogwarts in the second year. The woman who looked like Draco's mother was originally beautiful, but she ruined her beauty by looking at us with a somewhat unpleasant expression. And, "Father, those worries are baseless." It just so happened that Dahlia and Mr. Greengrass were near Mr. Weasley's tent. Dahlia Malfoy was the person Dumbledore was most wary of, but she had not yet revealed the full extent of her misdeeds. Her silver hair flowed in the stadium lights. Her skin was as white as her hair, and while beautiful, she retained that cold beauty. She looked exactly the same as before the summer holiday, standing there expressionless. In the luxurious lounge, the atmosphere was like a battle about to erupt. The people who were happy about the arrival of the Malfoy family were, "Dahlia, it's great to finally see you, but now you understand. I heard my, was nearby. Yesterday, I received word from the Ministry of Magic. I was like, let's change locations. I thought you told Dahlia you found a tent near the stadium, right? It was just a coincidence, I just happened to overhear it." The only people in our group who were not hostile were the Greengrass family, Dahlia Malfoy's confidants, and Hermione, who had somehow suddenly become friends with them. Not only Dahlia Greengrass, but even her father, who had been talking to Uncle Weasley, started walking next to Mr. Lucius, looking somewhat awkward. Although Hermione didn't say anything, she had been watching him ever since. I had long known he held an incomprehensible admiration for Dahlia Malfoy and others, but something must have happened on the way back from Hogwarts last year. Even when he was at the Burrow, he would occasionally say things praising Dahlia Malfoy and Greengrass, so he was quite ill. But no matter how hard Hermione tried to be considerate of them, reality would never change. Even now, Dahlia and Miss Greengrass, there might be more to discuss, but let's sit down now. I can't let you hang around with these idiots anymore. Lucius Malfoy looked down upon the Weasley family, me, and Hermione, and spoke sarcastically. Moreover, perhaps knowing that Hermione was Muggle-born, his gaze toward Hermione was even colder, which was not good. Seeing this reaction, even Hermione, who held some positive illusions about Dahlia Malfoy, looked slightly afraid, and then glared at him fiercely, regardless of what Lucius Malfoy tried to say about this attitude. Oh, it seems everyone is here. Harry, Arthur, and the redheads are all Arthur's children? And Lucius, you've come too, is the whole family together? The appearance of a third party averted a potentially explosive situation. It was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, who had just arrived and was greeting them warmly. Until now, Lucius Malfoy's behavior had been dangerous, but he probably couldn't maintain the same attitude in front of the Minister for Magic. Lucius Malfoy responded with a somewhat awkward smile. Fudge. How are you? Isn't this the first time you've met my wife, Narcissa? This is the first time I've met you, and my son, Draco, and my daughter, Dahlia. Have you met these children? I remember, especially my daughter. The greetings between the bureaucrats unfolded before our eyes. However, the Minister for Magic paused and began a strange conversation. Miss Malfoy, I was in a hurry at the time, so I didn't get to talk to you much. However, I've heard a lot about you. Even among the pureblood, you are known for your exceptional talent. That's how you are. I originally wanted to chat with you at least once, but I didn't expect you to contact me. The sudden letter surprised me, but it was you, of all people. Millimeter, is this a good thing? That's enough. Although the matter was sudden and the content saddened me, I am truly delighted that the minister readily agreed. Thank you very much. For some reason, the Minister for Magic glanced at us, and Dahlia Malfoy calmly replied to the minister. This was a meaningless conversation. From the talk, I knew Dahlia Malfoy had made some request to the minister, but I didn't know exactly what she requested. It wasn't just us. What are you talking about? Dahlia, what did you ask the minister? No, it's nothing major, Father. I just asked the minister to slightly organize the environment so we could watch the match more comfortably. I want you and your brothers to be able to watch the match more enjoyably. Since her father, Mr. Lucius, was also present, it made no sense. Since this was a story involving Minister Fudge, and Minister Fudge seemed somewhat likable, I didn't want to think the story was that bad. But the other person was Dahlia Malfoy. I really didn't know what kind of scheme this person was trying to pull off. Moreover, in fact, right. Let's leave it at that. What, Lucius? I just want to consider your daughter's relationships. She's a girl her age. I'm sure you have a lot of things running through your head. Well then, I forgive you now. From now on, the audience will occupy this seat. Oops, if you spread the word. Piers, you sit in this seat too. Kane. Minister Fudge openly changed the subject, greeting other spectators as if he was trying to escape. It was too suspicious. Afterward, not only the Weasley family but also the House of Malfoy and the Greengrass family took their seats, so I wasn't chased, but that somewhat suspicious conversation kept replaying in my mind. That was probably why. Dahlia, why did your body get bigger? He didn't notice Hermione muttering beside him, staring at Dahlia Malfoy's back. And right after that, I had a conversation with Winky, the only audience member for Servant Pixie, and the match was about to begin, so I completely forgot about Dahlia Malfoy's existence at first. I didn't expect the tragedy had already begun. Dahlia's perspective. Honestly, it was a gamble, whether it succeeded or not. Minister for Magic. I apologize for the sudden letter. I am writing this because I wish to request something of the minister. For this Quidditch World Cup, many people wish for their seating positions to be changed. I believe it is impolite to make such a request to the minister, but besides the minister, I don't know who else I can rely on. In fact, I have some problems with my social relationships at school. That is, no matter how Mr. Granger wrote bad things about Dahlia, it was something I couldn't tolerate. Moreover, the opponent was the Minister for Magic. Why would I tell such a big lie to a third party, saying that I didn't know that Dahlia and I actually didn't get along? Just recalling it was terrifying. But it was also true that to protect Dahlia and her friend Mr. Granger, he had to do it. Dahlia, Draco, after the match, I'll be hosting a, how should I say it, gathering with some old friends of mine. But I cannot allow you to join. You should evacuate first. Father's old friends. It wasn't hard to imagine what these people, called Death Eaters, would do when they gathered. This was the purpose for which I was created. Since that was the case, I had to move my dear friend to a safer place. As for Dahlia, I had thought about keeping her by my side to protect her, but after everything was over, Dahlia would also be suspected. Since father played the role of a Death Eater, it was inevitable that not only father but also I, his family member, would come under suspicion. And a pureblood noble girl acting with me, it was impossible for her not to be suspected. I cannot let Dahlia fall into such a situation. If possible, I wish Dahlia to always be in a safe position. I cannot tolerate Dahlia being unsafe. This is unavoidable. Dahlia, did you say something? And are you not feeling well? Your expression seems a bit off. No, Dahlia, he didn't say anything, and his expression wasn't particularly fluctuating. You're mistaken. Look, the crumbs you mentioned are already out. In front of us, we heard the loud cheers of the spectators who had just gathered in the stadium, and the players, including Victor Crumb, a slender, dark-skinned, black-haired player who looked like a grown-up bird of prey, jumped into the stadium on his broom. If you looked closely, everyone seemed to be using a firebolt, and they continued to fly at comet speed. The Weasley family, standing in front of the house elf and the transparent spectators next to them, looked very excited, as this match was on a different level from the Hogwarts house matches. I saw out of the corner of my eye that even Miss Granger, who was usually calm and composed, stood up and applauded. This scene truly symbolized the peaceful era we lived in today. Everyone was thrilled by this dazzling spectacle and continued to cheer in a way unheard of in normal times. But at the same time, our Malfoy family, and Dahlia, who seemed to have guessed what was happening from my expression, watched the match with a somewhat uneasy look on her face, even though she didn't know the full situation. Oh, I never wanted Dahlia to make such an expression. She was the only one who knew nothing and just wanted her to watch this joyful match. That's why I needed to move those facial muscles that couldn't move freely right now. To reassure Dahlia, she showed a genuine smile suitable for the scene of the match. But my facial expression wasn't actually moving that way, because after the match today, someone might die. Honestly, I didn't care if someone I didn't even know died. But if today's death was to express unwavering loyalty to the Dark Lord, I couldn't help but feel frustrated. As long as the Dark Lord was alive, the House of Malfoy knew they were powerless. But I wish such times could last forever. The match finally began, with players on firebolts flying in all directions. It was the highest level of match I had ever seen, a moment when everyone seemed happy, but even such times have an end. No matter how much I wished. The timing was when Ireland was leading 170-10. Ireland was still ahead, and Bulgaria had no chance of turning the game around. Victor Crumb caught the golden snitch, as if to at least try to make the match look beautiful at the end. The happy times were over. What began now was a hellish scene that no one had expected, a pointless drama that instantly turned everyone's happiness into despair. But still, I will definitely protect you. The tragic night was about to begin. To my surprise, there was another person involved. The first time I felt something strange was after the match when we were preparing to sleep. Indeed, everything outside the tent hadn't been very quiet until now. Supporters of the victorious Irish team sang loudly, while the defeated Bulgarian team also made a lot of noise, probably having drunk alcohol. To be honest, such an environment wasn't very suitable for me to sleep, but I could tell it was due to the excitement after the match, so I didn't feel too uncomfortable with the noisy but bright environment. However, the commotion coming from outside at this moment was clearly different from what we had heard before. The singing stopped, replaced by screams and shouts. Something was definitely happening outside. And to prove it, everyone wake up, it's an emergency, there's not much time, put on your coats and get out, run into the forest. Mr. Weasley's urgent voice echoed in the tent. Although he was still rubbing his eyes, half asleep, he seemed to sense that something bad was happening in the unusual atmosphere of his father. The Weasley brothers quickly put on their coats and rushed out. What we saw first were people scattering and fleeing, illuminated by a green flash, and although in the distance, several figures floated in the air, as if suspended. What's going on? To Fred's loud question, Mr. Weasley answered with just one word, his voice a roar. Death Eaters. They are kidnapping muggles from somewhere and having fun with them. Everyone except Harry gasped at these words. Looking closely, one could see a group of hooded figures below the floating people, all wearing skull-like masks. These were definitely the Death Eaters, faithful servants of that person whom I had read about in books. I didn't know why, in this peaceful era where that person had disappeared, and during the Quidditch World Cup, when security was probably at its strictest, Death Eaters would be rampant here. But one thing was certain, whether he was a real Death Eater or not, it was very dangerous for us to stay here. As I realized this, I remembered the letter I had completely forgotten about until now. That summer afternoon, I received a letter as soon as I got out of the car. Never be alone after the Quidditch match. Flee immediately after the match. The sender of the letter and what it was trying to convey were unclear. It was also possible that it was just a prank and the excitement of the match, so I had completely forgotten about it until now. That's how it is. The person who wrote that letter, well, the only person who would write such a warning is that child. I'm sure that child wanted to warn me about this. He sent me a letter. There was no certainty. Maybe it was just a convenient illusion of mine, but I still couldn't help but think of that silver-haired girl. Now that I thought about it, the expression on her face. I merely asked the minister to tidy up the environment a bit so I could watch the match more comfortably. This also explained the sudden relocation of Dahlia and us. She was trying to evacuate her best friend and her best friend's friends to a safer place. However, just because we now knew who the sender of this mysterious letter was, our current situation hadn't changed. As we stood there in shock, a group of Death Eaters in the distance was slowly approaching us. I lit the tent, blew it away, and then walked forward, occasionally emitting green flashes around me. Moreover, it seemed that this group not only included Death Eaters but also ordinary, common, magic, law, and messenger people who also began to mix in. He pointed at the floating shadows and laughed, and the surrounding wizards joined the procession. Amidst the screams echoing around, I felt I could clearly hear their vulgar laughter. They were laughing and having fun, mocking innocent humans. They are crazy. Those people are insane. How can they laugh while doing such things? Ah, yes, those guys are beasts. Mr. Weasley nodded at my whisper, and despite the surrounding chaos, he still gave us instructions loudly. Bill, Charlie, I'm sorry, but I need your help. The rest of the children, hurry and run into the forest. I'm glad the forest is there. Thank you. Don't let it fall apart. When the fragments arrive, we'll pick them up. We'll help the Ministry of Magic. He shouted as he ran towards the Weasley brothers and the group he had called by name. Others who seemed to be Ministry of Magic employees also rushed to the scene of the disturbance from all directions. Fred and George seemed to want to fight with Mr. Weasley and the others, but since Ginny was among us, they apparently felt it wasn't their duty to fight here. Let's go. Ginny, grab my hand. Don't let the others get separated. Fred grabbed Ginny's hand and started pulling her towards the forest. George followed closely, then me, Harry, and Ron. Then I ran into the forest, and as the surroundings began to quiet down, Hermione, thank goodness. You managed to escape too. This time, Dahlia joined them. Just like before the match, she ignored the Weasley brothers' hostility and began to caress my whole body, as if checking if I was injured. I was so worried because even after entering the forest, I couldn't see you. After the match, I was worried because that girl said something ominous to me, so I was happy, but maybe you didn't see anything. I wonder if they didn't tell me. No, it's fine. I was just clumsy. And, I don't see your father. Are you alright? Yes, it's fine. After the match, Mr. Lucius told me to go to the Ministry of Magic, so I went there. Dad looked a bit reluctant, but I think he'll thank Mr. Lucius later. I was told to go home, but I can't leave Dahlia. Yes. Just then, a roar echoed through the forest again. Not only did they harbor hostility towards Dahlia, but Ron and his friends also seemed to think her father was part of this group, and they also believed they couldn't stay here any longer. Ron also reluctantly said to Dahlia, "Anyway, we'll talk later, let's keep going, it's still very dangerous here. But on the other hand, I'll stay here. Dahlia hasn't gotten this far yet. Hermione, and Potter and Weasley, you girls go first. I'll be fine, but it's dangerous for you. I'll go with Dahlia, and the others will follow later." This is what Dahlia began to say. Now, those rampant in the camp were all Death Eaters. I didn't need to think about why I was the most dangerous, but I guess I couldn't help but bump into Ron, who was nervous. Ron immediately questioned Dahlia, his face annoyed. What does that mean? Why is Hermione so dangerous? However, the answer to Ron's question was, "Don't you know, Weasley, their target is Muggles. Those hanging there are Muggles who were kidnapped from somewhere, so it's obvious that Granger is their biggest target. Isn't that the reason?" This was the voice of the third person who joined them. That was the arrogant, irritating voice we had been hearing since first year. When we suddenly turned around, we saw the owner of the voice, Draco, and then, Dahlia. Draco, that's great. You made it. That's wonderful. I was worried that the plan was set, the arrangements were made, and you were late. It seems I made you worry. It's all right, Dahlia. I just had something on my mind, and it's good to see Miss Granger is here too. Her voice was beautiful but somewhat cold, yet for the listener, it was warm. Lucius's perspective. All right, Dahlia, Draco. You two go to the forest immediately. Dahlia, you go home right away. Yes, father. Please take care, father. Brother, hurry up too. You, after all, shouldn't you let Draco and the others go home? I want to, but this is to prevent the children from raising suspicion, especially Dahlia. Dumbledore and others have grown suspicious of Dahlia. To avoid this, Dahlia needs to be seen. I cannot harbor such hopes after she returns home. Please understand. After the match, I persuaded Dahlia, who had been refusing to attend the game, inside the tent. To be honest, I don't like the children being in even the slightest dangerous situation. But if we try to reduce the risk here, we will repeat the mistakes of the previous year. People like Dumbledore will suspect that Dahlia was present, and Dahlia's situation will become even more difficult. And even if I escape now, as long as the Dark Lord is alive, Dahlia will eventually have no choice but to follow the same path as me. My path as a Death Eater, killing muggles and tainted blood like me. If that is the case, then showing our work here is not a bad idea, even if we choose to avoid suspicion for at least a few years. Now that I think about it, although I taught her dark arts, I have hardly ever seen her actually kill anything. Arguably, no human, at this time. For Dahlia, I must show her what I must do as a Death Eater. I thought so too, that's what I thought. But why do I feel so uncomfortable? What made me uncomfortable first was, look, Lucius, that woman. She's desperately trying to keep her underwear from showing. Muggles are inferior, they can't even use magic. Don't you think so? Ah, I see. At that moment, I saw McNair, wearing the typical Death Eater skull mask, using an invisible rope extending from his wand to tear open a Muggle woman's nightgown. After parting ways with Dahlia and the others, I rejoined the others, who also felt considerable dread, fear, and emotion regarding the Dark Lord's survival. Moreover, as the Muggle family living near the camp we had previously occupied floated in the air, we ourselves finally became Death Eaters again. I thought we still hadn't lost our pride as Death Eaters. I wanted to remind the world. 3 Muggles were suspended in the air. One was a child who hadn't reached maturity, his head shaking helplessly as if he had lost consciousness midway. The woman who appeared to be his mother was constantly being flipped over, revealing her nightgown which was being rolled up again and again. In the era when the Dark Lord was still active, such scenes were commonplace, even routine. However, for some reason, I felt extremely uncomfortable with this scene. For Dahlia, I had to show her how to live as a Death Eater for the first time in a while. As long as the Dark Lord is alive, I must implicitly declare that I am still a Death Eater, even if it means taking some risks. Everything I do is for my family, Dahlia. That is why I used this magic. We must do what is completely normal and righteous. Yet, why do I? Loud laughter echoed around me. Although his initial actions were driven by fear of the Dark Lord, he might have been excited by the smell of blood for the first time in a while. Even through the masks, I could see everyone's excited laughter. And it wasn't limited to Death Eaters. Even if the Dark Lord lost his power, the path he pointed out would not be denied. There are still many people who think Muggles are pests that must be eliminated, and they understand the greatest natural law of pureblood. Even now, like this. Good, keep going. This is fitting for Muggles. Those who can't use magic are truly inferior. Many wizards voluntarily joined our ranks, shouting insults at Muggles, even though they weren't wearing masks. Pureblood ideology is not just an idea held by our dark faction. More or less, everyone in the wizarding world thinks this way. Blood traitors like the Weasley family are not well known, and everyone believes Muggles are inferior beings who should be excluded from the wizarding world. However, we Death Eaters merely advocate this idea strongly. Yes, I have done nothing wrong. This is a holy war that every wizard must wage. This is what members of the House of Malfoy have been taught since before Hogwarts was established, and they instill it in the next generation. But such a common sight. Alright, now I'm going to make you take off your underwear too. Hey, does anyone want to see what's inside this Muggle woman's panties? Oh, go for it. Let's see how much a Muggle can resist. Now, to me, it looked extremely ugly. The once common scene now became difficult for me to accept. I couldn't focus on treating these Muggles as less than human, unlike before. What I thought of in this situation was, Father, is killing fun? No, never mind. Father, I pray for your safety. When leaving, Dahlia's only expression was blank, somewhat melancholic. As fires spread throughout the camp and excited laughter and shouts echoed around, I continued to think quietly. This is the only way. I don't know what other way there is. This is my best choice, the only way for my survival and happiness. But why? There is no answer. No one can give me the correct answer. even if you answered my silent question. Hey, harder, let's make this more fun. This is all you muggles can do. Like me, this is the only way they know. In the end, although we gathered the same Death Eaters that day, I never used a curse on a muggle. I first realized this after the mark rose into the night sky and it looked like I was fleeing towards my home. Harry's perspective. In this situation, I thought I had run into some jerks. In front of him was Draco, mocking Ron as usual. While playing with green grass, Dahlia Malfoy stared indifferently at Hermione, as always. He was already excited by the rapidly changing situation, but even if he wasn't Ron, he would be angry if these disgusting people said nasty things to him. Predictably, Ron's reply was as if he was going to hit Draco for all of us, and we were all agitated by the sudden appearance of the Malfoy siblings. Draco and Dahlia Malfoy, why are you all here? What did you just say to Hermione? Hermione is a witch. Why is Hermione the first target? However, Ron's angry voice did not reach disgusting people like Draco. Even after hearing Ron's words, Draco still did not stop his mocking tone. If you want to think that, feel free to think that. But do you think they won't find Muggleborns? If you think so, stay here. If you do, there will be one more person over there. If you want to show off your underwear in the air, feel free. You bastard. What did you do to Hermione? Hearing Draco's heartless reply, Ron finally lost his patience and tried to lunge at him. Honestly, if I wasn't in this situation right now, I might have done the same thing as Ron. Did you know Dahlia Malfoy was about to raise her wand? However, it wasn't Dahlia Malfoy who stopped this situation. Don't worry, Draco just said something that Dahlia couldn't say even if she wanted to. He was just worried about me. Hermione herself was the one being abused. She wasn't angry, she just stared at Draco with a serious look. Draco clicked his tongue in slight annoyance, as if he didn't like the fact that she wasn't angry, and then continued speaking as if he were about to throw up. HMPH. Why should I worry about someone like you? You talk in your sleep. You should quietly escape deep into the forest. Don't be a coward. Think about it, Weasley. What? Is your father wrong? After he told you to hide, did he still walk toward that group of people? Don't do anything unnecessary, you stupid father. Protect your own children too. Are you planning to help those muggles? What exactly are you thinking? This was the moment my patience ran out. Uncle Weasley, who was currently fighting for our liberation, was being mocked by these people. I had no way to stop it. I angrily threw it back at Draco. Where are your parents? Even if they aren't there, they might be part of that crowd. You're a disgrace for wearing a mask like that, Malfoy. However, Draco did not understand my anger. Draco looked at Dahlia Malfoy, who was expressionless for a moment, and then responded in an even flatter tone. I don't know. Even so, I can't teach you anything, Potter. Draco's attitude gave off a sensitive feeling, but then again, all right, Harry, let's go. This isn't the time or place to fight. We have to hurry. Ginny is here too, right? She's not there. His words were interrupted by Hermione. Not only that, but this time there was a strange story. Hearing Hermione's muttered words, he looked around in a panic, and sure enough, he couldn't see Ginny, or even Fred and George. Thinking back, they hadn't been involved in the fight with the Malfoy siblings. When we turned back to look at Draco and the others, they might have continued on without realizing it. Ron and I finally realized we were wasting time here. As we panicked, Hermione yelled at Malfoy and the others. Just here, let's go, Harry, Ron, and Dahlia, and Draco. You girls should go too. I thought his good temper had limits. Why let these people escape when they had been mocked so much? Besides, the parents of these guys were also in that crowd. These people would definitely not be in danger. If I'd rather run away with you, then I'll take your word for it. Brother, Dahlia. Now, let's go. Are you alright, Dahlia? Honestly, these guys are just an obstruction to you, aren't they? It's fine, actually, being with her might be more useful later. They now didn't have to worry about the crowd rampaging through the camp, but rather what was happening behind them. It was impossible for these guys to just quietly follow us. However, Hermione didn't seem to think so, responding to Dahlia Malfoy's words with a smile on her face. Yeah, that's great. Well then, let's go. I reluctantly followed Hermione and spoke to her so that the 3 Slytherins running behind her couldn't hear my voice. Chapter 131, Dark Mark. Hermione, are you okay? Their parents are inside. She's there. At least Lucius Malfoy is there. That's why she's fine. Besides her family, she's a very good girl herself. What returned was the usual nonsense. However, there was no time to discuss it now. If they did anything suspicious, Ron and I would beat them up for Hermione's sake. As we made this decision, a roar sounded behind us. Looking back, I could still glimpse the inhuman sight through the trees. The children of those who did this couldn't possibly be serious. I repeated Mr. Weasley's words with a hint of sarcasm. They are beasts. They are all mad. I continued to run as I spoke, keeping an eye on the situation behind me. So Dahlia Malfoy's response to my words was, "They are human. This is the only way they know how to live. They can still go back, but I won't." Somehow, this incomprehensible answer kept lingering in my ears. What are Death Eaters? They have no right to call themselves the Dark Lord's servants. I am the only one loyal to him. Even with the camp lights cut off in the dark forest, I could still faintly hear the commotion outside the woods. I listened to the noise, pouring out the hatred that surged in my heart. Just when I thought the Imperious curse was finally broken, the Dark Lord had not yet returned, and those people were still running rampant. This was truly unsettling. Because I was loyal to that man, I was imprisoned in Azkaban, and even if I managed to escape, my own father would cast the Imperious curse on me. I was locked in a room, unaware if I was dead or alive. Despite enduring such a living hell, those who had betrayed that man in the first place were living lives without any inconvenience. In the end, he was playing with muggles for fun as a Death Eater. I couldn't forgive him. Look at me now. It's too late for you to laugh like that. I'm not like you. That man is still alive. I will definitely find him, give him strength, and I will take it back and give it to him. Give it to you. I ignored the house servant lying beside me and stroked the mark on my left arm. A testament of loyalty received from a great master. Although hidden now, it was a proof of righteousness, showing that the Dark Lord was alive and well. I confirmed again that I was still a loyal servant, and thought this to myself, taking a slight breath. Only now, as soon as the Dark Lord returns, they will all be annihilated. No, as the one who contributed the most to the Emperor, I hope so. The Dark Lord will surely grant my wish. Even if they regret it then, it will be too late. I will become the Dark Lord's true right-hand man, a position no one else can reach. At the top of the Death Eater command. Oh, just thinking about it feels wonderful. How wonderful it would be to kill that arrogant Lucius Malfoy and his cowardly daughter and son. I wonder what kind of expression he will show when he kills those children. Just thinking about it makes me happy. First of all, parents and children only have children for the convenience of the parents. There is no such thing as love. This should not happen. My father gave me the same name as himself, as if he wanted to proclaim my achievements as his own. Parents love their children. Such things are unnecessary for the dark forces that execute justice, and it is precisely because they possess such things that weaklings like Lucius easily betrayed the Dark Lord. Things like love only corrupt people. After the Dark Lord's resurrection, we must eliminate them so that our forces can gain more and more power. Even if you ignore the fact that Lucius Malfoy betrayed her, she simply didn't like that Malfoy girl. Although I was invisible during the Quidditch World Cup match, the girl seemed to be aware of my presence. He sat between me and my family, and even while watching the match, his attention never left me. Moreover, his cold appearance and eyes were very similar to any member of the Malfoy family. For some reason, when I looked into those eyes, I was reminded of the Dark Lord. Although he hadn't been treated unfairly by his parents like me and the Dark Emperor, there was an aura unique to a dark, strong person about him. For some reason, just remembering this irrational imbalance made me angry. This made me feel completely worthless, and my pain and situation completely meaningless. Why did this little girl, who should have no darkness, emit the same aura as the Dark Lord, enough to make me momentarily afraid? He shouldn't have any qualifications, but this is too unreasonable. Why this little girl who should have grown up without any inconvenience? I was originally somewhat excited, but when I remembered the existence of his daughter, my mood plummeted. I also felt that my mentality was very unstable. However, he had just woken up from the spell and could not control his emotions. As my anger boiled, I raised the cane I had stolen from the boy in front of me at the Quidditch World Cup into the air. Anyway, that's how it is. In any case, my father will eventually find out that I have broken the Imperious curse. So no matter what actions I take now, the outcome will not change. In any case, if I'm going to find out, I'm going to prove that I'm the Dark Lord's only servant, and I'm going to make those imposters tremble. And that father is a man who only cares about his status and power, so even if my affairs are exposed, he'll definitely try his best to keep it a secret until the end. It's even possible that they won't come looking for me until the end, as if I never existed in the first place. If that's the case, there should still be an opportunity to use it. This time, I will definitely control him. I was once oppressed by him, and now I will take it back. I will make my hateful father my first offering to the Dark Lord. I chanted, the spell the Dark Lord used to utter when he killed his enemies when he was alive, to show the Dark Lord somewhere that there is still a loyal servant here, to show those fakes who claim to be loyal servants that the real me is me. Mors Mordra. I didn't know yet. After that, I was unknowingly taken back to my father's house. Heh. You broke the Imperious curse yourself. I think you can still use it. You are the best person for this role. When you successfully complete this task, you will also become a Death Eater. Let me guide you. The person I was looking for was waiting for me, and that murderous girl had already decided to sit in the position I dreamed of. Dahlia's perspective. I can't believe it, but I lost my wand. It was a sudden and urgent voice. As we went deeper into the forest, the light from the camp no longer reached us, and when I created light with magic, Potter, who was walking in front of me, began to say such things. As I turned my attention to the loud voice, I noticed Potter frantically fumbling in his pockets. I felt like I was about to click my tongue. Potter didn't care if he lived or died. Delaying the escape for such a worthless existence was not an acceptable situation. But as expected, my worries were correct, and it wasn't just Ron Weasley. Are you kidding me? Where did you drop it? That's right. At a time like this, Hermione began to search for Potter's wand, illuminating the ground with her magic. Do these guys really understand their situation, or more precisely, Hermione's situation? The targets of these Death Eaters are Muggles and Muggle-born wizards. It's not hard to imagine what would happen if they were discovered. For Hermione's safety, she could never go too far into the forest. In this situation, Dahlia. This was a great game. My father went home because he had some urgent work to do, but from now on, Dahlia will be there. Ron, why aren't you back yet? Because even if Dahlia is still here, I can't go home. Although it was just for safety, the decision to move the tent was correct. Dahlia, please leave. From now on, this will be a battlefield. What do you mean? I don't have time to explain. Mr. Granger should also run away. You should go to the forest as soon as possible. What are we going to do with Dahlia? I'll go later too. It's okay. I'm in a safe place. All right, don't worry about me, you go first. There was no point in moving Hermione and me to a tent near the forest. If he cared about Hermione, he should ignore Potter's wand and leave this place as soon as possible. Furthermore, I don't have time now. Potter, give up your wand. If it's not here, you must have dropped it somewhere on the way here. I don't have time to look for it. You know there's no such thing, right? As I looked at Dahlia, I thought for a moment. She was pointing at Potter in front. I can't leave Dahlia here anymore. Even if her father is mixed with them, or even if she is mixed with them, I can't leave her near the Death Eaters. I can't let Dahlia remember again that I was created to surpass the Death Eaters. Father said that. I was created to stand above the Death Eaters, so as to eliminate Muggles and impure bloodlines in this world. At that moment, I remembered Dahlia painfully recounting her secret in the Chamber of Secrets. Mr. Lucius must be one of the people making noise in the camp right now. That's why Dahlia was able to warn Hermione and me of the danger in advance. I don't know why Lucius broke his silence of more than 10 years and started to act. But since Lucius was wearing a mask and robes, he was definitely a Death Eater. Despite the reason Dahlia was created, she never wanted to be a Death Eater. Then there's only one thing I should do. In order not to make Dahlia suffer again, even if Dahlia is not worried about being attacked by that group of people, there is no doubt that Dahlia will have mixed feelings after seeing it, so I must remove Dahlia from that group of people. It must be separated. Fortunately, Dahlia chose to accompany us, because I, Hermione's bodyguard, and the Malfoy family were not involved in this matter. All I have to do is continue deeper into the forest with Hermione and Draco. Nevertheless, that's true, but Potter only responded to Dahlia's words with slight dissatisfaction, but did not try to take any immediate action. I knew I had to leave here as soon as possible, so I wouldn't argue with Dahlia, but I thought that in this critical situation, it was inevitable for me, without a wand, to feel anxious. I didn't care about his situation and tried my best to provide covering fire for Dahlia. But, Potter, now, if you know, Mors Mordra. My words were interrupted, and a strange voice suddenly sounded in the forest. The distance was not that close, but not that far either. Startled by what seemed to be a spell, we all turned our heads in the direction of the sound. Then, in front of our line of sight, a faint green flash rushed into the sky from beyond the darkness and appeared in the sky. A giant skull, with what looked like emerald stars painted on it. A snake stretched out from its mouth like a tongue, raising its head as if threatening the surrounding area. There was no doubt that it was the Dark Mark. Immediately after, a scream echoed throughout the forest. Harry's perspective. An explosive scream came from the forest, which was silent, and everyone held their breath. The people around me were no exception. Ron was right next to me. Hello. Hermione let out a silent scream and tried her best to suppress it. She covered her mouth with her hands. Draco and Greengrass didn't scream either, but their eyes were wide, filled with fear. In this place, the only person who wasn't afraid was me, who didn't know what the skull rushing up in the dark night meant. And, everyone go. Hurry, Dahlia's brother. Please never leave my side. Even in this situation, only Dahlia Malfoy did not break her usual expressionless face. The moment she saw the eerie skull, her eyes widened, but she immediately raised her voice. Hearing this sound, everyone came back to their senses, and Hermione, who hadn't caught up with the situation, began to pull my sleeve. Her hands, like her expression, were pale and trembling. Harry, let's go. That's the Dark Mark, the mark of he who must not be named. At that moment, I finally understood why everyone was so afraid of that mark. But once I understood, get down. Protego, stupefy. He seemed to have no time to ponder why that dark mark had risen. Before he had taken a few steps, slam. Just as I heard several such sounds, red flashes flew from all around me. I heard Dahlia Malfoy's voice pulling Ron and Hermione to the ground, and she created a magic shield large enough to cover Draco and Greengrass. Flashes of light flickered overhead, or were deflected by Dahlia Malfoy's shield, intertwining and flying into the darkness. Some of them even flew in the direction from which the dark mark had just been fired. When I slightly raised my head, I saw a wizard I had never seen before, holding a staff in his hand, looking at us with a wary gaze. The sudden turn of events made my mind a little confused, but I understood that we were now in an extremely dangerous situation. But there, what are you doing? Stop, my children are here. Put down your wand. I heard a familiar voice. When I looked in the direction of the voice, I saw Uncle Weasley running towards us, waving his hands frantically. He continued to pull me, Ron, and Hermione away from the Slytherins. Are you all safe? Fred and the others are already in a safe place, but when I heard you were separated, my heart sank. Arthur, what do you want to chat about? Hand them over to me. I need to interrogate them right now. Just then, the old man's words were interrupted by a cold voice. After the old man appeared, the tense atmosphere temporarily eased a little, but it was clear that the situation was not yet out of danger. I looked and saw an old wizard with short silver hair unnaturally parted straight, looking at me with an annoyed expression. And him. I am interrogating you. Get down. What are you talking about? These three are my children and his friends. What exactly are you interrogating me for? Arthur, you should keep quiet. Without a doubt, they cast the dark mark. They were on the scene. Because, as if observing the situation, he remained in place, his staff never lowered. You are with Lucius Malfoy's children. If you make any move, you will be immediately detained. He looked at Dahlia Malfoy and the others, and said sharply, something had become troublesome. Despite my gaze, the crouch in front of me still looked excited. What's with those defiant eyes? You are at the crime scene. Lucius Malfoy's children are also at the scene. You are the culprit. There's no escaping. Although my shield charm was still active, which might not mean much, Mr. Crouch's expression was somewhat frantic when he pointed his cane at me. It seemed he had no choice but to be caught red-handed. Looking at his desperate expression, I finally realized who this Mr. Crouch was. In the current wizarding world, there was only one person named Crouch, Barty Crouch. I understand. He gained power by fighting Death Eaters, and then lost the power he most desired because he had a Death Eater in his family. Once a Death Eater's relative died in Azkaban, the lost power could never be recovered. Perhaps he wanted to use this experience as a stepping stone to climb the ladder again. That would be troublesome. However, although I considered his situation, it had nothing to do with me. I didn't care what the Malfoy family's trash thought about protecting them. That being said, I still wanted to raise my voice to try and resolve this issue slightly. Mr. Crouch, we have nothing to do with this. First, the dark mark. It's too obvious. Have you been making excuses for so long? Now, remove the spell immediately. Otherwise, we will forcibly take you away. We are powerful wizards. We cannot be escaped. No measures were taken, and it seemed impossible to ease the situation. That was my brother, and also a member of the Malfoy family. Hey, are you suspecting Dahlia? Dahlia didn't do anything. Exactly. And the dark mark wasn't cast here either. Shut up. I know you are accomplices too. You be quiet too. The same seemed to be true for Dahlia. And I hadn't noticed it because Mr. Crouch's attitude had been so aggressive, but those around us also seemed to have become suspicious of us. When Mr. Granger and the other three separated, Mr. Crouch and the other appearing people were now looking at us with hostility. Do you think they are my hostages? Even Arthur Weasley looked at me as if I were a thug holding children hostage. If that were truly the case, by what means could they so easily rescue them from my grasp? How exactly should I resolve this situation? It's very easy to eliminate them now, but if you do that, you can see that the situation will get worse later. I can't let you take Dahlia with you, but I either quietly follow you and wait for your father's help, or, no. Malfoy, Dahlia and the others didn't do anything. They've been with us the whole time and haven't had a chance to cast the dark mark. The same goes for us. They don't even know the spell in the first place. Whoever cast it, it was someone on the other side of those trees. There was a scream. I think it might have been a spell. Then there was a sign. I guessed right. Ron, Harry, oh, right, I thought there was someone over there. Among them, Mr. Granger and the others, who were not suspected by anyone except Mr. Crouch, had no choice but to testify. Everyone's attention turned to Mr. Granger's loud voice. Mr. Granger had a desperate expression on his face as he defended my innocence, and the two people who were usually hostile to me nodded obediently to Miss Granger's words, because this time they had personally confirmed that I was not the culprit. Don't you think they are accomplices too? Hermione and Ron, Harry, is that really true? You didn't feel threatened, did you? If so, Mr. Weasley, what are you talking about? I wasn't threatened or anything. Dahlia and Dahlia are my friends. They didn't do anything. As I said, the other side's mark has already risen. I see. Since Hermione says so, it must be true. I wonder if the girls are unrelated to this matter this time. The last trace of caution in everyone's eyes, except for Mr. Crouch, disappeared. Only Mr. Crouch. Who would believe that? You are definitely accomplices anyway. As expected, he strongly advocated the theory that everyone, including Mr. Granger, was the culprit, but this did not really affect many people. Some officials, while paying attention to me, began to hold their wands in the direction indicated by Mr. Granger. Then some of them disappeared behind the trees. Hey, someone's lying here. So that's it. The stupefy spell was cast just now. That means this guy is the culprit. If so, then what? Why is it this guy? A voice full of doubt also reached my ears. The official who had just left returned, holding something in his arms. In those arms, a house elf. A house elf, a magical creature that has served wizarding families for generations, just like my precious family member Dobby, was holding a wand and sleeping, as if unconscious. Without a doubt, it was the house servant who was sitting in front of me at the Quidditch World Cup. Hermione's perspective. Winky? I had only seen the creature called a house elf once. Besides Dobby, Winky was now unconscious, sleeping in the arms of a Ministry of Magic official, but that didn't mean he didn't know of the existence of the house servant. No. House elf. An entity that serves specific wizards and does housework and chores for the wizard's family. It is a creature that has been recorded even in the magical creatures textbook. From the moment I entered the magical world, I knew of its existence. But I only knew of its existence, combining their actual situation. Energetic, alive. Really? Here. I probably don't know anything. Just like I know nothing about vampires. Winky seemed to be awakened by the spell, opening her large brown eyes and looking around sleepily. Then, when she saw the surrounding wizards staring at her, she looked up again. Hello. She found a dark mark floating in the sky and let out a slight scream. After screaming, she frantically looked around, and finally hugged herself and began to sob. No matter how anyone looked at it, it was obvious that she was terrified by the situation in front of her. But the officer holding her threw her aside and began to interrogate her, his voice sounding as if he were dealing with a criminal. Hey, house servant. The situation is as you see it. Now, a dark mark has been cast into the sky, and you are right below it. What do you have to blame? Oh, I didn't do anything. I don't even know what to do. I have nothing to do with this. Don't lie. You were found with a cane. This clearly violates the cane usage rules. Non-humans are not allowed to carry canes, let alone use them. You shouldn't be using it at all. This is not something your kind should have, as if she were an object or something, as if he didn't recognize her as the same creature. His attitude reminded me of the first time I saw Winky, watching the Quidditch World Cup match. She sat alone behind me, and her whole body was trembling, as if she had been frightened by something. I felt sorry for her and spoke to her. "Hey, are you okay? Are you trembling badly?" Her response to this was, "No, it's okay. Dobby just isn't good with heights. However, staying here is your master's command." Ah, I must be here. This was far beyond expectations. Why would she, who was afraid of heights, feel afraid just because of her master's command? As I was surprised by her answer, Harry, who was sitting next to me, spoke to her. "Hey, you're a house elf, right?" I only know one house elf, just like you." He might have just been chatting in his own way to distract her, and it seemed his intention was successful. She seemed to forget that she was in a high position and joined the conversation. "But, that's right. Ah, I'm sorry about that. My name is Winky. I see you have an acquaintance, a house elf. What is the house servant's name?" No, that one is. Harry couldn't say Dobby's name. "I understand, you have a problem. I apologize for the inconvenience I caused." Winky seemed to return to reality and started to tremble. Harry probably didn't want to mention Dobby's name in front of Dahlia. I don't know why, but Dahlia was staring at the sky/seat next to Winky at this moment, so she didn't seem to notice our conversation. But if Dobby's name came up, she would turn her attention to us, which would be a mistake. No. If that were the case, I could easily imagine her reliving the moment she parted with Dobby. I don't think she would get angry like Harry, but I believe she would remember the feeling of sadness. That's why I had no intention of criticizing Harry's reaction. But still, when is her husband coming? I couldn't agree with such a situation at all. Winky's conversation with us was interrupted, and she seemed to become afraid of heights, starting to cover her eyes completely with her hands. Her husband had left her alone and never appeared again. I even felt angry at this cruel master-servant relationship. It was, I didn't even know about such a wand. I stole a wand. Then why would a house servant like you have this? Tell me, who did you steal this wand from? This was happening right before my eyes. For some reason, the scene in front of me made me feel extremely nauseous. Everything seemed contradictory, even extremely ugly. Officials believe that house elves are inferior beings and that they can do anything to them or say anything hurtful to them. Until now, he had been very suspicious of Dahlia, but he seemed to have forgotten the tone of his words, as if to say that her being suspected was a matter of course for the person moving forward. For some reason, the person in front of me looks just like the people making a ruckus in the camp right now. Just as anger welled up within me, the situation left Dahlia and the slithering group behind. I will continue forward. "Ah, that wand is mine." What? Is this a confession? "I ignored it because you are the friend of Arthur's son, but you used it to make a dark mark and then threw it away." Hey, what are you talking about? This kid is Harry Potter. Do you really think Harry would do such a thing? Harry Potter. I understand, you are the one. No, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Harry Potter. It seems the wand Dobby was holding was Harry's, which he should have thrown away. One official, momentarily suspecting Harry was the culprit, immediately apologized to Harry after hearing Mr. Weasley's words. Dahlia, who was also suspected, has yet to receive an apology, and Harry Potter is the same, but suspecting that house servant is also wrong. That house servant is my house elf. As increasingly absurd statements emerged, the situation became even more chaotic. Everyone present turned their gaze to the speaker. The person there was an official named Crouch, who had remained silent for some reason since Dobby appeared. Dahlia's perspective. To be honest, I can hardly say I was keeping up with the situation. Suspicion suddenly fell on Dahlia, because Lucius was suspected of having infiltrated that group of Death Eaters, or rather, since he really did infiltrate, it was inevitable that Dahlia would be suspected of doing something here. Moreover, although our position was slightly off, it was almost directly below the dark mark. The dark mark is the abhorrent mark released by dark forces after killing someone. It was natural for officials to suspect us, but even if you say you can understand, if you can agree, then that's another matter. So I immediately spoke. As Dahlia's best friend, it was impossible for me not to be angry at the baseless suspicion of Dahlia. However, because my anger was elsewhere, events unfolded at an astonishing speed. First, Hermione and the others insisted that Dahlia was innocent. The foolish adults so easily believed these girls. Moreover, although the wand actually held by the house servant's residence directly below the dark mark belonged to Potter, who was with us, they so easily believed him simply because he was Harry Potter. And Harry Potter is the same, but suspecting that house servant is also wrong. That house servant is my house elf. Mr. Crouch's sudden words completely left my thoughts behind. What is this guy saying? Putting aside my confusion, Mr. Crouch, who had just been fiercely accusing Dahlia, began to whisper. I told the house servant not to leave the tent after watching the game, but this house servant seems to have ignored that order. What? You are Dobby's master. What are you talking about? Dobby has acrophobia, and you give such an order. After all, you are a terrible master. House servant. Do what? Death Eaters are now rampant in the camp, and you ignore their orders. This is what you said. You are Dobby. Are you saying you don't mind being trampled underfoot? Despite Hermione's anger, he continued. Mr. Crouch didn't even look at the angry Hermione, continuing calmly, but with a hint of urgency in his expression. Even so, my orders are absolute. If you don't listen to my orders, then you are no longer a house elf. But even though you are such a foolish house elf, this matter is absolutely impossible. My house elf could create a dark mark in this way. Or something else? Barty Crouch, who has been fighting this dark force every day, creates dark marks every day. I am making them practice releasing it. Is that what you want to say? No, that's not true. But Crouch, I don't think so. Perhaps the person who created the dark mark disguised it as soon as it was launched. Harry stole it beforehand so it wouldn't be traced later. After using Potter's wand, my house servant picked up the wand after something happened. I think this is what happened. Until a house elf named Dobby appeared, I couldn't believe someone was so desperately pleading for our sins. Perhaps everyone present thought so, because there was a strange quality about Mr. Crouch that made them feel pressure. At the same time, he continued to weave words in a somewhat hurried tone. It seems everyone is satisfied with this. So, can I say that this house servant is a problem in my family? Dobby, you mean, tonight, it's completely impossible for me. I did what I thought I would do. By doing so, I deserve to be dressed for it. What? Master, that's it. Shut up. I don't want to see your face again. Go away. Mr. Crouch then handed one of the gloves he was wearing to Dobby. This was definitely an action he would take when expelling a house elf from his household. A strange silence fell over the surroundings. No one seemed able to keep up with the rapidly changing situation, and could only watch the biggest and only witness to the culprit cry. Yes, only one person. No, please wait a moment. Are you talking about Dobby? I still have one more thing to ask you. Please wait a moment before leaving here now. Except for Dahlia, who could still think calmly in this situation. Malfoy's little daughter. Did I say you were Dahlia Malfoy? I know you are Lucius Malfoy's daughter. Rumors about you have even reached my ears. Instructions to his house servants, and so on. Isn't this laughable? Your house servant? Didn't you abandon this child yourself? This child is no longer your house servant, is she? By what right do you give me orders? Is there even a question? Shut up, you little bastard. Dahlia ignored Mr. Crouch's protest and quietly asked Dobby. Dobby, please tell me, during the Quidditch World Cup, did you recognize the transparent person / object next to you? Also, perhaps that person was the one who cast the dark mark. Did you activate it? Just then, Dobby, for some reason, Mr. Crouch's usually calm eyes filled with surprise. Dahlia's perspective. Ever since the house elf named Dobby appeared, the situation had become extremely chaotic, and no one seemed able to keep up with the changes. I was no exception. But that doesn't mean I missed it. Impossible. That's impossible. As soon as Dobby appeared, Mr. Crouch, who had been accusing us with a look of despair, was clearly displeased. Then, I didn't notice that I was the only one staring. I thought I was staring at the other side of the woods, muttering something, as if I had made up my mind. That house servant is my house elf. This is what I said. It was clear from the flames that he sensed Dobby's presence and was trying to hide something important. What is the secret? During the Quidditch World Cup, did you recognize the transparent person / object next to you? Also, what if that person was the one who cast the dark mark? If my guess is correct, it's very likely the invisible person sitting next to Dobby. Furthermore, the inference. What did you say? Transparent person? That person was sitting next to my house servant? Well, what a coincidence. That seat was empty. Mr. Crouch, you weren't even at the match just now. How do you know the seat next to Dobby was empty? Oh, that is. Undoubtedly, Mr. Crouch's own reaction confirmed this. If you think about it, it's very easy. If Dobby is Mr. Crouch's house elf, then some inexplicable contradictions arise. First, why did Mr. Crouch send Dobby to watch the match? If Miss Granger is right, then she has acrophobia. Even if the stadium didn't do this, there was no need to send Dobby to the stands. Since it was a reserved seat, there was no need to make a house elf sit there. It was as if he knew from the beginning that the seat next to Dobby was empty. If he had originally intended to sit next to Dobby, then it would be strange for him to treat Dobby like a slave. In that case, he should have sat in Dobby's seat. However, it's interesting that it's impossible for him to actually reserve a seat for someone, much less know if the seat next to it is empty. An invisible person who shouldn't exist in a house elf who doesn't need a seat. Mr. Crouch's attitude was as if he was hiding something. Considering all this, there is only one reason for Dobby to be in the stands. He knew about the invisible person from the beginning. He had the invisible person sit in his seat and sent Dobby to the stands to look after or monitor him. If my prediction is not wrong, Dobby, you are no longer Mr. Crouch's house elf. This man abandoned you, abandoned his family, abandoned his tribe, abandoned his family. So please tell me, was the dark marks not the person who initiated it? The one sitting next to you during a match? If that's the case, then I can understand why Potter's wand was stolen. That person was sitting. The person who used Potter's wand. In other words, the person who cast the dark mark was also the invisible person. I asked Dobby for the truth to get as much information about the enemy as possible, but the answer she gave to Mr. Crouch was, what are you saying? I wasn't looking at anyone. I hope you stop trying to make progress. I don't know what you're talking about. This is ridiculous. Your logic is full of contradictions. First of all, everything Lucius Malfoy's daughter says has no credibility. You are trying to confuse us and divert attention. Your father's investigation. Lucius Malfoy's daughter must think so. This was nothing but a complete denial of my words. Regardless of Mr. Crouch, Dobby might still be loyal to him even after all this time. Please take a look. Saying such things is not a lie. Mr. Crouch had just abandoned Dobby, who had been performing for him, even though he had cut off Dobby's ties, who should have been his family. Yes, just like I cut off Dobby. However, this house elf is like my precious family member, Dobby. Given my nightmare a few days ago, I wanted to learn as much as possible about the unsettling situation surrounding the Dark Lord. Whether in reality or in dreams, my father's arm bore a dark mark. Now that it has surfaced, the possibility of the Dark Lord's resurrection cannot be denied. It cannot be said with certainty that this dark mark that soared into the sky has nothing to do with a resurrection. That's why I inadvertently pursued Dobby, but for a moment, my pursuit stopped due to the noise that infiltrated my mind. Mr. Crouch could not have missed this brief interval. All right, that's enough. I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. Dobby, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't want to see your face again. Hurry up, where are you? Go to Crab. Immediately. I understand, sir. As I remained silent, Mr. Crouch again loudly ordered Dobby. Although Dobby received this order, and was no longer his house elf, Dobby remained loyal to him, and with tears in her eyes, she appeared and disappeared somewhere. With Dobby, the biggest and only evidence, gone, I will no longer be able to pursue that invisible person. As for the people around me, I was completely unaware of that invisible person sitting next to Dobby during the match. They seemed only to want to know and listen to what I was saying. Despite Mr. Crouch's corruption, he was a rather powerful person within the Ministry of Magic. His private punishment of Dobby, I don't know what that girl is talking about, Mr. Crouch. That house servant is an important witness in this case. Of course, I'm not suspecting you, but I wouldn't say that without permission. When you are punished. Is there a problem? As I just said, this has nothing to do with this dark mark. Or perhaps you are calling me out after all. Of course not. This was understandable, and ultimately, completely blameless. The impression among some officials was that this was all a cover-up by me, and that what I said was just a farce intended to arouse Mr. Crouch's suspicion. Everything was quiet now. There was no benefit for me in continuing to pursue the invisible person. I clicked my tongue softly and called out to Dahlia and my older brother, who were standing beside me, lost in thought. Brother, Dahlia, let's go. It seems we don't need to stay here anymore. It was frustrating, but there was no need to complain here any longer. Furthermore, since the dark mark was activated, I hadn't heard any movement in the camp. If that was the case, the gathering Father held must have ended. He had even been able to escape from the Ministry of Magic after the Dark Lord disappeared. Well, wait, you still have time. No, the story ends here, and we are going back soon. Or do you have any concrete evidence to arrest us? Since the officials here were not trying to forcibly take us away, it was hard to imagine Father being arrested without incident, but that didn't mean it was impossible. I couldn't completely deny the possibility that the dark mark was actually orchestrated by Father. Since Mr. Granger's safety was guaranteed, the first thing I needed to do was go and meet up with father and the others. Changing my mind, I took my older brother and Dahlia and started heading back to the camp. Mr. Granger looked anxiously behind him, where the officials were watching him with a caution he still couldn't shake off, leaving Mr. Crouch behind, who was staring at him with a mixture of fear, terror, and relief. Later, I thought, if only I hadn't given up and had continued pursuing Mr. Crouch. If I had been there, if I had found that person lying on the other side of the woods, if only I could have caught a glimpse of what would happen this year. Didn't I kill him? Couldn't he have taken the first step toward becoming a monster? This was my thought at the end of the year. But that was my thought. Even if I realized it, wouldn't I have killed him gladly, even if it wasn't out of a sense of duty, but an impulse rising from the depths of my soul? No matter how much I struggled, no matter how much I fought against fate, I could never escape the fact that I was a monster. Ah, this is great. Really great. I hope everyone is safe. Oh, you lot. Ouch. Mom, I can't breathe. Oh, I'm sorry, Fred, George, for saying such awful things to you. If that person had done anything to you, the last thing your mother said to you would have been OWL exams. Ah, I'm really glad you're safe. It had been several days since I was rescued from Mr. Crouch and the others and returned to the burrow. At first, it was hard for me to forget the vivid incident, but now I had returned to a completely peaceful life. Immediately after the incident, I don't know if Dahlia and Dahlia are safe. I don't know how much Dahlia will be hurt by something like this, and Winky too. That's right, that official name Crouch. There was no such thing. It wasn't enough just to suspect Dahlia and them. That's how they treated house elves. It was like a slave. In the end, I somehow tried to make everything better. I just couldn't believe it. Hermione, who had been having fits as usual, was much calmer now. Mrs. Weasley greeted us with a pale face, hugging her sons so tightly she almost strangled them, and she also. Hey, Fred and George, do something like that again. If you have time for such things, then get ready for Hogwarts. Somehow, things returned to normal. The days passed so peacefully that I couldn't believe such an incident had occurred. The only change was that Uncle Weasley was frequently summoned to the Ministry of Magic, perhaps because of the incident. Daily life was so calm that the incident and my dreams seemed distant, and I felt my memory starting to blur. Was that dream really just a dream? Then, after living this daily life, finally, Mrs. Weasley, thank you for everything you've done. I really enjoyed staying at the burrow. Oh, it's nothing, Harry. I had a lot of fun too, because I felt like I had a new son and daughter. I wish I could have come to see Arthur off too, but this morning I was called to the Ministry of Magic regarding Mad Eye's magic. I'm lost. I don't know if Mad Eye will be able to make it tonight. The day to return to Hogwarts had arrived, which I considered my true home. Percy and Uncle Weasley were unable to see us off due to work, but the rest of the Weasley family was there. Charlie called out to me happily beside Mrs. Weasley, who hugged me and sent me off. Harry, have a good time at Hogwarts. It's the best school, especially this year. I couldn't help but listen to his words. There was some meaning in them. Charlie, what do you mean this year? You'll see. All I can say for now is that you might see me again very soon. However, Charlie's answer was vague. Since the answer was vague, my mind was filled with question marks. However, even during this time, the train's departure time was getting closer. Harry, the train is about to leave. We really didn't have much time. When I heard Ron's voice and turned around, I saw the train slowly starting to move, whistling. I hurriedly jumped onto the train, completely unaware of what would happen at Hogwarts this year. It was at the feast after the sorting ceremony that I learned about the event Hogwarts would be hosting this year. Dahlia's perspective. This is truly something. On the express train heading to Hogwarts, I unceremoniously tossed the Daily Prophet I was holding. In the newspaper's headline, "The Terror of the Quidditch World Cup." The way the headline was written, inconsistent with the severity of the situation, grated on the reader's nerves. The content was, "There is widespread disappointment in the Ministry of Magic." For a period after the dark mark appeared following the Quidditch World Cup, the Ministry of Magic continued to insist that there were no fatalities. This is merely a common comment. Not only is this not what we want, but it might not have been true from the beginning. Rumors we have gathered suggest that some bodies may have been removed from the forest. If this is true, then the Ministry of Magic has concealed the truth. It could be said that this is a situation related to trust issues that has persisted since the Ministry of Magic was founded. I seriously doubt they will announce our demands, plans, and facts in the future. It was too vulgar. I didn't even want to read it. In fact, I hadn't even finished half of it. Firstly, I gave up reading seriously the moment I discovered the reporter was Rita Skeeter. In fact, no one died. Indeed, father seemed to be driven by something and refrained from killing the Muggle family at the last moment. For someone who was sure people would die, this was a very disappointing outcome. As a result, the Death Eaters gathered there, just as I expected. As someone who knew the facts, I didn't care what this foolish reporter shouted about. The only other thing written in the newspaper was the news that former Alastair Moody complained that someone had attacked him, which was even more irrelevant. This person named Moody was known for his intense paranoia. I thought he was just overreacting to external noise as usual. That was why the 3-sentence article was not the reason I was angry. Dahlia, I understand how you feel, but please calm down a little. Even if you get angry like that, it won't bring Christmas back. Oh, right, Dahlia. Also, look, this is your second chance to make up for Christmas. We couldn't be together that year because of a small issue, but this time we can be together. And we'll have a huge party. This was the second time in my life I had to spend Christmas with people other than my family. A few days had passed since the Quidditch World Cup. For several days, filthy reporters and others invaded the mansion, but father, as expected, left no evidence, so the commotion ended within a few days. Of course, the main reason was that despite causing such a huge commotion and terrifying so many people, when we uncovered the truth, almost no one had died or even been injured. My father said he left the camp after the Dark Mark appeared, so he didn't have time to kill Muggles, but that might not have been the case. Not only my father, but I too was being watched by several others, but there couldn't be any evidence to prove this. It was precisely for this reason that he left father and stayed with Mr. Granger. Within just a few days, the Malfoy family resumed its seemingly peaceful life. Although my heart was unsettled and could not be shaken, since I had caused such a big commotion, father could not continue to cause trouble either. I thought the same, intending to spend the rest of the summer peacefully, waiting to spend Christmas with my family again. But for me, you did well this year. I know, I was just about to tell you. Oh, Dahlia, and Draco, I might have to spend Christmas at Hogwarts this year. Suddenly, the information hit me like a bucket of cold water. I heard that a special event called the Triwizard Tournament would be held this year, and as part of the event, Hogwarts Castle would also host a Christmas ball. Regardless of the students' intentions, this was an event they were forced to attend. Even disturbing incidents have limits. Why should I sacrifice time with my precious family to attend such a worthless event? But in retrospect, a few things stood out to me. When the topic of Christmas came up, my father was surprisingly straightforward. On the other hand, my mother seemed unusually excited when ordering my clothes. For some reason, dress robes were only added to the list of required items this year. Even if each piece of evidence was small, once you understood the facts, it became very simple. This was simply a fact, and it didn't make me happy at all. If you can't spend it with family, Christmas isn't Christmas. Furthermore, I felt sorry for mother for going to the trouble of buying me a new dress, but since my body had completely stopped growing, I had no choice but to compete with the design. I thought I grew faster than my peers, but apparently, I also had a tendency to stop growing early. In the end, I felt she looked a bit childish compared to other girls my age. Dahlia told me I was beautiful, but it felt a bit unreasonable for me to ask her to look forward to me wearing a party dress under these circumstances. Several days passed, and even when it was finally time to go to Hogwarts, my mood still hadn't settled. The moment I slightly lowered my guard, a sigh would escape, and the anger that had nowhere to go would rise with it. It wasn't like the year before, when I couldn't go home for Christmas. Rather, this fact prolonged my annoyance. The only thing that made me happy was, Dahlia. No, that's right. Since you and I are together, I'm really looking forward to it. Yes, we'll have a lot of fun. I'm already looking forward to Dahlia's dress. All I could say was that this time I could spend Christmas with Dahlia. But even though Dahlia was looking forward to it, I couldn't stop it anymore. I tried to force a smile for Dahlia, who was sitting next to me. Dahlia. And Dahlia. Good, it looks like you two are fine too. A voice suddenly rang out in the compartment, forcing him to turn around. When I looked, Granger was standing at the compartment door with a bright smile on her face. Potter and Weasley stood behind her, like her bodyguards. Chapter 132, The Murderous Intent of a Kind-Hearted Girl. Those Muggles seem to be all right. I'm glad. I sighed softly, carefully folded the newspaper, and sat in the compartment by the window. It wasn't that I didn't believe Mr. Weasley's story, but knowing they were safe according to the paper made me feel much more at ease. Of course, the newspaper's text itself expressed doubt about the Muggles' safety, but this paper always had a tendency to write things based on speculation. The fact that no Muggles were reported dead proved that no Muggles had truly died. Just as Mr. Weasley said, the Death Eaters likely ran away, startled by the dark mark. Before I hurt the Muggles, this was good. The Muggles were safe. No one died. Dahlia's father hadn't killed anyone. Undoubtedly, Lucius Malfoy had done something unforgivable. Even without proof, he was part of that group. This was clear from Dahlia's reaction. But even amidst all that, he hadn't crossed the final line. He had never killed anyone. I wonder how much of a relief this would be for Dahlia. I don't know how long her kind girlfriend can avoid being hurt. The moment I realized Dahlia's existence, I really wanted to see her face. Her face was incredibly beautiful, yet still held a slight childishness, as if its growth had stopped. She was a kind girl, and she always cared about me, even though we weren't related. Before the incident, she had been expressionless and seemed uneasy, looking at me with worried eyes. I really wanted to see her expression become calm. It will have some result. Come to think of it, I haven't thanked Dahlia and Dahlia yet. That day, I couldn't even say goodbye because of the dark mark. I immediately decided to go see my girlfriend, no, my best friend. However, as expected, my intentions were not conveyed to Harry and the others with me. Harry and Ron looked at me in shock, and they both started shouting restraining words, as if they were about to pounce on me all at once. Hermione, what are you saying again? His father is a Death Eater. Well, there's no evidence to prove it, and he himself seems to have nothing to do with this dark mark. But even so, according to Draco's words, I'm almost certain Lucius Malfoy was in that group. Why do you have to go to Dahlia Malfoy to thank him? Yes, Hermione. Not much time has passed since the match. Even you should be cautious. But my opinion remained the same. I ignored Harry and the others, walked toward the compartment exit, and turned around to say, "Thank you for your concern, but it's fine. No matter who her father is, she is still herself. And it's not just her, Dahlia is also in her compartment. Dahlia is my friend." Then I left the compartment and started looking for Dahlia and the others. Behind me, Harry and Ron shrugged, but still followed me, as if they were escorting me. To be honest, I didn't want them to follow me, but there was no point in saying anything to them now because they were too stubborn. I just had to let them know that Dahlia would never hurt me. With this thought, I reluctantly led the two of them onto the train and arrived there shortly. Dahlia, no, that's right. Since you're with me, I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. I'm already looking forward to Dahlia's clothes. As a friend, I would never miss hearing their voices. Hearing the faint sounds, my expression softened, and I walked toward the source of the sound. When I recognized that distinctive silvery white hair and my friend's soft blonde hair, I pushed the compartment door open with all my might. Dahlia and Dahlia. Good, it looks like you girls are fine too. It had been a long time, I couldn't say, but this was our first reunion since the match. Somehow, with the Death Eaters and the Dark Mark, those days seemed long gone. Although she and Dahlia had corresponded many times, they had never met in person. I was very happy to reunite with them and called out to my best friends. But, Mr. Granger. Since the match started. Looking at him, he doesn't seem injured, but am I okay? Hey, Dahlia. I just told you to think positively. Oh, don't worry, Hermione. Dahlia is just too naive about this Christmas. Dahlia was always energetic, while Dahlia seemed to lack much energy. Speaking of which, putting that aside, not only Dahlia but also Dahlia naturally ignored Harry and the two others behind me. I asked Dahlia, sensing Harry and the others frowning uncomfortably, "What do you mean by Christmas? Is there something happening this Christmas?" At first, I thought she was worried about her father, but it seemed that was not the case. The one who answered my question was Draco, who had been watching the whole process until now. However, this answer did not completely dispel my doubts. You don't know? Dahlia and the others seemed about to say so, but she spoke up instead. Granger, you don't know, do you? This Christmas is everyone's ball. There will be a ball this year. I wasn't sure if he was trying to teach me something or just making fun of me. I didn't know what Draco was talking about. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who didn't understand. Ron grew increasingly angry behind me, asking in a belligerent tone, "Hey, Draco, what are you trying to say? If you have something to say, just say it clearly. If you're just trying to make fun of Hermione like you did at the match, I won't accept it." The usual argument was starting. When I thought this, it was already too late, and Draco responded to Ron with a look of disdain he had never used before. "Oh, look at that, Weasley, don't you know? Your father is certainly an official at the Ministry of Magic. But, well, perhaps it can't be helped. Our fathers have always worked in the Ministry of Magic. Wizards, she associates with high officials, while your father is just a low-level official. Will he be further demoted after this Quidditch World Cup incident? It seems you have no result for so little money. Did you save 3 muggles? That won't bring you any result. Because you are an incompetent person, no one asks your father anything important. We are not talking." This time, the voice was clearly mocking me. Not only Ron, but even Harry's expression was twisted with anger, and he looked like he would pounce on Draco if he were allowed. I immediately spoke up, regretting that, clearly, if I brought them here, Dahlia and Dahlia wouldn't have known about this, and they would have this kind of reaction with Draco. "Ron, Harry, calm down. And Draco, fighting so quickly is a bad habit of yours. Why should I tell you this? I'm telling you the truth. Anyway, I'm glad Dahlia and Dahlia are safe. Whatever happens this year, we'll find out soon enough, so we'll be back. Goodbye, Dahlia and Dahlia." Personally, I wanted to stay here a little longer, and as a friend, I wanted to know why Dahlia was so worried about Christmas. But if I stayed here any longer, I would cause Dahlia and Dahlia more trouble. Thinking this, I reluctantly left them, but I still pulled the 2, who looked ready to draw their wands, and headed toward the compartment where I had been. Dahlia's perspective. Aside from some unnecessary interruptions that prevented me from interacting with Dahlia and my brother, the train itself ran very smoothly. Even with the changeable weather and heavy rain, it never interfered with the train's progress. The time when the sun completely disappeared behind the horizon, the Hogwarts Express finally slowed down, and judging by the arrival time at the station, it was right on schedule. Then we got off the train and, like last year, took a carriage drawn by invisible horses straight to Hogwarts Castle. Along the way, there would be no more Dementors like last year. Sirius Black had not yet been captured, but it must have been decided that a prisoner from Azkaban could not be left here for more than a year. Because of this, I thought I wouldn't need to show off my clumsy Patronus charm. Passing through the school gate with winged statues on both sides, the carriage slowly moved forward in the pouring rain, making it impossible to see more than a few meters ahead. The students got off the carriages parked in front of the main entrance, soaked to the bone, and scrambled through the huge oak doors into the castle. However, if we got wet in a place like this, my brother and Dahlia would catch a cold. I absolutely would not allow that to happen. "Dahlia, brother, please wait a moment. Impervious, make it waterproof." "Okay, that should do it. Thank you, Dahlia." As the only student using magic, he leisurely walked toward the door, watching the soaked students. The surrounding students looked at me with a hint of resentment, but I found it strange why students at a magic school hadn't thought of using magic in the first place. I confirmed that Crabbe and Goyle in the carriage behind me had arrived at the entrance, soaked through. I cast a spell to dry their clothes and then walked toward the Great Hall. As usual, the Great Hall was lavishly decorated, preparing for the upcoming feast. All the plates on the tables glittered gold, and hundreds of candles floated in the air, sparkling over the plates on the tables. We sat at one end of the table, the other end of the Slytherin house table. Of course, I didn't want the dampness to transfer to the soaked students, but also, "Mr. Malfoy, thank you for your support this year. Thank you for your support this year too." It was also because, if possible, I didn't want to have anything to do with anyone else. As always, the Slytherins greeted him with fear and respect, and the other houses gave him the same fearful and cautious expressions. This couldn't be a comfortable space. A few people looked at me with flushed faces, but there was no doubt they were dangerous. After all, I shouldn't be friends with anyone. Meanwhile, Dahlia, the only exception, spoke to him. "Speaking of which, I wonder who the defense against the dark arts professor is this year? I haven't seen him yet." When I walked into the crowded Great Hall, Dahlia must have noticed the slight shadow cast on my expressionless face. I answered while turning my head toward the professor's seats, my mood slightly uplifted. Apart from the seats of Professor McGonagall and Moriband, who seemed to be leading the first years, there was only one empty seat. The other seats were filled with professors I had seen before. There was no doubt that the subject to be taught by the absent professor was defense against the dark arts. What do you think? Or rather, they haven't found anyone who can be the professor this year. However, except for last year, that old bastard would forcefully fill the seat. As things stand, at least I don't think it can be worse than Professor Lockhart. Ah, yes, that's true. It was terrible. Just as the two of us were talking in low voices, students were already pouring into the great hall one after another. At first, no one wanted to sit around us, and we all sat in the front, close to the faculty seats. "Oh, Draco, you're on the edge like this again. Dahlia, it's been a while." When Parkinson and the other members of the SEER 28 faction sat next to us, the other students also began to sit around us. When everyone was finally gathered, "Poor things, didn't you think about lending me a towel?" The first years, as well as the upper years, were soaked and disheveled as they entered the great hall led by Professor McGonagall. Harry's perspective, the sorting went smoothly. Slytherin. With last year's first years having been chosen for Slytherin, all first-year students this year finally belonged to a house. The first-year student who had just been selected for Slytherin House walked towards Slytherin House with a big smile on his face. Did he really know that Slytherin House produced many dark wizards? Non-Slytherin students clapped half-heartedly, and even Fred and George snickered mockingly. The moment the sorting ended in such a subtle atmosphere, Dumbledore's long-awaited announcement finally began. "I only have 2 words to say to everyone, dig in." It was over in the blink of an eye. Food filled the golden plates that had been empty until now. Everyone was soaked and looked almost starved. Everyone reached out and bit into the food in front of them to warm their cold bodies. Then, forgetting the previous sorting, "Look, Dennis. Do you know who that person over there is? The one with black hair and glasses. That's Harry Potter, the one I told you about." Wow. As I tried my best to ignore Colin, who was sitting in the Gryffindor seats, he was introducing me to his younger brother, Dennis, who had also been sorted into Gryffindor this year. "I believe everyone is looking forward to this. I am truly envious. Being able to eat a hot meal is a privilege for us living people, but tonight, we are lucky to have a grand feast." Nearly headless Nick, the ghost of the Gryffindor dormitory, spoke to me with a hint of resentment. Ron, his mouth full of mashed potatoes, asked, "Nick, is something wrong?" "No, actually, Peeves wanted to make a fuss and join this feast, but of course, we couldn't let him in. It's his job to ruin the place." But Peeves was so angry about it that he started going crazy in the kitchen. Thanks to that, the house elves were completely terrified. What did you say? There are house elves here too." Peeves was still an annoying person, but even his story was a casual, everyday tale that made me feel like I was back at my beloved Hogwarts. I was listening to such an interesting story, feeling as if I were dreaming, but I suddenly turned my attention to a loud voice coming from beside me. Hermione looked as if she were overwhelmed by fear, freezing in place just as she was about to cut the stake in her hand. I then asked Nick, who was looking at her with a face as confused as mine, "Oh, are there really house elves here? I've never seen any." "Well, that proves you're a good house elf, and besides, you're usually in the kitchen during the day. I don't know why you're so surprised, but we have more elves here than in any other house in England." Nick replied casually, as if talking about the weather. However, Hermione seemed unsatisfied with his answer and continued, her face growing paler. "But they get paid, right? And surely they get holidays too, even they have workers' rights." This time, however, Nick seemed surprised by her words. "A day off work? House elves wouldn't want such a thing. That would be seen as an insult to a servant elf." Having said that, Nick flew away, leaving Hermione with a look of indignation. She put down her knife and fork and started pushing her plate away. It was obvious why she was doing this. When I spoke to Hermione, I tried not to provoke her. "Ha, Hermione, I know you're still angry about Winky, and I also wonder about Mr. Crouch's attitude. But even if you fast, you're still here. Elves don't get paid, nor do they get holidays. And this is Dumbledore's slave labor." However, my concern was in vain, as Hermione's words interrupted mine. "I can't believe it. This castle is serious, and Dumbledore thought it was fine. But this place isn't good either. This feast is also the result of slave labor. After all, it was just Dobby. But Dahlia Malfoy is just an exception." I don't know what kind of fantasy Hermione had about Dahlia Malfoy, but she probably overreacted to anything that deviated from her behavior, as she always considered her to be absolute. Why wasn't Dobby forced to perform the slave labor she described? Then, just as she had said, she stopped eating until even the desserts finally disappeared from the table. "I hope you all ate and drank well." Dumbledore, who shouldn't have known about her situation, shouted excitedly. Everyone except Hermione looked up happily at Dumbledore, as their stomachs were full and their clothes were starting to dry. Listening to the words of my most respected professor, I also felt somewhat dazed. "Yes, but first, I have bad news for you. This year's inter-house Quidditch competition has been cancelled. Until this moment, Dahlia's perspective. It finally arrived. Thinking this, the old man stood up. Why, then, shouldn't we avenge last year's insult? Ignoring the painful cries, he continued. I am disappointed too, and Professor McGonagall also seems disappointed about this, but this is an event that starts in October and will last until the end of this year, and you would put most of your energy into it. However, I believe everyone will enjoy this event more than Quidditch. Let us reveal it. This event is the Triwizard Tournament. As soon as Dumbledore made the announcement, the Great Hall erupted in an uproar. We, who had been informed beforehand by my strict, yet relaxed, father, did not know about this, and even the students who only now learned that this event would happen did not know about the Triwizard Tournament itself, though he seemed to know. The only ones who didn't know were the Muggle-born children. The old man carefully explained the game in a way they could easily understand. It is said that this competition began about 700 years ago with the aim of fostering friendly relations between the three great European wizarding schools, Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. Each school sends one representative champion, and the three will participate in 3 magical contests. It used to be hosted by the 3 schools every 5 years, but it was cancelled 4 centuries due to too many deaths. And this year, with the full cooperation of the Ministry of Magic, it will be held again. As the old man's explanation continued, the hall became even noisier. Everyone seemed to forget about Quidditch and was delighted at the prospect of representing Hogwarts. Then, however, as I said before, this event is extremely dangerous. Of course, the principals of the 3 participating schools and the Ministry of Magic intend to take sufficient safety measures, but this is not absolute. So this year, I wanted to set an age limit for the champions. Only students aged 17 and over can become candidates for the national team this year. As I said, the age limit was set by me personally. It is impossible for an ordinary wizard to outwit the judges who are closely watching them and making fair selections. Do not waste your efforts. Of course not. No, you don't know. I'll still show up. No matter how people talked about the age limit introduced this year, it wouldn't change anything. As for the Weasley pranksters, they were clearly affected by the old man's words, and they seemed even more furious about these restrictions. Everyone seemed to be talking about the event and having fun. However, I certainly wasn't eligible to participate in this event, and even if I could participate as the first champion, I had no desire to, let alone look forward to it, as my Christmas was being wasted because of this. More than this event, I was concerned about the defense against the dark arts teacher who had yet to appear. Ignoring the surrounding excitement, I just kept staring at the door on the side of the teacher's hall. I was looking forward to the arrival of a professor who might not be as excellent as last year's, but at least more useful than Mr. Lockhart. Students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang are scheduled to arrive at the school this October. On Halloween, 3 players will be selected to represent the school. Hey, there you are. We've been waiting for you, Alastair. Finally, he appeared. The door opened with a deafening clap of thunder, and a man with long, dark grey, horsemane-like hair walked in. He was covered in scars, his mouth was twisted as if it had been sliced open, and his nose looked like it had been chopped off. The students, who had been excited by the appearance of this seemingly restless man, silently watched him now. However, there was another reason why the students were staring at him. Because one of his eyes was the size of a coin, and regardless of the other eye, it kept rolling around incessantly. This was clearly not a normal eye. This was an appearance you could dream of once you saw him. In fact, several of them, including myself, recognized him. In the Great Hall, someone's voice rang out. Mad-Eye Moody. Regardless of what he was concealing, this man in front of them had once been an Auror who sent many criminals to Azkaban, and now he was a clearly paranoid troublemaker who had even made the front page of the morning paper today. Although I had never truly seen him, I knew of his existence. Of course, as a member of the House of Malfoy, I couldn't imagine him being someone I genuinely liked. How could I feel goodwill towards a person who was still trying to acquire evidence of my father's crimes? His combat experience must be rich, and his strength must be great, but that old scoundrel, he brought in a troublesome person. Alastair Moody, also known as Mad-Eye, walked in, causing me to worry that even if he was competent, I wouldn't be able to honestly enjoy defense against the dark arts. Now, let me introduce you to the new teacher of defense against the dark arts. He is Professor Moody. He was late this morning because he had some work to do, but I am glad he arrived there safely. After introducing the old man, he plopped down into his seat, leaving the students stunned by his aura and forgetting to applaud. My older brother next to me called out to me with a worried expression. "You were so serious last year, so I thought maybe this year would be fine too. I didn't expect an Auror to come. What a failure." Dahlia, are you okay? As long as I have secrets, I cannot let down my guard, not even with a professor. This is especially true for someone who is still targeting my father. I cannot show even the slightest weakness to an enemy. So, honestly, if you ask if I'm okay, I can only answer no. It's fine, I just need to be a little more careful than usual. His ability is decent, and as long as it's a student-teacher relationship, there shouldn't be any problems. To keep my brother from worrying further, I had to put on a brave face. I continued to stare at Mad Eye, feeling somewhat confused by the appearance of someone with such an unexpected background. I had thought this year was already very unlucky, and now there was this ambush. As I stared at him with these thoughts, I suddenly felt my gaze meet both his magical eye and his normal eye. We exchanged a brief glance. He only looked at me for a moment and didn't show any particular reaction. His gaze immediately shifted to the plate of sausages in front of him. However, for some reason, I thought that whether we were members of the House of Malfoy or an Auror, we would probably never understand each other, and we would never be friends. Auror is a position similar to the Ministry of Magic Security Force. Their scope of tasks is extensive. They need to capture dark wizards and protect VIPs and ordinary citizens from them. In any case, it is a demanding workplace where even those with average abilities can quickly lose their lives. Although it is a very popular profession, there are not many wizards capable of doing the job well. However, Professor Lupin might have been able to complete such a difficult task. I was sure of this. Although he was a professor who rated himself poorly, he might be one of the most talented people in this school. Such a good professor should not continue to be held in such low regard by society just because he is a werewolf. There is a difference between an easily manageable werewolf and a monster like me. I owe him so much that it is impossible for me to ignore his misfortune. To be honest, however, I do not really like the profession of Auror. Of course, everyone knows their duties are necessary. They are the best of the bunch, simply doing their job for the Ministry of Magic. However, since one of their duties is to capture my father, I cannot accept them. In fact, I think I even looked down on them to some extent until I thought of Professor Lupin. This recognition still existed. After thinking about Professor Lupin's excellent work as a defense against the dark arts professor, I simply recommended Aurors to him. Among all Aurors, Professor Lupin was special. Well, I don't really like Aurors, even though I would recommend it to Professor Lupin. Especially, you invited a very troublesome person into the castle, old man. Is he trying to stop me? No, that's too much. What are you going to do if I, too, become obsessed with paranoia? Is that it? Yesterday, the person named Alastair Moody was appointed to this school. He was probably the most famous Auror. In his battles against the former Dark Lord, he captured many dark wizards, though he lost an eye, a leg, and part of his nose. Aside from Potter, who defeated the Dark Lord, and Dumbledore, whom even the Dark Lord feared, he was the one who contributed the most to fighting the dark forces. This hasn't changed since his retirement from being an Auror. Unfortunately, even after retirement, he never stopped his attacks against dark wizards. Although he suffered from the paranoia instilled during the war, he never stopped fighting. He continued to oppose my father, not out of duty, but purely out of goodwill, kindness, justice, righteousness, and emotion. In other words, he, Alastair Moody, is absolutely your father's, the Malfoy family's, and my enemy. I have never met him face to face, let alone spoken to him. But from his history, there is no doubt that he is my enemy. Thinking of this year, I couldn't help but feel anxious. The difference from last year was too great. Moreover, if it were a difference in ability, I could still tolerate it. It might sound strange to say this, but ever since I got to know Lockhart's true self, I've developed a certain level of tolerance. However, just like last year, having someone I could openly talk to must have, to some extent, weakened my spirit. Professor Lupin never let go of his sense of caution, but he couldn't help but feel uneasy at the appearance of someone even more vigilant than Dumbledore. But still, it's fine, I just need to act as usual. Even Professor Snape used to be able to do this. Even if an Auror becomes a teacher, nothing will change. I just need to get through it. The morning of the first day at Hogwarts. The Slytherin house is located at the bottom of the lake, but even from there, one could see that the weather outside was clear. Despite the clear weather, I felt a bit dejected after waking up. Then, when I saw Dahlia's still sleeping face beside me, I regained a faint smile and said something to myself. What exactly am I afraid of? I just need to maintain an appropriate distance to protect my secrets. In other words, as usual, it should be fine. Even though he is an Auror, he is just a teacher. Even Dumbledore, despite his suspicions about me, never actively interfered except for the year before last. Even if there are some doubts, I can simply ignore them all. On the contrary, his abilities are the real deal. Since the other party is a teacher, I have a duty to learn magic from him. Given that, I must absorb his strength and strive for the Malfoy family to become even stronger in the future. I encouraged myself. Come on, Dahlia. Please wake up. Is it morning already? I woke up from a blissful sleep with a wrenching feeling in my heart. It wasn't until this afternoon that I realized he wasn't such a lovely person. Harry's POV. On the eve of the announcement of the Triwizard Tournament, a new teacher whose appearance was completely different from before. Both of these were sensational events that couldn't be forgotten overnight. This was evident from the state of the Great Hall the morning after. Everyone was still excited, talking about the Triwizard Tournament and the teachers. Dumbledore himself said he would handle the age issue, and he also said he would appoint a judge. I don't know what kind of countermeasures he plans to take. You know what? Anyway, all you have to do is dodge Dumbledore's magic. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm sure I can get a spot on the national team. But that new teacher, I can't believe he's Mad-Eye Moody. I heard he was crazy, but I don't know what kind of lessons he'll teach. Loud voices echoed around the breakfast table. Fred and George were already sitting at the edge of the Gryffindor table, discussing a mysterious potion called anti-aging potion. However, one person's expression was a bit different. While Ron and I were both talking about how to enter the competition and how great it would be if we won, he and I just silently ate our breakfast. His attitude was as if he had no interest in the Triwizard Tournament or Mad-Eye Moody. The hunger strike against House Elf labor seemed to have stopped. Ron spoke to Hermione, who was about to eat buttered toast. Oh, Hermione, did you stop protesting? Well, you must be hungry. You'd best stop doing such useless things. At one point, I was worried she would starve to death if she didn't eat, but he was probably teasing her, changing his attitude overnight despite her stubbornness. I felt both relief and mockery in Ron's words. However, Hermione ignored Ron's words and spoke resolutely. I'm not eating because I'm hungry. I've come up with a better way to assert my rights. After saying that, she didn't participate in the surrounding conversation until the very end, and after she finished eating. Well, I'll be going then. If I remember correctly, the morning class is care of magical creatures. I need to prepare, and, after class, I also spoke with Dahlia and Dahlia. I have something to say. That's what I wanted to tell you first. She began to utter such outrageous words, and, without waiting for us to speak, she quickly walked towards the Slytherin table. Ever since she started school, I thought she was an energetic girl who, once focused, couldn't see what was happening around her, but today she seemed to be paying no attention to her surroundings. I don't know what she would consult someone like Dahlia Malfoy about, but where did her trust come from? Ron and I bravely challenged the Slytherin seats. Why is a mudblood like you sitting at the Slytherin table? Go somewhere else. I have nothing to do with you, Parkinson. Sure enough, he looked at Hermione, who was being driven away by Pansy, Parkinson, and others, and muttered, I guess I won't be letting my guard down this year either. Yes, that's right. We must do our part. I don't think Hermione will be punished either. Despite our worries, Hermione only exchanged a few words with Dahlia Malfoy and others before leaving the Great Hall. Moreover, even though she was driven away, a joyful expression appeared on her face. Ron and I both sighed softly at the seemingly talented but somewhat incompetent Hermione. The first morning at Hogwarts began like this. Yes, though only one day, it was a day filled with endless events. Dahlia's POV. My first class of my 4th year at Hogwarts. Looking back at my years at Hogwarts, I feel like a lot has happened. Her friendship with Dahlia and her reconciliation with Hermione. Many things have happened. But even with all of this, I don't think I've regretted coming to Hogwarts many times. I think there are many great things about the courses here. Except for last year's defense against the dark arts, which was rubbish, all the other subjects were great. Yes, I have no regrets about the courses at Hogwarts. It should have been like this, but, hey, Draco, I'm really regretting entering this school for the first time right now. Ah, what a coincidence. Me too. Draco and I are feeling a lot of regret right now. After hearing Hermione's request, Dahlia and I parted ways and went to the Care of Magical Creatures class with Draco, but the creatures taught in our unforgettable first class of 4th year were simply too outrageous. Now, countless monsters right before the eyes of us students. It looked like a shelled, mutated lobster. Legs grew freely from its pale, slimy body, and sparks occasionally flew from what looked like a tail. No matter how you looked at it, it couldn't possibly be a serious creature. Just as the students were speechless at such a monster, moribund, who continued to be their teacher this year, let out a joyful shout. What do you think? Isn't it wonderful? These are newly hatched blast-ended scroots. They are a new creature. There's still so much we don't understand. I'm going to make them into whatever we want. We can practice together. At this moment, not only today, but even this year's classes became hopeless. Sure enough, even the Gryffindor students who defended Moribund were speechless. Moreover, although it's that word, what does it mean? Although Draco mocked the forest guardian as usual, the Gryffindors, including Potter, said nothing, which made the situation quite serious. After a moment of silence, Moribund directly answered Draco. Malfoy, that's for the next class. Today we're just going to feed them. Now, everyone try different things. Even I, who hatched them, don't know what they'll eat. I've prepared a lot of things, so try them one by one. From then on, a year-long period of despair began. That seemingly short but long and desperate morning ended like this. When we arrived there, we all looked haggard. Finally, we tried various methods and found that the blast-ended scroots had poisonous stingers on their bodies, and those without stingers had blood-sucking suckers. I thought Dahlia, who likes strange things and obviously dangerous creatures like herself, would like it, but it's impossible for her to like us, who actually had our blood sucked by them. After all, their favorite food was our fingers. As everyone maintained a gloomy silence, Draco raised his voice, full of despair. I'm finally starting to wonder why we have to raise these things. They burn us, sting us, bite us. They just look like that. They can't even make good pets. I don't know, but I know what Dahlia would say. Now, let's heal our wounds as quickly as possible. I no longer had the strength to answer. Before I realized it, Hermione had already walked up beside me. We should kill him now, before he grows up and attacks us. That's what I whispered to myself. Since she was the only one who could protect Moribund, there was no other way. But Hermione's story didn't end there. From the moment she secretly approached me, I knew she might have something to do with me. She spoke to me as if she no longer cared about Moribund's class. Dahlia, do you remember what I asked you to do at breakfast? She was talking about what happened this morning. I responded with a wry smile to my serious friend. Yes, I remember. You two had something to discuss, right? Pansy and the others were in the way then, so we could only say we'd meet, but as soon as lunch is over, you can go to the storeroom. It's right next to the Great Hall, isn't it? Yes, with Dahlia. Please. Her voice was extremely low, perhaps to avoid disturbing those around her. Otherwise, just like in the morning, Slytherin. Hey, Hermione, what are you talking about with green grass again? You did this again this morning, Hermione. Why do you always? I guess she thought her nosy friends would bother her. This judgment was not wrong. The Potter family seemed to think I was going to attack Hermione, and they noticed my conversation with her and immediately interrupted. However, just to confirm, she interrupted Weasley, who was about to speak to Potter. Nothing. Well, Dahlia, please do this. I'm leaving first. Come on, Harry, Ron. Let's go to lunch. I'm starving. I started walking towards the castle with Sasha. After Hermione left, and Potter and the others followed her, Draco, still feeling exhausted from class, muttered to himself. I don't know what you like about him, but this is really painful. It was the same this morning, but the Slytherins aren't the only ones getting in your way. No, that's because the Gryffindors are barbarians. After a few seconds of silence, he mumbled something, as if trying to squeeze something out. This afternoon, I will save my time, my money, my savings. But I can't always do everything. I must let him know this too. Just do a little better. Hermione's POV. After lunch, I opened the storeroom door next to the hall. There were two people inside. Dahlia and Dahlia were already casually sitting on chairs, chatting, looking very relaxed. I was the one who invited them, but I was late. I said, hurriedly closing the door. I'm so sorry. It took me a while to separate the two of you. Draco and the others talked to them, so things were resolved, but it's not important now. I'm so sorry, I made you wait. However, Dahlia, who stood beside Dahlia, maintained her usual inscrutable expression, seemingly not paying much attention to my words, and replied in a bright tone. No, it's fine. We just got here too, right, Dahlia? Yes, as Dahlia said, we just arrived. But why did you need to consult with me? See, Dahlia says so too, so it's fine. Although it's good that I managed to do something this time, maybe next time we should figure out a way to communicate. Perhaps I'll post. But I don't think any of us own our own owls. Under Dahlia's kind consideration, I replied, almost in tears. Yes, that's true. I will figure something out next time. Thank you, Dahlia. And Dahlia, Indeed, this sort of thing always happens, but whenever Harry and the others are around Dahlia, especially Draco, they always start arguments. Excluding Draco, if possible, I hope Harry and his friends can get along with Dahlia and Dahlia, but it might be too soon now. To avoid offending Dahlia and her group, I decided not to make plans with them in front of Harry and his friends for the time being. Just as I made this decision, Dahlia spoke. So, can you tell me why not only Dahlia but also I was called here? Personally, I want to go to my brother as soon as possible. Hearing Dahlia's voice, as emotionless as her expression, I realized that even if Harry and his friends weren't present, the outcome would be the same if I messed around like this, so I focused and went straight to the point. Oh, right, lunchtime is limited, so let's get straight to the point. Hey, Dahlia, what are your thoughts on the treatment of house elves? Personally, I thought this was a completely unrelated topic, suddenly bringing up the story of a servant house elf. Sure enough, both of them, or rather, Dahlia's expression, had turned to confusion. Dahlia remained expressionless, but the atmosphere became confused. I will continue to support these women. I think it's strange no matter how you look at it. You both saw how that official named Crouch treated Winky, and yet, the other officials didn't complain about that attitude. I'm not saying this is the common way the wizarding world treats servant house elves. Even though they have thoughts and minds, it's like they are objects. That is absolutely wrong. That is the reason. I think we must change. As a Muggle-born, I hope you two know what we should do starting now. For a moment, the storehouse was filled with an eerie silence. However, despite this being such a far-fetched topic, Dahlia and the others were considering it seriously. If I had told Ron and his friends, they would have just laughed at me. As proof, Dahlia quietly spoke, her voice devoid of mockery. But I understand your thoughts. Indeed, your topic is just a joke to most wizards, and perhaps you were laughed at even in Gryffindor. In that case, it makes sense that you are trying to talk to acquaintances from other houses. I imagine the result would be the same in other houses. But, first, I want to ask you, why are you discussing this with Dahlia and me? We are residents of the wizarding world from birth, and I think it's not strange that we might share the same views as Mr. Crouch. The first question was a bit difficult for me to answer. Was it really okay to talk about him in front of her? Being separated from him must have been very painful for her. I wondered if I should delete those memories again. It was precisely because I was unsure about this that I was reluctant to mention his name, even during Quidditch matches. Was it really appropriate to say his name here? But perhaps sensing this hesitation, Dahlia said, "Ah, I see. I think this is what you mean. Come to think of it, Hermione is here too." After muttering a few words, she simply said the name. Dahlia, maybe, but I think Hermione is talking about Dobby. When I came back from the Chamber of Secrets, I noticed how good you were to Dobby. She was watching too. If you look at that, you will know Dahlia doesn't treat servant house elves roughly. I see. Is that what you meant? Indeed, Dahlia's words were true, but was it really okay to mention it so casually? After returning from the Chamber of Secrets, Dahlia had to part with Dobby due to Harry's plot. Dahlia was angry at the time, and when it came to the actual goodbye, she looked so sad that even I could tell. I was worried that the incident must have traumatized her, but for some reason, Dahlia's reaction was surprisingly simple. Of course, her expression was somewhat sad and emotionless, but it wasn't as intense as I had imagined. What exactly did this mean? Dahlia answered my question again in a simple tone. Come to think of it, I didn't tell Hermione. In fact, Dobby seems to be working at Hogwarts now. He is certainly no longer the house elf of the House of Malfoy, but he never told Dahlia. That doesn't mean he is no longer part of the family. The proof is that Dobby still cooks for Dahlia. I don't know where the kitchen is, so I haven't seen him yet. That's why you are right there. Don't worry, right, Dahlia? Yes. Moreover, I was the one who tried to cast Dobby away. Potter might have been the catalyst, but I was the one who ultimately pushed him. You, who were present, don't need to worry about it first. Is this what you were worried about? This was wonderful news. I felt refreshed, as if something stuck like a small bone had finally been released. I thought Dahlia and Dobby had parted ways, but what I didn't know was that Dobby had never left Dahlia. This fact made me so happy that tears naturally streamed down my eyes without me realizing it. But I didn't have time to talk about this now. I simply wiped my tears lightly and continued, while the two of them looked surprised that I had suddenly cried. Dahlia is right. Before meeting Winky, I had only seen Dobby as a servant house elf. He was very close to Dahlia, and Dahlia treated him as her real family. In my opinion, he truly is. That's right. No matter what others say, he is my irreplaceable kin. Exactly. That's why I thought this was a normal relationship, but that's not the case. The relationship between you and Dobby is not typical in the wizarding world. I think I must make a change. I cannot let the past continue forever just because it has always been this way, but I cannot change the wizarding world alone. That is why I think I need friends, and first, those who treat servant house elves very carefully, well, those who are the first to trust and rely on them. I was considering talking to you ladies. I took a piece of parchment from my pocket. He took out a piece of paper and held it up so the girls could see it. This was something I had stayed up late writing last night. At the top, SPEW, what I wanted the two of them to see most was written on it. The short-term goals of this society are, first, to protect abused house elves, and then to fight for fair wages and working conditions for house elves. The long-term goals are, we must adapt not only to house elves but also to other magical creatures. We will lift the ban on magical creatures using wands, just as the officials said at the time. We will treat creatures based on the idea that they have minds and hearts, just like us. What do you think of this proposal I'm pushing? However, the reactions of the two were somewhat strange. First, Dahlia. Yes, I completely agree with the long-term goal. The ban on magical creatures using wands is truly ridiculous. I can't even comprehend it. But what about the latter half of the short-term goal? I glanced at Dahlia, who only agreed with my long-term goals. I hadn't expected Dahlia to object to my long-term goal, but I hadn't expected her to object to my short-term goal. Speaking of Dahlia, she was just silent, not speaking, making a thoughtful gesture. She was sure this wasn't something she could fully support. Then, she asked me a question in a calm tone. I also think the long-term goal is excellent, and I agree with protecting those servant house elves who are nearly abused. However, I have one question for you, Mr. Granger. Have you talked to the house elves? No, the only one I've talked to is Winky, and that was only for a few seconds, so I can't say I've ever talked to her. I see, I understand. After saying that, she fell silent again, seemingly deep in thought. I didn't know what their object irons were about, so I waited for Dahlia to speak, feeling somewhat nervous. But what she started saying again was, "Are you asking me to join this SPEW? Yes, I understand. I think I can join this meeting as well. I can only lend you my name, but I am willing to offer what help I can. What do you intend to do with Dahlia? If Dahlia is participating, then I will participate too." Despite her attitude, she simply agreed. I asked somewhat doubtfully, "Are you sure?" Dahlia too, but she doesn't seem to fully agree with my perspective. But her answer was the same. Furthermore, well, that's just a minor detail, but that issue might be corrected while you are still active. I don't think there's any practical point in mentioning it now. No, I think this idea of yours is great. Some people find it strange, but not many try to realize it in any way. Even starting from scratch, you are trying to do it. You must be a very kind person. The way she said that made me feel very awkward. If someone said something like that to me, I would be speechless. Dahlia also looked at Dahlia and me with a somewhat cold gaze. My face must have been very red. Judging by this reaction, Dahlia must have realized what she had said, and her face turned blank, seemingly a little embarrassed. Well, who you are doesn't matter. As usual, she ended her statement by dismissing me. I thought at this moment, Dahlia said I was a kind person, but this child is truly kind. Dahlia and Dahlia. Although they are Slytherins, these girls possess boundless kindness. Without a doubt, the term kind person actually refers to them. Perhaps that was the reason. Because of what happened next, my heart ached even more. Draco's perspective. The topic could be anything. He just needed to get the attention of Potter and Weasley. It would be great if those two didn't mind Granger's absence, so Dahlia could spend some quiet time with her potential new friends. This was my only wish to begin with. That is why. Hey, Draco, I just got this article. Look here, it talks about Weasley's father. He thought the item Pansy brought was an article. After that, things moved quickly. By the time Pansy brought the article, Dahlia and Dahlia had already finished eating, and Granger was already sitting at the Gryffindor table. I stood up without hesitation. Dahlia, go to the agreed spot first, you and Dahlia. I still have something to deal with regarding Potter and his friends. I understand, brother. Fight in moderation. Chapter 133, Unforgivable Curse. He called Dahlia and put the plan into action. I hadn't even considered how the other party would react to the article. I approached Miss Granger with the Slytherins. She had just finished eating and was about to leave, surrounded by Potter and the others. He walked between Miss Granger and Potter, who had just appeared in the hallway. Weasley, hey, look at this. I held up the article in my hand as if to show it to Weasley. This way, based on the content of the article, Weasley wouldn't be able to ignore me. The strategy worked. Miss Granger probably felt she couldn't be late for her date with Dahlia and the others, but at the same time, she felt she couldn't bring Potter and the others along. Perhaps finding it convenient, she quietly left, looking at Potter and the others with some concern. This way, my time with Dahlia, and Miss Granger wouldn't be disturbed. To be honest, my goal was pretty much achieved at this point. However, it would be uncool to back down without doing anything, and if I let them go, they might start looking for Miss Granger again. So I continued to show Weasley the contents of the article. Malfoy, what is that for, anyway? What? Your father's in the newspaper, so I thought I'd show you too. I read the article aloud so that not only Weasley but also Potter next to me and everyone else in the room could hear it. Yesterday, Weasley's father went to the Ministry of Magic regarding Mad-Eye Moody and released him with almost no charges. Mad-Eye was clearly suffering from paranoia, and Arthur Weasley made the foolish decision not to consider Mad-Eye, even though he might cause trouble for the public in the future. In addition, the article included a photo of Weasley's mother, desperately trying to drive away reporters at what appeared to be a house. After I finished reading the article about Arthur Weasley, I spoke to the angry Weasley in front of me. Is that house in the picture yours? Those dog kennels might be built better, and I think your mom should lose some weight. By this point, there was little left in my mind regarding Dahlia. My role was merely to keep their attention here. Dealing with the Weasley family was just like this. That's why I continued to tease Dahlia, just to vent my daily frustration with her disgusting gaze. But the next moment, get lost, Malfoy. No, not yet. Yes, Potter. By the way, you also spent the summer at these guys' house, right? So tell me, is Weasley's mom really that fat? How about your mom saying that, Malfoy? Potter's unexpected counterattack left me blank. Although I had been teasing the other party's mother, my mind was instantly filled with anger. This guy was mocking my mother, who loved me and Dahlia very much. As I was overwhelmed by this anger, Potter continued, I also saw your mom at the Quidditch World Cup. What was that expression on her face? She looked like she was sniffing something. Your mom has poop under her nose. Do you? She doesn't look much like your sister, but her expression is pretty similar. This was all I could bear. Unconsciously, I pulled out my wand, trying to cast a spell on Potter, but due to the sudden movement, he was still at a loss. But, coward, I can't tolerate this. That would never happen. When I heard loud noises around me, I lowered my wand, and unconsciously, my perspective had become extremely vile and ugly. What on earth happened? As I was wondering, a clicking sound came from the silent hallway. When I looked up towards the sound, I saw Mad-Eye Moody, who had just arrived at Hogwarts yesterday and was mentioned in the previous article. Then he came next to Potter, looked down at me with both eyes, and then called Potter. Were you hit? No, Professor. I couldn't understand the situation. What was going on? Why was my vision so low? This question would be answered in the next moment. At first, I thought I was just lying on the ground, but when I tried to stand up, it happened. Don't let him run away. You coward. It's despicable to attack an opponent who isn't ready with a wand. I'll break your guts. Moody suddenly shouted, then he held his wand at me and began magically bouncing me up and down. He slammed it to the ground again and again, using the recoil to send it flying into the air again, then slamming it back to the ground. As I was struck by intense pain, I saw my limbs become very short and covered in white fur. I had turned into another creature. However, even if I realized this fact, my situation would not change. I could hear everyone around me laughing, including Potter, who was probably enjoying the sight of me being transfigured and slammed to the ground again and again. And Moody, Dahlia and Miss Granger stood there, looking confused. Dahlia was right there, staring at them, her usually beautiful pale golden eyes turning an ominous red, almost like blood. I said some things to Miss Granger that shouldn't be said again. After leaving the storage room with such an awkward feeling, the first thing I saw was the mysterious scene of Mad-Eye repeatedly slamming a white weasel to the ground, while the surrounding students watched and laughed. At first, I didn't understand what was happening. Why was this new teacher mercilessly hitting a white ferret? You coward, don't do such things again. I wonder if the surrounding students liked this scene? It was no secret that Mad-Eye was crazy, but why were his students acting equally baffling? I only saw their heads becoming comical. Dahlia and Miss Granger next to me also looked at the mysterious group with puzzled eyes. But as I approached them, occupying the center of the hallway, I saw something. Near the white weasel, which was repeatedly slammed to the ground, lay a newspaper article. Undoubtedly, this was the one Lord Onyusama had just possessed. Upon closer inspection, there were still some strange things. Among the students who were constantly laughing, there were also some who looked at each other. And, they were all people I knew. Goyle spoke to Crabbe. Then Millicent Bulstrode went to Parkinson, and Parkinson handed the article to his brother. These were members I often worked with. Meanwhile, my brother, who should have been there, was missing. Thinking about it this way, I understood everything that was happening here. That white weasel was my brother, and now, that brother was exposed by Moody, and laughter erupted from the dormitory next door. They were beaten to the ground again and again, while others mocked them. When I realized this, my sanity was instantly destroyed. It no longer mattered that the old man Moody had his weaknesses. My first feeling was pure murderous intent. I just thought I had to torment these insects and kill them. "What on earth are you doing?" A cold voice unconsciously leaked from my mouth. At this moment, the students who had been laughing, and Mad-Eye, and Dahlia and the others next to me, all looked at me with terrified eyes, but it didn't matter. I must kill these guys, and I cannot fail, I declared, and as everyone looked at me with fear, I felt a sense of responsibility, and I began to feel a hint of pleasure, because I could now kill them after tormenting them. "Please don't think you will die easily, everyone." And I pushed Dahlia and the others behind me, who still couldn't keep up with the situation. Compass, lock me up. There was no escape for the fools. Now all the stages were set, a stage full of joy, happiness, and murder. The first person to react to the change in environment was the new teacher. I didn't experience too much confusion. As the students looked at me in horror, I threw my brother aside, as if saying I had no time to worry, and pointed my wand at me. I didn't realize that this action itself made me even more angry. "I can't believe you used such dark arts. What are you planning to do, little one?" "No, I know about you too. You are Dahlia Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy's. Nothing wrong. As a daughter, you look down on that person, someone like you can't be a serious wizard." I told Dumbledore, "I understand. But I'm not afraid of little girls like you. Not a Malfoy girl like you, and this kid too. I'm afraid of this guy's guts, to make a comeback." He tried to tell me something, but what he said didn't matter. Once he hurt my brother, he became worthless. Just as I was thrown aside, I grabbed the weasel, Lord Ghost, who had run over, and I whispered to the frantically pleading Lord Ghost, "It's okay, Lord Brother. I don't care why these guys did this. Rest assured, I will make them regret it to death and then I will kill them." At that moment, I didn't know what kind of expression I was showing. Dahlia's perspective. By the time my mind finally started to catch up with what was happening, it was too late. Inside the transparent cage, Dahlia, holding the white weasel, raised her wand with astonishing speed. Ickenough, kneel. Everyone except Moody fell to the ground. Everyone looked pained, as if a huge weight was pressing on their backs. What's more, Moody seemed to have no magic at all. He knelt on one knee, as if enduring something, raised his voice, his scarred face contorted in pain. "I can't believe you would use such powerful magic. It seems I can't ignore you after all. Break this spell now." Towards the end, Moody's voice grew louder. However, it was impossible for Dahlia to be intimidated by the words of such a person. Insects, if their magic was a little weaker, they wouldn't suffer so much. After all, no matter how strong a fool is, they are still a fool. As expected, he muttered to himself in an extremely cold voice. It was only when I got here that I fully understood the situation. It was the same as that time when I killed all the pixies in Lockhart's first-class cabin. From Dahlia's reaction, there was no doubt that the white ferret was Draco. If that was the case, why would Dahlia be so angry because Draco was injured? The difference from last time was that the opponents were pixies, but this time they were humans. When I realized this fact, I started running, thinking I had to stop Dahlia. Hermione was on this side of the wall with me. "Dahlia, Dahlia, what on earth happened? Oh, is that weasel really Draco?" But, even if you say so, he still seemed confused by Dahlia's change, but he didn't have time to explain Dahlia's current situation to her. If Dahlia was stopped now, she would definitely regret it. In front of me was the magic wall Dahlia had set up earlier, and I only took a few steps, but I hit the wall with all my strength, my hands almost bleeding, and I screamed from behind. "Dahlia, don't do this. I've already told you. Calm down, take a deep breath." However, Dahlia's reaction was not positive. Before, Dahlia's sanity would disappear like this, but I always jumped on her to stop her. This time it was impossible. I thought my voice was not enough to stop her from acting. Although my screams continued, my voice was as cold as ever. "Then die painfully as you wish. Patamba, open your wounds." This time, he cast a decisive spell on Moody. Although he slightly resisted Dahlia's first spell, this did not change the fact that he could not move. Struck by Dahlia's spell, which he had never heard of, all the wounds on his body suddenly split open. You, he, ha 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 ha. Does it hurt? No, it must hurt. But you hurt your brother. This is what you deserve. It's not enough. This spell only opened the wounds. It's far from real pain. So please suffer a little more. Make me feel better. A spectacular sight unfolded before you. As Mad-Eye Moody bled all over, Dahlia laughed as if she was enjoying his pain. Moreover, despite all she was doing, Dahlia showed no signs of stopping, and no one was able to stop her. The students lying on the ground could do nothing but turn pale, as if they thought Moody's current state would be their own next. So if you can stop Dahlia. Okay, we're moving on to the next one. Brother, why are you stopping me? The one in her arms was none other than Draco. The white ferret, who had been desperately trying to attract Dahlia's attention with gestures, suddenly tapped its cane, drawing her notice. Even Dahlia, who had completely lost her mind, had to shift her focus when the cane's movement changed. With a voice that had recovered some sanity, I asked Draco, what are you doing? Reinforcements had finally arrived, seemingly capable of controlling the situation. When I turned toward the voice, Professor McGonagall was there. The professor, who had just come down the stairs, went pale upon seeing the immediately abnormal scene, and continued speaking. Mr. Moody, what happened to those injuries? Oh, and this spell Miss Malfoy, did you do this? Stop that spell immediately. Do it now. Dahlia, facing Moody for the first time, turned around, and the expression I saw was the same as the one she had earlier. Hermione's perspective. Professor McGonagall, who had just come down, looked surprised and even a little scared. She stopped and looked at Dahlia's face, and Dahlia was looking back at her. The intimidating aura that had been present earlier was gone, but perhaps that was the case, because although Dahlia had just created such a scene, she was not expressionless. Instead, she was smiling. Moreover, it was not just a normal smile, but a smile that made the onlookers tremble. A cruel smile. A smile that made one feel she couldn't help but enjoy harming others. Her eyes were not their usual pale gold, but bright red, and her gaze was clearly distorted by amusement. Professor McGonagall and all the students, including myself, were frozen by that fierce smile, as if unable to move. Meanwhile, what was happening was, Dahlia, please, stop. Only Draco struck Dahlia's wand, and Dahlia seemed to instantly understand the situation. Draco desperately tried to knock Dahlia's wand down further, while Dahlia continued to frantically tap the magical wall. Dahlia probably thought that since her attention had now shifted from Professor Moody to Professor McGonagall, she had a chance to stop her. And this judgment was not wrong. Dahlia glared at Professor McGonagall, who had interrupted her, for a few seconds, but then she seemed to finally recognize the situation. I understand. Finite incantatem. After muttering a few words, she cancelled the spell. The smile was gone from her face, replaced by her usual expressionless demeanor. Only her eyes remained slightly red. Dahlia, yes, it's okay. Dahlia, I understand everything. No matter what happens, I will stand by Dahlia. By cancelling the spell, the magical wall also disappeared. Just then, Dahlia jumped onto Dahlia, and the two whispered something to each other. The surrounding students who had been lying on the ground slowly stood up, though their faces were pale. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall rushed toward the bleeding Professor Moody, clearly wary of Dahlia. Professor Moody, are you all right? Are you injured? Go to the infirmary immediately. We will hear the circumstances there. Miss Malfoy, you cannot come with us either. Well, there's no need for that. It looks flashy, but the injuries are not serious. The wounds themselves are shallow. I will heal you myself with my own medicine later. However, Professor Moody interrupted Professor McGonagall and continued, glaring past the white ferret at the embracing Dahlia and Dahlia. You did well, little girl. I didn't expect a little girl like you could do so well. It seems you need to work harder. Tension filled the hallway again. If left unchecked, the professor looked like he might turn Dahlia into a ferret, and although Dahlia was holding Dahlia, Dahlia was glaring back at the professor. If Dahlia hadn't desperately held onto her to stop her, there was an atmosphere suggesting Dahlia might unleash a spell again. The surrounding students let out faint screams and backed away. Professor McGonagall slowly reached for her wand as she asked, Professor Moody, can you explain the situation? It appears to me that Miss Malfoy was unilaterally attacking you and the students. Is that your understanding? Too bad. I was stunned while training the little girl's brother. Just then, Dahlia, who had been reassuringly holding Dahlia, spoke up. No, this shouldn't be Dahlia's fault. What kind of education is that? That wasn't education at all. You were just hurting Draco, and they were just laughing at it. No wonder Dahlia got angry. I just did something. Miss Greengrass, what do you mean? Did Professor Moody harm Mr. Malfoy? Where exactly is he? In response to Professor McGonagall's question, Dahlia held out Draco, who had been turned into a white ferret. Then, seeing the somewhat limp ferret, the professor's face showed surprise, and she continued speaking. Oh, impossible. Are you saying this is Mr. Malfoy? That's right. He turned Draco into a ferret and kept slamming him onto the ground. Even if you weren't Dahlia, you would be angry about that. Oh, I see. Moody, what are you doing? Professor McGonagall panicked, pointing her wand at Draco, not even noticing that Dahlia had called Professor Moody that guy due to the severity of the situation. Then, the next moment, Draco, who had been the white ferret, appeared. He stood up immediately, his smooth blonde hair falling around him, and his usually pale face was flushed red. However, normally he would have loudly cursed Professor Moody for putting him through this, but he only glanced back at Dahlia and raised his voice. Dahlia, calm down. I'm safe. It hurts a bit, but the injuries themselves aren't serious. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall's words to Professor Moody continued. Professor McGonagall loudly continued, unconsciously referring to him simply as Moody. Moody, Dumbledore must have told you, we never use transfiguration as punishment at this school. We only punish those in detention. Otherwise, the dean would only speak to the students. I heard something like that. However, Professor Moody's response was not very enthusiastic. It was clearly a hollow reply. The professor merely looked thoughtfully at Dahlia, not paying much attention to Professor McGonagall's words. Professor McGonagall frowned slightly at Professor Moody's reaction, but she said that this was not the only issue at the moment, and then turned to Dahlia. I will have the principal speak with you about this again. Now, Miss Malfoy, I understand the general sequence of events, and the instruction Mr. Moody provided may have been inappropriate. However, that does not give you reason to attack a professor or the surrounding students. The professor said the injuries were shallow, but this clearly involved the dark arts. Please calm down and tell me. Please come with me. I will also call Professor Snape and Dumbledore to speak, if you do not quietly follow me. Saying this, the professor placed her hand on her wand, speaking to Dahlia and requesting her to indicate the next step. She no longer had the demeanor of speaking to a student, and that attitude was, What? What are you saying, Professor McGonagall? There is nothing wrong with Dahlia. Fine, I might have just opened that wound, but that was because he hurt Draco. If you are going to take anyone away, it should be him. Exactly. My father won't keep quiet about this. How can you make a fair judgment against a selfish bastard like Dumbledore? Save yourself, idiot. Even if Dahlia and Draco protested, nothing would change. Silence, Miss Greengrass, Mr. Malfoy. Ultimately, Principal Dumbledore will decide whether Miss Malfoy stays or leaves. Now, Miss Malfoy, come with me. Mr. Moody will be well taken care of in his room. Then we will proceed immediately to the headmaster's office. Everyone held their breath, daring not to move. As the students stood there pale, Professor McGonagall stood glaring at Dahlia, while Draco and Dahlia stood as if protecting Dahlia. Then things finally began to happen. I understand. I cannot cause the House of Malfoy any more trouble. This is my personal matter, and if my brother is unaffected, I will quietly go to see the principal. Just then, Dahlia agreed, her voice sounding less distraught than before. Professor McGonagall must have considered the possibility of Dahlia not following her. She looked visibly relieved and gestured for Dahlia to follow. At the same time, Draco and the others, still seemingly unconvinced, raised their voices. Dahlia, are you really going? Because Dahlia didn't do anything wrong. That's right, you don't have to do what these people say. No, brother, Dahlia. Regardless of the reason, it is a fact that I attacked a professor. I cannot fight here anymore and bring any more trouble to the House of Malfoy. But Dahlia's perspective remained unchanged. Draco and the others must have sensed Dahlia's determination, because they stopped speaking. After a moment of silence, Draco took a different approach. I understand, but I will go with you. I am the victim, and I must explain the situation. Right, Professor McGonagall? Yes. Then, Mr. Malfoy, please come with me. If Dahlia and Professor McGonagall could not change their minds, their strategy was to choose the option that caused the least damage. Draco's plan seemed better than expected. Even from a bystander's perspective, it was obvious that he was only telling Dahlia what was convenient for her, but Professor McGonagall probably could not give any reason for him not to follow. but Draco seemed to have no other purpose besides this. Me too. No need. You stay here. It's enough if I explain the situation. Besides, you still have things to do, right? He did not allow Dahlia. Dahlia seemed even more protective of Dahlia than he was, to accompany him. Draco interrupted Dahlia and spoke to her in a calm tone. It's all right. Dahlia will definitely return. Don't criticize the Malfoy family, and try not to let Dahlia feel uncomfortable when she gets back. And, Onyu-sama, what is going on, Onyu-sama? Don't make me say it again, Dahlia. Well, Professor McGonagall, can we go now? Then, come with me. Without allowing Dahlia to object, he left this time, following Professor McGonagall and Dahlia. What remained was, what should we do? You might know that she doesn't need you to worry about her. Dahlia lowered her head on the spot, looking helpless. The surrounding students' faces were as pale as ever, and although I knew Dahlia's kindness, I, the only one who called herself her friend, was completely surprised by her change and unable to take any concrete action, much less raise my voice. I knew it. No, I thought I knew. I knew about her slaughtering pixies, and I had heard about her smile many times from Harry. Not the smile she showed in Hogsmeade last year, but the kind of smile that seemed to take pleasure in hurting others. But I only just learned it. I never understood, and I always refused to understand. Therefore, even though I knew she was a kind person, when her other side was exposed, I was unable to act immediately. Then, Miss Malfoy, please come to my laboratory later. Yes, I apologize. After Dahlia's polite but somewhat cold greeting, she and Draco left the headmaster's office. Then, accompanied by the sound of the door closing, an eerie silence fell over the headmaster's office. Everyone in the room stared at me, as if pleading for something. Nobody was satisfied with my decision except for Severus, who had decided the punishment. And it seemed my prediction was not wrong. Headmaster Dumbledore, are you truly satisfied with such a light punishment? The details of the punishment are Professor Snape's authority, but she did such a thing. Principal, you can understand, right? She used the dark arts on a person. Normally, that would send her straight to Azkaban, not just expulsion, but she can just clean his room. That punishment is too light. After a moment, Minerva said this in a slightly accusatory tone, but her objection alone could not change my conclusion. I responded to her with a smile. That being said, Professor McGonagall, indeed, her actions this time are inexcusable. However, Professor Moody was the reason she did those things in the first place. So, Alastair, I think I mentioned it yesterday, but corporal punishment is forbidden at this school. Of course, the use of transfiguration is also forbidden. This time, I can say we are also at fault. So, why expel her? That is truly too much. Well, I think just a cleanup is too light a punishment. However, Professor Snape has the right to punish boarders, and I cannot say otherwise. That is a natural decision. Indeed, but, Severus's face inexplicably showed a triumphant expression, while Alastair, who was recovering in the room, and Minerva, who had asked me the question, both had twisted expressions upon hearing my reply. It was clear from the fire that I was not satisfied with my own answer. However, I had no intention of changing my conclusion. Of course, there was a reason I told Minerva, but there were also political, administrative, and economic reasons why I could not expel Dahlia now. Lord Voldemort is currently regaining his strength. Although he is far from fully recovered, he seems to have moved beyond a state of complete powerlessness. The dark mark appearing on Severus's arm proves this, and the actions of the Death Eaters have suddenly become more active. The dark mark at the Quidditch World Cup and Karkaroff's stubborn refusal of the Triwizard Tournament request are the best proof of this. Oh, what Severus and I don't know is that something bad is happening on the other side of the world. What would happen if Dahlia were expelled from Hogwarts at this time? For this case. But Headmaster Dumbledore, she must have been smiling at the time, wasn't she? The injury might have been Professor Moody's doing, but I don't think she likes using that as an excuse to hurt others. It seems she wasn't just there because you are the only one who knows that side of her, so you were so wary of her the year before last. Mosquitoes? This was enough to increase my anxiety. I listened to Professor McGonagall's further objections while thinking, what if we expelled Dahlia now? The answer is simple. She would definitely go to visit Lord Voldemort, who is hiding somewhere. Even if not, when he revives one day, I will become his vanguard. Even with a bit of a surprise attack, she has the ability to completely defeat Alastair. The second year, he seemed to be suppressed by Severus, but this incident proved that when he used dark arts, this was not the case. Alastair is one of the most powerful people in the Order of the Phoenix. If she already has the ability to defeat him, she will definitely become a threat to us. If she is at Hogwarts, we can monitor her, but once she is expelled, that no longer applies. Even if he were imprisoned in Azkaban, given that Alastor was likely at fault in this incident, Lucius would surely rescue him again. Or he would be released by Lord Voldemort, who embraces Dementors. Either way, the outcome would not be good. In the upcoming battle with Lord Voldemort, I can never let Dahlia out of my sight. But I am sure I cannot say this to Minerva or Alastor. Alastor, who continues to fight the darkness, might understand, but in any case, it is still the idea of disqualifying a teacher who must guide students. Severus is the only one in a difficult position, knowing Ego,'s dirty thoughts and having to act accordingly. I replied to Minerva, tired of my own dirty thoughts, but trying not to show it. There is no doubt that Dahlia has many dangers. Regardless of the process, it started with her brother's injury, so she definitely has room for recovery. At least from what you said, you speak out because you love your family. If he were expelled from school, that would be an easy thing. Once that happens, who will guide that child? This was not entirely a lie. Although this was a result of considerations against Lord Voldemort, it did not mean there was no feeling that this was for Dahlia's future. No matter how anxious I was, as a teacher, it was impossible for me to easily abandon her. Lord Voldemort. No, it was to avoid repeating Tom's mistakes. Furthermore, Dumbledore, it was thanks to Dahlia's recommendation that I was able to accept the position of Auror. I wonder if she is really a dark wizard. In front of me, she is just a kind girl. There was also the matter of the letter Remus sent me. I felt I had given up on Dahlia a bit because of Buckbeak, but in reality, there might still be a chance. I don't know why Dahlia introduced Remus to the Aurors, who were supposed to be enemies of the Malfoy family, but if that was because she showed a little sympathy for Remus, then it's because she must have a kind heart inside. People are not just dark or good. Humans are shaped by their choices and actions. Although Dahlia was involved in the incident the year before last, she is still just a girl growing up. No matter how similar she is to Tom, who fell into darkness by constantly looking down on his parents and those around him, she is not entirely Tom himself. If I don't watch over you, what will you do? I understand. Headmaster Dumbledore, your words are right. I think he might have lost his composure in this situation. Are you done? Then I'll let you go. But Snape, just like Dahlia Malfoy's situation, from now on I will be watching you closely. Be careful of your actions. Unsure if my thoughts were understood, Minerva and the others finally put away their wands and left the room. Severus was the only one who had no objection to my decision. So, I am the same. You spent so much time thinking, but the conclusion was already decided from the beginning. There is still a lot of work to do. I also have classes this afternoon. Honestly, why? Am I cleaning up Moody's mess? Leaving the headmaster's office, I was the only one left in the headmaster's office. In the suddenly quiet room, I whispered in a slightly tired voice. Although there is the Triwizard Tournament this year, I can't help but feel anxious. Lord Voldemort has risen again. Since I don't know what the other side wants to do, I can only wait and see. Everything is behind the curve. Considering Harry is still a child, it's hard not to feel anxious. However, even with such strong anxiety, I couldn't help but predict that my anxiety would continue to increase. Harry's perspective. The first day of 4th year at Hogwarts. Yesterday everyone returned to the castle full of joy, and this morning they were excitedly discussing the Triwizard Tournament, yet the atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room was the worst. It wasn't even the first day, just half a day. The expressions on everyone's faces were as if they were enduring pain. In fact, my body was also a bit sore. The reason, of course, was that Dahlia Malfoy fellow, McGonagall took him away. I don't know what will happen to him. I hope he gets expelled from school. Dahlia Malfoy encountered this situation, enraged by Professor Moody's actions. That kind of magic felt like something heavy was pushing me to the ground. My body still ached from the obvious dark arts. Most importantly, just thinking about that scene made me scared. If Professor Moody had been killed, if Professor McGonagall had arrived a little later, we might have been killed too. More cruelly, the dark arts were only used to inflict pain. That smile, just looking at it gave me goosebumps. Dr. Moody said the wound itself was shallow, but I couldn't bring myself to think that. The image of me lying on the ground, covered in blood, just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. In the silent common room, no one responded to Ron's whisper. Even if everyone wanted to agree with Ron, they couldn't. Despite the incident happening the year before last, he knew Dahlia Malfoy was still in school, showing no remorse. Ron usually seemed furious at Draco's disgrace and took Dahlia Malfoy to the headmaster's office, but there seemed to be some insecure expression on his face. So, the Gryffindor common room was dark, and no one spoke. At the same time, I suddenly turned my attention to the only person in the room whose face was gloomy for a different reason. She was the only one in the room on whom Dahlia Malfoy could not cast a spell. Hermione was clearly just by his side. She looked down at the sofa, her face a bit gloomy, although she didn't make any gestures as if she was enduring pain. I thought Hermione, who trusted him so much, would finally realize how dangerous he was after this incident, but apparently that was not the case. Dahlia, are you okay? If she gets expelled from school because of this, how could I have thought at the time? He spoke in a voice you had to listen carefully to hear, expressing concern for Dahlia Malfoy. The moment I heard this, a trace of anger and worry for her began to swirl in my gloomy mood. I do think Dr. Moody was a bit excessive at the time, and I think we were also at fault to some extent for mocking him. Although the initial reason was Draco making fun of Mrs. Weasley, turning him into a ferret and throwing him on the ground was too much. If I were his sister, maybe I would be angry. Otherwise, wait until you calm down and think. But this does not mean that what he did was more extreme. Using dark arts on people is not something an ordinary wizard would do. This can only prove that he is a Death Eater like his father, an evil wizard. I'm talking about Hermione, who is much smarter than me. It's impossible for him not to understand such a simple thing, but why should he worry about someone like Dahlia Malfoy? It's as if I'm the one doing bad things, not him. If you're going to worry, please worry about us. I spoke to Hermione, expressing my thoughts. Hermione, I don't know why you're worried about Dahlia Malfoy, but you know she's dangerous, right? You saw that smile. And this time, it wasn't a disguised version of a copy monster, but the smile on his face. You always ignored my stories, but until now you've seen that smile with your own eyes. So I just didn't really feel it. But this time, Harry, what are you saying? My words might have been a bit offensive, but it was for Hermione Sarkay. I don't know what will happen to Dahlia Malfoy, but this time Hermione must break ties with him, before that terrifying smile one day turns to those who believe in him. However, my thoughts don't always come true. As soon as I spoke, Hermione looked up and glared at me, interrupting me. Indeed, that child's feelings might be a little different from others. Maybe I know nothing about her. In this situation, I have no right to criticize her, because by then I won't be able to move. Maybe, but that doesn't change my faith in Dahlia. Dahlia and Dahlia are my friends. I will never betray them. Then Hermione rushed out of the common room, and everyone watched in shock. For someone who had seen Dahlia Malfoy's behavior so wildly, this statement was hard to believe. What on earth happened to Hermione? However, we never criticized her actions, because after she left, isn't it time yet? What's the next class? Now I remember. The next one must be arithmancy. That's the North Tower. We have to hurry. We actually realized that we couldn't relax in the common room like this right now. Everyone started to move, as if they were brought back to reality by my and Ron's voices. But no matter how much I returned to reality, the pain I had suffered before did not disappear. Everyone looked like they were enduring pain and began to prepare for the next class. That's why I forgot. Hermione was the only one of us who took arithmancy, and she wanted to know who she would have class with next. A few hours later, we heard the news that he had not been expelled as we had feared. Hermione's perspective. I walked quickly, or rather, at a speed that could almost be called running, towards arithmancy class. It's okay if you're out of breath or sweating profusely. Now I can't help but want to see Dahlia as soon as possible. To be honest, I thought it was unlikely that Dahlia would come to class safely. No matter how angry Dahlia was about Professor Moody and Harry, what she used was nothing more than dark arts. I don't think there will be any punishment. If she doesn't perform well, she might be expelled. I have to hurry, I have to go see Dahlia. But that's not why I'm not running. I must confirm Dahlia's safety as soon as possible. That's it, I can't atone for it now. This thought is, Dahlia, you're here. Well done, Mr. Granger. Wait a moment. Somehow, it reached heaven. Dahlia stood alone in the classroom I had rushed into. With a textbook in her hand, I could tell she had at least avoided expulsion. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been preparing for a class like this at all. Perhaps this situation could be resolved by imposing some kind of punishment later. But now, whatever sentence she received was irrelevant. I ran into the classroom and hugged Dahlia. I didn't care that her body was as stiff as her expression. I almost screamed. I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything for you then. I just stood there, unable to say anything to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dahlia. I couldn't help but feel sorry for myself. Why did I want to be friends with Dahlia? I was stunned by Dahlia's transformation at the time. Actually, I was terrified, panicked, and even emotional, unable to move my legs or make a sound. This wasn't how I should act, especially since I had caused Dahlia so much trouble and she kept saving me. Generally speaking, I had no right to call myself her friend. Immediately after the incident, the guilt made me feel like my head was going crazy. But still, Mr. Granger, aren't you afraid of me? No, what am I? You couldn't possibly not be afraid. Without a doubt, I am not suitable for you, Dahlia. All you need is a friend, a monster like me, if you want to turn back. That's not true. It's true that I couldn't move at the time, but I'm still not afraid of you. I know you don't consider me a friend yet, but I still consider you a friend. I want to be friends with you. That will never change. I will never run away from Dahlia again. I absolutely do not want to betray Dahlia again. If I am asked to take the next step, I will certainly take the first one. Because even though I was like this, she still believed in me. I remember what happened after Dahlia was taken away. Hermione. Well, no matter what I say now, I don't think the feeling of regret will disappear. But now, can you listen to me? I reached out my hand toward the Dahlia who was being led away, but I still couldn't raise my voice, so Dahlia spoke to me. Honestly, even though I was shocked, it wasn't funny. He knew, but didn't understand, and when he saw it, he was a cowardly denier. Although I kept telling Dahlia that I wanted to be friends, when the time came, I couldn't take any action. However, despite what I said, Dahlia continued speaking without changing her expression. Okay, listen to me. You're fine, Draco, and I don't believe you betrayed Dahlia. You were just surprised by Dahlia's transformation. I suppose that couldn't be helped. No matter how many idiots are around you, Dahlia was nothing more than a kind person to you. But now I know her new side. No, anyway, this is about Gryffindor, so I guess I've heard a lot about that side of Dahlia. But this is the first time I've actually seen it. Is it true? Dahlia continued in a calm tone, and I was surprised by this unexpected opening. I was the same way. The first time I saw that expression on Dahlia's face was during my first year. I was too surprised then to say anything intelligent to Dahlia, even though Dahlia was in pain. No, that's just an excuse, but now I feel like it couldn't be helped. The things and emotions she is dealing with are unimaginable to us. That is why Dahlia is in so much pain. After speaking, Dahlia asked, her expression becoming serious for the first time. I think as you date Dahlia from now on, you will gradually learn what she is hiding. Dahlia has ignored this possibility, but if you expose the basilisk, you will eventually discover her secret. I don't think I will ever know everything, unless Dahlia herself speaks up. This time was just the beginning. I think the cruel truth on that child's face will continue to suddenly appear before our eyes, no matter how kind a girl Dahlia is. So let me ask you, Dahlia has a secret she hasn't told you, or even me. Sometimes, even her family doesn't know. So anything is possible from now on. Despite that, I have decided to stand by Dahlia no matter what. What about you? It sounded like someone was asking someone to say something to me. It sounded like that tone. There were words mixed in that didn't sound like her usual tone. But I didn't care about any of that. I just gave the obvious answer from the start. Then it's decided. No matter what anyone else says, I am Dahlia's friend. So, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. That's what I've decided. My feelings for you are no longer just admiration. What are you saying? Please, let go of me. I don't care about you. No, please. Let me stay like this a little longer. I thought this while forcing myself to hold the trembling Dahlia in my arms. After asking the question, Dahlia said, you and I are quite similar after all. Even the answer is the same. I believe this. You will never betray Dahlia. She responded to my answer with a clear smile. I don't know what Dahlia thought of my answer. Although I failed before, there is no doubt she still believes in me. I cannot dwell forever on what I did. I won't betray Dahlia again. Whatever secrets you have, I won't run away from you again. No matter how Dahlia resisted, I held Dahlia in my arms as if to swallow everything whole. We know Dahlia is a vampire. Dahlia didn't even realize that I already knew this fact. But from Dahlia's words, we learned that Dahlia's secret is more than just that. Most importantly, simply being a vampire doesn't explain this expression. Dahlia might still be hiding some secrets I don't know about. But that doesn't matter. What I should do has already been decided. This time, I want to be a real friend, not just a self-proclaimed one. I decided not to betray Dahlia again. I continued to silently hug Dahlia, who was unable to resist. Finally, after the other students arrived in the classroom, I left her. Damn it, that little brat. Yesterday, I returned to the laboratory that had become my home, and after confirming no one was around, I kicked the table, seemingly to vent my inner frustration. In other words, this is enemy territory. If my true identity were exposed, not only would my safety be threatened, but also the great mission entrusted to me by the Dark Lord. No matter how much this is my own room, I must continue to act and perform. But now, I couldn't move. My head seemed to be scrambled by the anger rising from the pit of my stomach. All this and all that. That little brat. Just because her magic is slightly stronger, she gets carried away. I wasn't defeated. I was just a little careless. It's strange that such a little brat would become the capable assistant of the Dark Lord. This is all Dahlia Malfoy's fault. Just thinking about it makes my stomach churn. I have to admit, her wand speed was a bit fast, and her magic was strong. But the reason she got the better of me was because I looked down on her as just a little girl. After being relieved by the Dark Lord, the father who gives me orders. At Hogwarts, there is a daughter, who will become my capable assistant. There is still a lot of work to be done in this regard. Therefore, I apologize for telling you her true identity. I believe this matter has a certain value. That person will become a great Death Eater in the future, and she is useful to me. If you use her well, you can add foil to her. That's what he said, but I was just fooled by appearances. If there is a next time, I believe I will definitely win. I am absolutely more suitable to be the Dark Lord's right-hand man. A girl who gets angry because she doesn't want her family to be hurt like that absolutely shouldn't be considered better than me, or rather, the Dark Lord shouldn't care about her more than me. To be honest, I hoped that little girl would be expelled because of this incident. In that moment, I almost forgot what to do because of the anger. If she had been expelled, my drinking habit would have been reduced a little, and I wouldn't have to see that disgusting little girl for at least a year. But ultimately, it didn't happen. Because Dumbledore started saying unnecessary things, and in the end, even Snape, that traitor, didn't give her much punishment. Since I am engaged in teaching and acting, I couldn't refute Dumbledore's conclusion. As a result, my anger had nowhere to go, so I had to pound on the table in the room. Damn it! You are the House of Malfoy. You are fools who betrayed the Dark Lord. I will never, ever forgive you. I thought this while releasing the fury that I couldn't quell. In this situation, I can't do anything to that little girl other than what Dumbledore told me. So let's change our strategy. Just as the Dark Lord said, I will thoroughly exploit that little girl. Of course, I won't do anything beneficial for her. Fortunately, she wasn't expelled, but undoubtedly, Dumbledore is wary of this little girl. On my first day of work, he even ordered me to watch over her. It's impossible for me not to be cautious of him, and take full advantage of it. If I give her a slight advantage, I can gain that little girl's attention, making it easier for me to work behind the scenes at Hogwarts. Then, when she achieves her goal and goes to visit the resurrected Dark Lord, we must prove she is actually incompetent. No, we must pretend she is incompetent. If we are lucky, we will kill her. Ah, that's good, that's good. The Dark Lord doesn't need incompetent subordinates. I am sufficient to be the Dark Lord's right-hand man. This proves I am better. If it happens, I can even eliminate her. Thinking this, my scarred face twisted into a smile, seemingly to further suppress the anger that had subsided. Are you trying to incur a debt through this? This was my first feeling after receiving Dumbledore's decision. Indeed, when attacking that tall beauty, I was prepared not only for expulsion but also, at worst, being sent to Azkaban. I had sworn not to show weakness to that trash, but I broke my promise in just one day. My carelessness brought trouble to the House of Malfoy. Just as I was thinking this, Dumbledore made his decision. Logically, I should be grateful, but I couldn't honestly express my gratitude. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to protect me. That old man has been wary of me since my first year. I caused a problem sufficient to lead to my expulsion. They would have been happy to expel me. Even so, are you still protecting me? Would you leave the sweetness to Professor Snape, who likes Slytherin? That old man must have some ulterior motive. However, since I don't know what his goal is, I truly can't do anything right now. On the surface, life is business as usual. All I have to do is continue to be kind, polite, courteous, and honest, just like before. Dahlia, that's great. Did that old guy do anything to you? No, it's fine, Dahlia. In the end, Professor Snape just made me clean the laboratory. HMPH, that's natural. Dahlia didn't do anything wrong. Besides, if that old man had tried to expel her this time, Father would have gotten her out too. Draco, I heard about the situation from Crabbe and the others. Next time, please come up with a better plan. Chapter 134, Lines that should not be crossed. As long as Dahlia and Miss Granger felt safe, this decision wasn't too bad. Besides, if I were expelled, it could tarnish the House of Malfoy's reputation, so I had no right to complain. But that doesn't mean, put those things away, textbooks are useless. Whether I could forgive this was another matter. Mad-Eye Moody, in front of my sharp gaze, gave instructions to the students in a booming voice. It had been several days since Onyi-sama was tortured and interrogated by the ministry. The day I had classes taught by the person I hated most in this world had finally arrived. Other students who had attended Moody's classes in the past few days often praised him. They said it was the most practical class they had ever taken. They said they knew what it felt like to fight the dark arts. Everyone was excitedly discussing it. But of course, as the daughter of the Malfoy family, there was no way I could forgive the person who hurt my brother. No matter how good the class, because this person was in charge, it was an unpleasant class and not worth praising at all. There was no way I could look forward to it. The techniques I possessed yesterday, I no longer even had the willpower to steal his techniques. To be honest, every time I saw him, I had an urge to kill him. In terms of murderous intent, it could even be said to be stronger than that directed at Dumbledore, who only personally monitored me. If I could, I would kill him now. Dahlia, calm down. Come on, breathe slowly. Dahlia, thank you. It seemed that if I relaxed my guard even slightly, I would lose consciousness. I wondered what would happen if Dahlia hadn't stood beside me, calling out to me. Fortunately, his expression seemed unchanged, as stoic as ever, but I guessed he only felt the chill emanating from me. Not only the Slytherin students around me, but even those Gryffindor students who claimed to be brave, who were taking the class with us, were looking at me with pale faces. The only ones whose expressions hadn't changed were Dahlia, her brother, and Miss Granger. Of course, they also looked at me with worried eyes. Even in such a strange atmosphere, this teacher, with his rich practical experience, spoke without changing his expression. It seems everyone has put away their textbooks. All right, let's start class. I've looked into what this class has learned so far, how to fight dark monsters, and it seems they've all learned it. But that's it. Frankly, you're behind. Yes, you're very behind. The enemy isn't always monsters. You don't know how to fight dark wizards. That's why my role is to teach you this, to raise you to the lowest level. Otherwise, when you encounter a real dark wizard, you won't be able to do anything, eh? Then, he looked at me with his normal eye and his constantly moving magical eye, and continued, let's start by showing you some real dark arts. According to the Ministry of Magic, I'm only supposed to teach countercurses, and only 6 people know that actual dark arts are illegal. From first year. Anyway, they think you're too young to even watch the spells. That's truly disrespectful. As far as I'm concerned, the sooner you know who to fight, the sooner you'll know who to fight. It doesn't matter. How do you protect yourself from what you've never seen before? A wizard trying to cast an illegal spell won't politely tell you he's about to cast such a spell. You must always be prepared. You must be tense, you must be vigilant, you must always be alert to being attacked, and I believe many of you have recently experienced this. I couldn't speak for others, but I guessed this guy no longer had any intention of hiding his hostility towards me. This time, not only the trash professor, but even the pale-faced students around me turned their gaze to me. If I could, I would have loved to give her a provocative smile, but since my facial muscles couldn't move, I couldn't give her a proper response. Perhaps Moody thought this was no reaction, or perhaps he never intended to care about my reaction from the start, but he immediately moved on to the next topic. So let's start by introducing what is said to be the most heinous dark arts in the magic world. Does anyone know what spells are most severely punished by the laws of magic? Several people casually raised their hands. Only Miss Granger raised her hand forcefully, but surprisingly, Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley also raised their hands, looking uncertain. Not a single Slytherin raised a hand. Due to the nature of Slytherin House, there were probably many people, including me, who knew these 3 spells, but they might all have hesitated to raise their hands because I was so angry. As for Dahlia and her brother, they seemed to have little interest in participating in the class. Moody's expression twisted slightly, and he seemed finally irritated by this reaction, but he clearly felt he had no time to point this out, so he nominated Weasley. You, the redhead, are Weasley's son. It won't be funny if your father told you this. Now, tell me the first thing. I'm not sure, but maybe it's something like that imperious curse. You're right, you should be more confident in yourself. Moody praised Weasley for giving him the correct answer. Then he took a glass jar from his drawer and pulled out a huge spider from it. My anger towards Moody had never disappeared, but at that moment, I became a little, very interested in what he was about to do, and just as I expected, Imperio, obey. He really cast the forbidden curse on the spider. Even though I hated it, I couldn't help but be drawn to it, the best and the worst, the dark arts. Dahlia's perspective. Of course I knew those spells. In fact, I was more curious why only a few Gryffindor students knew this spell, but I no longer had the right to make fun of that. Because although I knew the name of that spell, I didn't truly understand how terrifying it was. Imperio, obey. As the spell was cast, a spider jumped from Professor Cassu's hand, silk threads dangling. Then it swung back and forth like an acrobat, then landed, spinning in the air like a muggle acrobat. Finally, it even started tap dancing. The entire classroom erupted in laughter. Everyone probably couldn't help but find their movements amusing. They didn't look like spiders at all. But I couldn't help but laugh. This spell and that scene sent shivers down my spine. The way the spider moved didn't look like a spider. That was. Do you find it funny? Even if I did the same thing to you, would you still be able to laugh like that? After all, if a spell is cast on you, it means you are under complete control. Hearing Moody's roaring voice, the laughter immediately died down. Still smiling was Dahlia, a gnome, sitting next to me. Cassu began to explain the spell, not noticing me desperately gripping Dahlia's hand. At the same time, he kept those magical eyes fixed on Dahlia. Complete control. I can do anything I want with this guy, including making him jump out the window and attack others. Many years ago, many wizards were controlled by this spell. This spell caused people to attack and even kill others. What's more troublesome about this spell is that you can't tell at a glance if someone is under the spell. Therefore, many people were wrongly arrested, and conversely, many people were told they had just been cast. It's a pity that they actually escaped under this spell. This guy was provoking Dahlia again. It was a rather famous story that Lucius claimed to have been placed under that imperious curse, thereby escaping being sent to Azkaban. Not everyone believed his story. He was mocking this in front of his daughter, Dahlia. This was nothing short of obvious provocation. In fact, some of them noticed this and briefly turned their heads to Dahlia and Draco before turning back. As for Weasley, he covered his neck with his hand, as if about to cramp. But perhaps out of fear, no one actually saw Dahlia's expression at that moment. I knew this because if I were to see Dahlia's expression right now, my eyes would surely be fixed on her in fear. Although just a moment ago he had an angry, dazed expression, now he was smiling broadly, looking at the tap-dancing spider, so happy he couldn't even hear Moody's provocation. Dahlia called it a craving for murder. Perhaps it was stimulated by the shock before her. This obvious provocation was likely to ignite Dahlia's deepest impulses. Although the class had just begun, I had a very bad feeling. This premonition was correct. Next, does anyone else know other forbidden curses? What do you think, Longbottom? You also raised your hand just now. I believe you know what the next spell is, don't you? Yes, just one thing. That's the Crucio. So it is, so it is. I wasn't wrong. When Moody received Longbottom's answer, he cast another spell on the spinning spider. Crucio, suffer. The effect was very significant. The spider, affected by the spell, bent its legs as if to pull them closer to its body, flipped over, and began to convulse, falling over again and again. Spiders cannot make sounds, but if they could, they would probably be emitting loud screams. No matter how you looked at it, it was clear that this spider was suffering terrible pain. Finally, a strange scene began to appear in the classroom. The faces of the surrounding students grew paler, and Longbottom's fists were clenched white-knuckled, as if he were enduring something. Amidst all this, only Dahlia was still happily smiling. Could we still call it human-like? I couldn't hold back anymore. I shouted loudly, wanting to break this strange space. Stop! Do you know what you're doing? Everyone turned to look at me, as if they were repulsed. Longbottom seemed somewhat grateful for my loud voice, but that wasn't important. I continued to stand up, protecting Dahlia. This isn't a class. You're just showing shocking scenes to the students, and provoking Dahlia. What exactly do you want to do? But Moody didn't understand my words. Cassu glared at me, then, holding the still convulsing spider in his hand, approached me. I'm sure you're green grass, right? What do you want me to do? I believe you said it first. I'm going to show you real dark arts. Is that a shocking sight? Do you think you'll only use beautiful spells? Impossible. This is real dark arts. If you don't know this, you can't move forward. Then he gently placed the spider between me and Dahlia, and asked one last question. Last question, Dahlia Malfoy. You didn't raise your hand before, but I believe you know. Among all these spells, only one spell is white, so black. If what you're seeing now is a spell said to be the most terrifying of the forbidden curses, I heard you could use it from your first year, right? I was speechless. I felt that this statement was too far from a professor's standard. Although Rs were enemies of the Malfoy family, would they usually say such things to a 14-year-old girl? Even worse, Dahlia's expression right now was as if she was showing off to everyone. He had long been known for his madness, but at the same time, he was also known as someone with a strong sense of justice. Would such a person really do such a thing? For a moment, I wondered if this guy was the real Mad-Eye Moody. A crazy question popped into my mind. If I had taken this doubt more seriously, the outcome of this year would have been very different. Harry's perspective. First they were manipulated by the spell, then they suffered pain. What would happen with the spider's next spell? There was no atmosphere in the classroom now where I could leisurely ask questions. Dahlia Malfoy, with a smile on her face, and Professor Moody, glaring at him, watched in horror. We were all shocked by the sight of Dahlia Malfoy smiling during such a terrifying spell, but what immediately came to mind was the scene from a few days ago. Dahlia Malfoy, smiling and hurting people, and Professor Moody, covered in blood. No matter when that nightmare occurred, it would not be a fun scene. But it's Avada Kedavra, Professor. The last spell is Avada Kedavra. Hermione's sudden remark slightly dissipated the tense atmosphere. Professor Moody's face twisted when he saw the unexpected person. I couldn't fully decipher his facial expression because he was covered in scars, but he might have been blushing because of Hermione's comment. The atmosphere felt like someone's objective had been thwarted. Professor Moody continued to stare at Dahlia Malfoy with his magical eye, while watching Hermione with his normal eye. For some reason, Hermione glared back at Professor Moody with a hint of hostility in her eyes. However, perhaps thinking that staring wouldn't reveal the truth, the professor pointed his cane at the spider. That's right, Granger. Avada Kedavra. He finally cast the spell. A blinding green light illuminated the classroom. When the light subsided, the spider placed in front of Dahlia Malfoy was dead. It had no scars or missing body parts. But when we saw the overturned spider, we all understood. Without a doubt, the spider had been killed by the spell. Silent screams echoed everywhere. Everyone's faces turned pale, and even Ron, who hated spiders, looked grim. Dahlia Malfoy was the only one still smiling. Professor Moody continued speaking in a calm tone, looking warily at the man whose expression hadn't changed after witnessing the horrifying curse. This is a truly unpleasant curse. It is a curse that normally prevents laughter. Furthermore, there is no counter-curse. In other words, there is no way to stop it. Only one person has survived this curse, and that person is currently sitting in this classroom. Regardless of the first part, this statement was clearly referring to me. As if everyone knew this, the person who had been staring at Dahlia Malfoy just now was now looking back at me. However, I didn't have the opportunity to respond to everyone's reactions like this. Professor Moody's words caused various emotions and thoughts to flash through my mind. During the Dementor scene last year, I saw the same green flash I had just witnessed, accompanied by my mother's scream. Right. Were my parents killed by this curse? Just like this spider, without a scratch. It was then that I saw a green flash as Lord Voldemort used this curse to kill my parents. And this curse was also used. No wonder I recognized the spell he used to kill the troll in the first year, and the spell used against Tom in the Chamber of Secrets. Each time, he emitted a familiar green flash. Just as Professor Moody said, this guy was capable of using this curse. That was since my first year. This hateful curse exists only to kill. Sadness, loss, despair, helplessness, anger, hatred, various emotions flashed through my mind and then disappeared. My thoughts were confused and impossible to sort out. Whether Professor Moody was aware of my thoughts or not, he started speaking again. All right, today you have finally learned about the 3 dark arts curses, the Imperious Curse, the Crucio, and the Avada Kedavra. As I said, there is no counter-curse. So why did I show you? Because you must know. You must taste the worst. It is called the Unforgivable Curse, forbidden for use against fellow wizards. If you use it, you will be sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. But this is what you will face in the future. Now, take out your quills. Copy these things onto parchment so you can better understand their true horror. After that, there was a period of silence. Everyone was diligently writing down the unforgivable curses in their notebooks. when the commotion finally returned to the classroom. It seems that's it. Now, before the next class, please write on 2 sheets of parchment why this unforgivable curse deserves a sentence to Azkaban. That's all. Just then, Mr. Moody announced the end of class, looking bored. As everyone left the classroom, they started talking, trying to get Dahlia Malfoy out of their sight. Did you see the spider twitching? Ah, and the last curse. When Moody killed it, it happened in the blink of an eye. It was amazing. People discussed animatedly, as if they had just watched a good show, despite their fear of Dahlia Malfoy's smiling face. Just because. Dahlia, are you all right? What? Oh, about the class content? I don't mind. It was a bit shocking, but I didn't expect the professor to use such a terrifying curse. Dahlia doesn't mind, right? So, thank you, Dahlia. I'm fine. I didn't think it was a good idea to describe the class just now as terrifying because of the smiles, faces, and state of things. In front of my hateful gaze, the smiling Dahlia Malfoy and the confused Dahlia Greengrass were talking. In the middle, hey, Dahlia. Maybe Dahlia knows the expression on her face right now. Yeah, I don't understand. It didn't matter what my best friend Hermione said to me. Hermione, stop talking to those guys. Come on, hurry up. As I forcefully pulled Hermione away from the dangerous person, I thought to myself, Dumbledore was right after all. I had no doubts from the beginning, but in this case, I was able to prove it further. Dahlia Malfoy is still a dangerous wizard. The fact that she was able to smile while watching such a curse proved that she was a dangerous dark wizard from the start. Thinking about it now, Moody wanted to prove something. When he clearly provoked this guy, I thought he held a grudge against him because of the incident that day, but he wouldn't act like this over such a small matter. He showed it to everyone. Who is the dark wizard lurking near us? Even if he wasn't expelled from school, his real enemy is still nearby. Various emotions came and went in my heart. I managed to suppress the urge to scream as I pulled Hermione back near Dahlia Malfoy. This is why I was so focused on myself. Hey, Longbottom, you look pale. No, it's fine. Now that I think about it, thank you anyway. Don't misunderstand, I wasn't speaking up for you. Even Dahlia Greengrass, who was usually harsh toward Gryffindor students other than Hermione, spoke to him with some concern, having noticed her friend's pale face. Until recently, I was the luckiest man in the world. He was born into a pureblood family and lived a life without any inconvenience. When the Dark Lord began to seize power, he successfully achieved the esteemed position of a Death Eater. A truly smooth life. I wondered what would happen when the Dark Lord fell and was imprisoned in Azkaban, but somehow, he managed to escape punishment by selling out his former comrades. I knew I had incurred some resentment. However, it was clear that if he stayed in Azkaban, he would eventually die. If that was the case, wasn't it natural for them to sell out friends to escape trouble? I only did what was expected of me to survive. Besides, even though they were friends, it was only because they expected to advance by joining forces with the Dark Lord. I didn't care what happened to them. I didn't care about the humans who would one day rot in Azkaban. My thoughts were correct, and everything went smoothly from then on. Although he didn't prove his innocence like Lucius Malfoy and his friends, he was still able to avoid being sent to Azkaban. Instead, as a former Death Eater, he advocated for pureblood supremacy, a practice so successful that he was even recommended as principal of Durmstrang. Life not only returned to normal but arguably became brighter. Durmstrang wasn't as luxurious as my old home, Hogwarts, but it was a wonderful feeling to have a child look up to me. It was great to have a school without filthy Muggle-born students. I was sure I was a very lucky man. Just a few days ago. Why now? Until the dark mark, which should have disappeared, reappeared on my arm. My life as a victor suddenly took a dark turn when I received the unexpected news that the Dark Lord was alive. I thought this while looking at my arm in the dark ship/room. What exactly did I do wrong? Was it when he betrayed his former comrades? No, but if I hadn't done that then, I would have died. By selling out the Sun, he was able to overturn the judge at the time. Because of this, my prosecution became gentler. What else should I have done? However, the undeniable fact is that I am currently in trouble because of that time. If the Dark Lord truly returns, they will be freed. Crouch's son, whom I sold out, died in Azkaban, but there are still many Death Eaters who hold a grudge against me. I am certain they will not forgive me. Most importantly, the Dark Lord will not forgive me. If that man is resurrected, he will definitely come to kill me first. My mind seemed lost in the desperate reality that surfaced on my arm. What should I do to survive? If possible, I want to return to the dark forces, but the Dark Lord will never forgive me. There is no point in complaining alone. If I can get Lucius Malfoy to act, there might be a way, but no matter how many letters I sent, he did not reply, as if he too realized the danger of trying to protect me. The only way he can rejoin the dark forces is by ingratiating himself with Lucius Malfoy's daughter, who is said to be attending Hogwarts. Although she is only a 14-year-old girl, she is a prominent figure among pureblood nobles. If a merger is possible, there is still a slight chance. Now, I have no choice but to go to Hogwarts and take advantage of this opportunity. And at Hogwarts, Severus, what are you going to do? Severus Snape and I are in the same position. Unlike me, he did not sell out his old comrades, but now he has completely become Dumbledore's pawn. He cannot possibly be safe when the Dark Lord returns. I am sure he is as scared as I am now. If it were him, I believe he would listen to my advice. Even if he cannot return to the dark side, he might suggest that Dumbledore hide him in Hogwarts in case of an emergency. I don't trust Dumbledore, but dark forces have entered Hogwarts and never come out. Hogwarts is where he belongs, and it is the safest place in the world. There is no reason not to use it in an emergency. It is for this reason that he was allowed to participate in events like the Triwizard Tournament. Now that I saw the possibility of survival, my mood brightened slightly, and seizing the right moment. Principal, we will soon arrive at Hogwarts. Ah, Victor, is it that time already? Victor Crumb, my only and most beloved student, came to inform me of our arrival at Hogwarts Castle. Little children are worthless except for obeying me, but this student is different. This boy is a world-famous Quidditch player. If I take care of this boy, my future will be even brighter. Just because I care for him, I automatically gained the position of mentor to a super-famous seeker. You can't help but find him adorable. I walked out of the cabin with my arm around Victor's shoulder. Outside, students were working hard, preparing to raise the sails, but I ignored those useless students and went up the stairs, finally seeing the castle again. Very nostalgic. Nothing has changed. The shadow of the massive castle stood out under the starry sky. Its appearance truly qualified it as an impregnable castle. I looked expectantly at the school I attended. Dahlia's perspective. The Triwizard Tournament. Since it is called the three-school competition, 2 schools besides Hogwarts will also participate, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Both schools are world-class schools of magic, comparable to Hogwarts. However, although they knew each other's names, they were not only unsure where the other schools were located but also what type of students attended them. The only information available suggested that Durmstrang was pureblood and taught dark arts, while the only thing known about Beauxbatons was its name. This is why, naturally, it was amazing. Did you see the carriage Beauxbatons arrived in? It was practically a manor, so huge. The winged horses pulling it were enormous too. Durmstrang was amazing too. What was that ship? It suddenly surfaced from the lake. I didn't realize Victor Crumb was there too. When they actually appeared at Hogwarts, Hogwarts became completely festive. Beauxbatons was huge, including Principal Madame Maxime, and Durmstrang's ship suddenly appeared on the lake. There were also world-famous Quidditch players. People talked endlessly about the members and their appearance, but that was all it meant to me. I was somewhat interested in their arrival, but I wasn't interested enough to be excited by the story or the people around me. I didn't care much about them because I wasn't interested in participating in the tournament, let alone watching them. Hogwarts had already become crowded after the first defense against the dark arts class, and it became even more so. Finally, they came and stole my Christmas. It wasn't the fault of the students from the 2 schools, but I couldn't help feeling a strange anger at the thought of being deprived of time with my family. It was Dahlia. It's Victor Crumb. He's coming over. Wow, that's amazing. It's real. Brother, Dahlia, please calm down. If you look so nervous, no one will come. Even if the Quidditch player at the center of the conversation approached us, the situation wouldn't change. Durmstrang's atmosphere, or perhaps the intention of their principal, was that as soon as the Durmstrang students entered the Great Hall, they all headed towards the Slytherin house tables. Of course, among them was the rumored person, who for some reason was walking straight toward us. At first I thought it might be a misunderstanding, but when I noticed his gaze, he didn't change direction even when I looked back at him, so I was sure of it. And, for the first time, "Are you Dahlia Malfoy?" That's what you said, so this is absolutely true. Needless to say, most of my acquaintances stayed home before I entered school, and none of them were Quidditch players. This world-famous athlete, with his somewhat straightforward expression, was no exception. I only knew him because my brother liked him, but he had no reason to know my name. Oh, right. The person sitting next to me is my sister Dahlia. Come on, sit here. Oh, right. Look. Hurry, hurry. I've told you many times, but please calm down. If you don't mind staying by my side, please do. I took my eyes off my excited brother and showed a hint of wariness toward the famous athlete. But those two. Principal Karkaroff told me to sit next to you. Are you famous for something too? When I asked Victor Krum why he was here, his expression was completely different from before, looking very nervous. Hey, how did you know about Dahlia? Durmstrang's principal said that. Can you tell me more? Clearly, we couldn't let down our guard this year, even against outside students. I responded to the player from the other school sitting in front of me, smiling as warmly as possible. Harry's perspective. Until today, people had little awareness of the Triwizard Tournament. There was no Quidditch practice, but that was everything that needed to change. To be honest, until today, I hadn't truly felt that the Triwizard Tournament would be held this year. Although there were a few incidents like the ferret incident and Malfoy's smile, none of them were related to the tournament, so there was no way to truly feel it. But now it was different. Just when you thought you had lined up in the entrance hall, a giant carriage pulled by flying horses suddenly appeared, and a giant ship sailed in the lake. A scene that would never appear in the Muggle world unfolded. I believe I wasn't the only student who could feel that the tournament was finally going to happen just by being here. This didn't change even after the students from the two schools were welcomed into the hall. Just by looking around, one could see many sights that were not visible in the Great Hall yesterday. When I looked at the teachers' seats, I saw 3 strangers standing next to Dumbledore. Madame Maxime, who looked even taller than Hagrid, and Principal Igor Karkaroff, who was slightly thinner and had a goatee. Finally, sitting there was the only person he recognized, Mr. Crouch, who was likely sent by the Ministry of Magic to supervise everything. This wasn't the only change. I looked from the teachers' table to the students' tables, and unfamiliar faces were sitting everywhere. The Beauxbaton students, wearing thin silk robes, sat stiffly at the Ravenclaw tables, and a beautiful girl stood out among them, attracting the attention of the surrounding students. Her long silver blonde hair reached her waist, and her deep blue eyes seemed to sparkle. A beautiful girl, with nothing to complain about. To be honest, Dahlia Malfoy was comparable in figure, but she had no facial expression, so the Beauxbaton student looked much prettier to me. There was another change, the Durmstrang students. They were wearing deep crimson robes, and they were gliders. They sat at the house tables, curiously looking at the black ceiling where stars twinkled, and among them was one person who was even more noticeable than the beautiful girl from Beauxbatons. What's wrong with that mischievous bastard? Just because Krum is sitting in front of him, he wants to act friendly, but it's useless anyway. He is always being teased. That rotten fellow. You can probably see my genitals excellently. What was that person thinking? He was sitting in the corner of the Slytherin house tables, right in front of Dahlia Malfoy and the others. Normally, even Slytherin classmates wouldn't sit near Dahlia Malfoy. If they did, they were only those peers who seemed to have high status within Slytherin. This was especially true after that incident. Before Krum sat down, no one dared to sit near him. But now, for some reason, Krum sat in front of him, gathering a small crowd. In a sense, it could be said to be a different scene than usual, just like Krum. Seeing such an impossible scene, Ron, chewing on the sausage in front of me, cursed. In his eyes, Krum and Dahlia Malfoy might have looked as expressionless as before, but Draco seemed to be glued to him. But Hermione and I had a different view. Ron, it doesn't look like Draco is that glued to him. In fact, I feel that both Draco and Dahlia's expressions are stiff. Moreover, if anything is different, he is the one approaching Dahlia. Is it like he's known Dahlia for a long time? I hope he's only approaching her because she's beautiful. I agreed with Hermione's perspective. She had been looking at Mr. Crouch with disgust but was now looking at Dahlia Malfoy with concern. I also agreed with Hermione. The world-famous Seeker was right in front of me, and even Tiensong was talking to me. If it were the usual Draco, he would undoubtedly be looking at me with a proud expression. But he didn't seem to be having much fun talking to Krum now. The same was true for his followers, Dahlia Greengrass and Daphne. What exactly was Krum thinking when he approached such an expressionless person who seemed not to care about him at all, while Draco and the others who should have been happy were not? I stared at the Slytherin table, wondering if something would happen to me. Hermione's perspective. Is Dahlia all right? That was the first thought that came to mind when I saw the reactions of Dahlia and Draco from afar. I wondered if Dahlia, who had some interest in Quidditch just like Draco, would really make that kind of expression when Victor Krum approached her. I don't know what he was saying here, but it definitely wasn't a good story for Dahlia. They only showed such wary expressions when Dahlia was involved. Even at this moment, she might be encountering something bad. With such anxiety, I prepared to intervene for Dahlia in case of an emergency. Now, students of Hogwarts, and students of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons who have traveled a long way, I hope you all enjoyed your meal. Now, the Triwizard Tournament is finally about to begin. Let me explain a few things. It turned out that these worries were unfounded. Dumbledore's voice suddenly echoed throughout the Great Hall, drawing everyone's attention to the teacher's table. Of course, Dahlia and her companions were no exception. Although he still looked like he was watching the Quidditch player, he could now listen to what Dumbledore was saying. Seeing the girl's reaction, I was relieved and listened to the teacher's explanation myself. As is well known, this tournament will feature 3 champions from each school, and it has been decided that you will be tested in various ways through different challenges. Your magic, courage, logical reasoning ability, and ability to cope with danger will be tested. The champions will face each challenge one by one, and the person with the highest total score across the 3 tasks will receive the Champion's Cup, 1,000 galleons, and eternal glory. The judges, Principal Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, myself, the Principal of Hogwarts, and Mr. Bartemius Crouch, Head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation from the Ministry of Magic, will perform the judging. Sure enough, that person came this time as a judge. I don't know why they would choose a person to judge Dahlia, making baseless accusations against her, such as forcing a house elf into slave labor. I glared slightly at the person I had hated since the World Cup incident. But regardless of my opinion of the judges, Dumbledore's story continued. Now that everything has been said, I believe everyone is still curious about how the champions will be selected. The fair selection process involves the Goblet of Fire. Finally, it appeared before our eyes. Dumbledore waved his wand and made the declaration. The doors of the hall suddenly opened, and a wooden chest-like object slowly emerged from the entrance hall. It passed through the center of the Great Hall, attracting the attention of all the students, and when it reached Dumbledore's hands, a wooden goblet emerged from the box. It wasn't special, it just looked like a goblet carved from rough wood. But unlike an ordinary goblet, pale white flames overflowed from its rim. What exactly was that? Dumbledore continued his explanation, looking like he was enjoying receiving the students' questioning gazes. This is the Goblet of Fire that has been used since the first Triwizard Tournament. This goblet will select the most suitable champion from those who submit their names. Well, everyone, if you think you are the one, write your name and school clearly on a piece of parchment and place it in this goblet. You must submit your name within the next 24 hours, before the Halloween party tomorrow. I will leave this goblet in the entrance hall, starting now. At this point in the explanation, the hall was filled with excitement. None of them made a sound, they just stared at the goblet with wide eyes. If you win the trophy, you will gain eternal glory. I think everyone desperately wanted it. However, with Dumbledore's next sentence, most of the tension calmed down. Finally, this is what I told everyone at Hogwarts from the start: those under the age of 17 are prohibited from participating. Do not step forward lightly. For those selected by the Goblet of Fire, there is an obligation. You must fight until the end. Putting your name into the goblet means you are bound by a magical contract. Although this is a task with sufficient safety measures, if you make one mistake, you could die. This is a dangerous trial that could lead to failure. However, you cannot change your mind halfway through. If you consider this and believe you truly have the ability to undertake this task, then step forward. For those under the age of 17, I will draw an age line myself so that you won't have any other ideas. This is a powerful spell that cannot be overcome by anyone under 17. Do not give up. And with the final declaration of dismissal, the feast that kicked off the Triwizard Tournament came to an end. During this time, the number of people surged, and the students began to move in unison. The voices of Fred and George came from nearby. Han, what is the age line? Don't think I'll give up just because of this. That's right. Also, you can use aging potion to deceive your physical age in any way. Once you put it in the goblet, it's yours. Hearing Dumbledore's declaration, the two of them did not seem to give up. I decided to reprimand these two who looked like they were about to get into trouble. But no one under the age of 17 can compete. Dumbledore said so too, right? This is a very dangerous task. We are too untrained. Dahlia is the only one who can compete. That's a fact. Hermione, are you saying we're no better than those guys? We can do it too. Harry can do it too, right? It seemed I had chosen the wrong words to reprimand her. After I answered bluntly, I shouted to stop them from inviting Harry. That's why. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Malfoy. My name is Igor Karkaroff. I have been looking forward to meeting you. It's nice to meet you, the principal of Durmstrang himself. You are too kind. I hadn't noticed Principal Karkaroff walking through the crowd toward Dahlia. Professor Moody was also watching him. Although I was not yet 17, I was selected as a special player for the national team due to my abilities. I became a representative player for Hogwarts and overcame all sorts of challenges. Finally, I received the Champions Trophy, and the entire school congratulated me with enthusiastic cheers. Among them was Ju Chan, who merely gave me an admiring smile. I smiled back at her, just for her. I would be lying if I said I hadn't dreamed of such a fantastic scene at least once. But I knew myself. I could never break through Dumbledore's age line, and even if I were chosen, I didn't have the ability to overcome the 3 dangerous challenges. Escaping Lord Voldemort was just my luck. I didn't overestimate my abilities, thinking I could overcome it next time. So even if Fred and George invited me, I had no intention of participating in the Triwizard Tournament. However, this didn't mean he lost interest in the national players. In fact, since I wasn't planning on competing, I was very curious to see who would represent Hogwarts. I wasn't the only student like this. Since Halloween fell on a Saturday this year, many students usually ate breakfast later. But if you arrived early at the entrance hall, I can't speak for others, but I think everyone is worried. I agree. A large number of students were milling around the Goblet of Fire. The goblet placed in the center of the Great Hall was always set on the round stool where the sorting hat was kept, and a thin golden line, about 5 or 6 meters in radius, was drawn on the floor around it. Perhaps this golden line was the age line. The students gathered in the foyer wandered around the line, some even acting as if there were a wall there. Judging by the situation, students under 17 were probably afraid to cross the boundary, let alone interfere. When I tried to touch it, there was indeed something that felt like an invisible wall. I knew this, but I didn't seem to have a chance to become a representative player. Even though I knew this, I was still somewhat shocked by the reality I faced when I spoke to the girl next to me. Have any students entered their names? Durmstrang and Beauxbatons arrived early this morning. But what's important is that not a single Hogwarts student has. Then Ron, who was sitting next to me, spoke with a laugh. There aren't many people who can put their names in there. If it were me, I'd put it in last night while everyone was sleeping. Because I wouldn't want it to be spat out the moment I put my name in the goblet. Right? I certainly thought Ron was right. Regardless of whether my name would be spat out, putting my name in and not being selected would prove that I was inferior to the national players. Of course, if it were an upper-year student from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw, I wouldn't complain, but if it were a Slytherin student, I might vomit. There was also a simple reason: it would be embarrassing. I wouldn't know what kind of expression I should make when I announced my name in front of everyone like that. But there were some people who felt no shame at all. Yay! That anti-aging potion is complete. With this, you can cross the age line. A drop each. We just need to age a few more months. Fred and George's laughter suddenly echoed in the foyer. Looking back, the two of them had triumphant expressions. They held a small vial in their hands. Despite Hermione's strong objections yesterday, they proceeded with the plan. Hermione was. It didn't go well. She muttered softly, but the two ignored her. The two finally saw that everyone was looking at them excitedly. Let's go. We're the first ones now. He jumped into the line with the force of a long jump, an action that would usually be blocked by an invisible wall, but they overcame it, a line that was normally impossible to cross. When they landed, they were already inside the age line. At this moment, everyone present probably thought their plan had succeeded. Not only Fred and George, but even Hermione, who had expressed such criticism, was no exception. Hermione looked shocked, and the other students cheered wildly, but Dumbledore couldn't be that lenient. Gee! Just when they thought they had succeeded, with a loud bang, the twins were thrown out of the circle as if by a shot put. More importantly, when they fell to the ground and looked up, they had long, pure white beards. The stunned student heard a third person's voice. I should have warned you. Hearing a low voice, he turned and saw Headmaster Dumbledore, the one who had drawn that age line, standing there. The professor continued in an amused tone. You two should both go see Madame Pomfrey. Several others have used the same method as you and have received her care for the same symptoms. Especially since no one has grown a beard as large as yours. Evergreen apes. Headmaster Dumbledore's words made everyone laugh. Even Fred and George, who were involved, laughed with sheer disgust. I laughed too, and then I thought, Fred and George's plan certainly failed, but Gryffindor wasn't without challenges. If I were the same, yes, originally, I would definitely have crossed it, I thought to myself. Dahlia's perspective. Who told you to enter Slytherin? It seems Mr. Warrington entered. He boasted that he was the first this morning. As for the others, I haven't heard anything yet. I see. If you want to participate, you must be a Slytherin. Other houses, especially if you become a member of Gryffindor or someone similar, you won't be noticed. What about the other houses? It seems Diggory will be chosen for Hufflepuff. I don't think he should be chosen for Hufflepuff because he's a failure, but he's also popular with girls. Plus, he's a pureblood. I'd rather Gryffindor become a representative player, that would be better. It was only the start of the day, and I was already tired of hearing conversations repeating like a broken record. Everywhere I went, it was representative players, representative players. I didn't care who played for the national team. I didn't care if it was Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin's archenemy, Gryffindor. I didn't understand why everyone cared so much about these things. I heard that this hall was already filled with such stories before we even arrived here. Why could they talk about the national players so much without getting bored? I wish you could repeat this nonsense constantly, just like me. It wouldn't matter if you only talked about it in front of people. Mr. Malfoy, aren't you going to run? Isn't it possible for Mr. Malfoy to cross that age line? I believe you can definitely win. That's right. No one is more suited to be this school's representative player than Mr. Malfoy. Nothing was more frustrating than when they sometimes spoke to me too. What kind of thought process would make me participate in an event that would take away my precious Christmas? Just thinking about it made me want to vomit. Besides being with Dahlia, all I wanted was to go home. Even if I were over 17, I wouldn't participate in this event. I was annoyed by the Slytherin's reaction. He seemed to be trying to flatter me. I have no intention of becoming a national player. My skin can't stay outside for long anyway, or are you telling me to complete the task in the sun? Mosquito? Although saying that was a bit sly, it didn't mean it was wrong. Even disregarding my feelings about competitive sports, because I couldn't be exposed to the sun for long, I thought that even upper year students wouldn't be able to participate in this life-threatening test. Not all tests would be conducted entirely indoors. If I exposed myself to the sun, my secret would be exposed in broad daylight. I couldn't risk that. Furthermore, besides this secret, he seemed able to tell her that he was recommending something I disliked. Recently, everyone had been afraid to approach me, and the two people who mustered the courage to speak to me responded hastily, their faces flushed. Impossible. We just thought it was possible given Mr. Malfoy's abilities. Oh, right. Well, let's leave it at that. Then, they fled the Great Hall, leaving only Onyi-sama and Dahlia, along with the usual members around me. There was an indescribable atmosphere between us. As for Dahlia and her brother, although they didn't say anything because of the content, they looked at me with worried expressions. At the same time, Parkinson, seemingly having lost the ability to read the room, started talking to me. Indeed, considering the sunlight, it might be a bit difficult for you to run as a candidate. But can't you break the age line? Eventually, you can do something about the sunlight. I think I might end up doing that. It was another continuation of a topic that made me sigh, but for now, this child was one of my Onyi-sama's followers. When Onyi-sama and Dahlia looked at me with contempt, I appropriately replied that I had no choice. What do you think? I wasn't planning on trying. After that, I finished the breakfast Dobby made, as usual, and left without a word. Then, as he walked out of the Great Hall with his embarrassed follower, he discovered the Goblet of Fire and the age line. When I arrived here, I saw this scene, and it was truly unsettling. Why did they occupy such a high-traffic area? The age line was about 5 or 6 meters wide, so I had to walk along the edge of the foyer. If it were any larger, she would have fallen inside the age line, but judging by the surrounding students' behavior, it might also be a transparent wall. Since I didn't have a habit of constantly running into walls, I had no choice but to walk out of the line and return to the common room. However, as I avoided such an unsettling line, "Hey, Malfoy's little daughter, can you join the national team?" I was stopped by someone who was more of an obstruction than the line itself. When I looked up at the sudden voice, I saw the most disgusting person in the school. Moody was looking at me from the top of the stairs with his normal eye, his magical eye darting around. As I tried to suppress my instinctive killing intent, he continued speaking as if testing my worth, yet at the same time, he continued speaking as if provoking me. However, with your ability, no one would complain if you ran for office, but it's a shame that in the competition, dark arts is the best. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on running for office anyway. Thank you for your kind advice. Chapter 135, A shadow disappeared. I have no reason to ask you these things, stomach. I ignored Moody, who was glaring at me, and walked back to the common room. Is that why everyone, including this guy, is talking about my potential to become a national player? Of course, this trash teacher's words are nothing but an inference about me. However, I am sure this guy is somewhat worried about the possibility of me becoming a representative player. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing at all. But I don't understand this. Even if I have the ability to survive the exams and the means to eliminate sunlight, this is the biggest problem. Unfortunately, at this point, I will not be able to overcome the magic of old age. As long as there is an age line, there is no possibility of me becoming a representative player. What do people really think of me? With such a frustrated mood, I tapped on the invisible wall on the age line next to me. This was just a casual gesture. I couldn't stand this nonsense anymore, so I just couldn't cross that age line. This was supposed to be an easy pose for an easy performance, but the result was, yes, my hands never touched the wall, they crossed the age line. I wasn't really looking for big results. In my future plans, I would make full use of a young girl named Dahlia Malfoy. Perhaps, no matter what I do, everyone's suspicions at school will eventually fall on that little girl. However, to make this even more certain, we only need to take a few steps. I just thought about this with a relaxed mind. When he approached the age line, he would say some provocative words. Since I am playing Moody now, I cannot say words he wouldn't say, but if it is this level of provocation, there will be no problem. If a little girl touches that age line, that would be a blessing. Just with this, he could spread rumors that the little girl was interested in that age line, and that he might have found a way to break through that age line, and he could trap this girl later. After the little girl's operation was successful, that's what I thought. Yes, what happened before my eyes was far beyond my expectations. Normally, this would be a boundary line you couldn't touch. The little girl was able to cross that age line set by Dumbledore without any obstacles. Everyone's astonished gaze, including mine, fell on the little girl. The board students who happened to be watching this exchange, who had been here since early morning, were no exception. I couldn't comprehend the incredible scene unfolding before my eyes. At the same time, the little girl, with her usual poker face yet somehow exuding a bewildered aura, tried to touch that age line again. That's strange. But this wouldn't change the outcome. This time, the little girl's hands firmly reached for that age line, but as expected, her arm swiped through the air as if there was nothing there. Ultimately, even if you try to cross that age line, as expected, it's done. If Dumbledore or anyone else had a solution to the age line, they should have said so from the beginning. They even lied about having no intention of trying. Even so, it was easily surpassed. There was no sign that the young girl standing within the age line would be pushed out. Seeing this strange sight, everyone fell silent, looking stunned. The only sound echoing in the hall was the voice of the little girl's attendant, Pugface. Then things finally changed. I see. For an old man, I am also an unexpected presence, is that what you mean? After the little girl mumbled something, she did nothing, quickly retreated from the age line, and walked towards the common room as if nothing had happened. A pug-faced voice spoke again to the little girl, who was holding hands with the Greengrass family's daughter. Oh, well, now, as long as you protect yourself from sunlight, you can also become a national player, right? But the little girl didn't respond. He just kept walking, his eyes fixed straight ahead, his demeanor cold, matching his expression. Though I was confused, I finally spoke. Ha, I am indeed the class president, but please remember this, no matter how much I cross that age line, no matter how much I collude with dark wizards like Karkaroff, when I look at you, I won't let you do as you please. Indeed, the little girl did not answer. He glanced at me, said nothing more, and left with his attendant, returning to the common room. As the little girl, the culprit of the incident, disappeared, students everywhere began to make noise. Ah, that's Dahlia Malfoy. She easily crossed that age line, didn't she? Perhaps he has already written his name into the Goblet of Fire? What, then he will be Hogwarts' representative? Regardless of his personality, his ability is the best in this school. But if that's the case, won't all the other national players be killed? Although this was a completely unexpected turn of events, the strategy itself seemed to be going very smoothly. Even if the suspect's suspicion was thus lifted, it was possible to make the girl look at herself with disproportionate suspicion. I don't know why the little girl was able to cross that age line, but now everything is going according to my plan. However, thinking this far, I felt a strong sense of unease about my own thoughts. I felt a strong discomfort with the doubts I had tried to ignore. No, seriously, How did the little girl break through the age line so easily? It can be said that this little girl's ability is the strongest in this school. Although he hasn't been assigned to this school for long, I can see that he has such unique abilities. But that's all. Even the Dark Lord was no match for Dumbledore, who was wary of him. Even so, he easily crossed the age line. This means that either the little girl's power actually exceeded Dumbledore's, or there was a reason I didn't understand. I recalled the Dark Lord's words again. That person will become a great Death Eater in the future and be very useful to me. Why would the Dark Lord know about the little girl? More than 10 years have passed since the Dark Lord went into hiding. At that time, the little girl was still an infant, so to speak. No matter how good you are now, it doesn't mean you can use dark arts from a young age. Did the Dark Lord know of the little girl's existence and decide to make her his future right-hand man? A question suddenly arose in my mind, and I stood still. The surrounding students were discussing the scene in horror. This indicated that the strategy itself was going too smoothly. The real strategy would begin after tonight's representative selection. Everything was going according to the Dark Lord's and my plan. However, even so, for some reason, I couldn't help but feel a strong sense of unease. Who exactly is Dahlia Malfoy? Dahlia's perspective. It was finally time for the Halloween party. As usual, Victor Crumb sat next to Dahlia, attracting everyone's attention. However, that gaze was only slightly shallower than last night. Now many students were more focused on the Goblet of Fire, which was already closer to the teachers' seats than Victor Crumb. Apparently Angelina Johnson entered Gryffindor. Look, that seeker. Ah, that guy. But since Mr. Malfoy was chosen, it's impossible for him to be chosen. And is there anyone more suitable to be selected for the national team than Mr. Malfoy? That's why, in direct proportion to the attention, I continued to hear more unsettling topics than this morning. Normally, Dahlia wouldn't be interested in this matter and wouldn't bring it up. However, because of what happened this morning, for some reason, Dahlia became the top candidate for the current national team. In a place unrelated to Dahlia's will. As usual, the hall was decorated with Halloween decorations, brightly lit by hundreds of floating candles. However, the atmosphere around me, Dahlia, and Draco was so dark that it seemed to be the only place without light. Of course, the reason was this morning. It was always like this. Everyone around was talking about Dahlia being able to run for office, and even potentially run for public office, but the internal situation was not so simple. Dahlia thought, when she crossed the age line. I see. Even for an old man, I am unexpected. Is that what you are saying? He said he didn't want to be treated by Dumbledore. Of course, no matter how wary that old man was of Dahlia, I knew that it didn't mean he didn't truly see her as a person. No matter how old he was, he still had some common sense in his heart. But at the same time, it was certain that he unconsciously pushed Dahlia into a corner. This school currently has many students and teachers of non-human blood. Professor Flitwick has goblin blood, Principal Madame Maxime seems to have some giant blood, and there is also a Beauxbatons girl rumored to have Veela blood. Only Draco and I know Dahlia, who has mixed vampire blood. Leaving Dahlia aside, it was impossible for the old man not to have thought of Beauxbatons. If that were truly the case, when he set the age line, he should have excluded those under 17, or even non-humans, or rather, as long as they reached the age limit, they could enter. Past. But Dahlia still made it through. Despite being under 17, there were no problems. I don't think this is because Dahlia has mixed vampire blood, but because of another characteristic. This is a matter of the soul. Dahlia was ignored by the age line. He was forced to reassert that he was not human. It was impossible for Dahlia not to be hurt. But even if you know this, Dahlia, I don't need to worry. Yes. At this moment, all I could say were words without comfort. Nothing to worry about. If it were a close friend, I believe you could say something more thoughtful. Why, at the most important moment, could I not say the words I needed most? Even if I couldn't say anything openly because of the eyes of those around me, there must have been more I could do. But it seems I wasn't the only one who felt this way. Draco sat next to me, a worried expression on his face, but said nothing. And Hermione, sitting in the distant Gryffindor seats, was the only one in all of Gryffindor looking at Dahlia with a worried expression, while the other members of the surrounding dormitories were looking at Dahlia. Perhaps, from her position, she could also see that Dahlia's expression was strange and blank, but due to the distance, it seemed impossible to take any concrete action. What's more, such second and third place were also being staged. Although not. I believe you all ate well tonight. Fortunately, the Goblet of Fire seems to have already selected the representative players. As usual, the always mistake-prone old man raised his voice. Thanks to you, I can no longer call Dahlia. I glared at the old man, but he continued in an oblivious tone. The Goblet of Fire representative selected should come to the front of the hall, then along the faculty table to the next room, where they will receive their first instructions. As soon as the old man said this, the Goblet of Fire suddenly shone brightly. The next moment, a parchment was spat out from it, which the old man grabbed and announced the name of the first person. Durmstrang's representative player is Victor Crumb. Unbeknownst to me, enthusiastic cheers erupted in the hall. Apparently, the person receiving the applause at the front didn't particularly like loud noises, so he walked towards the room he was guided to, looking somewhat annoyed. Just by listening to what he said yesterday, I knew he didn't have any special intentions towards Dahlia. The person with intentions was the principal of Durmstrang. He was just being used by them. But since I didn't know what kind of information he would give me, I had no choice but to remain vigilant. As I watched Crumb enter the room, the name of the next player on the list appeared. Bosbaton's representative player is Fleur de Lacour. Bosbaton's representative athlete seemed to have been determined to be a female student with Vela blood. The Slytherins, including Draco and I, were accustomed to the most beautiful girl, named Dahlia, so they wouldn't make a fuss. But the Gryffindor's cheers were even greater than Crumb's. But this cheering didn't last long, because most of the Hogwarts students finally started to care about this matter. It seems the Goblet of Fire has already selected the last player. Hogwarts' representative player will be announced. The goblet glowed red again, and the third piece of parchment was spat out. The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory. Dumbledore seized it and announced the name loudly. The reaction was explosive, mainly from the Hufflepuff seats. The Hufflepuff students all stood up, stomping their feet and shouting loudly, "We did it! Our Cedric became the champion, beating that Dahlia Malfoy." Some students were so excited that they even joked with such nonsense. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with the student named Cedric Diggory, it was just that his foolish earlier comments made me even less inclined to support him. As I glared at the students who were excited over a stupid misunderstanding, the old man began speaking cheerfully. Now the 3 champions have been determined. I trust that even those students who were not chosen will fully support our champions. By cheering them on, everyone will. I want to make a genuine contribution to my school. My interest ended right there. Why did I have to support a champion I didn't even know in an event I wasn't interested in, outside of the Christmas ball? The unpleasant situation that started this morning should now be over, as the champions have been determined. Some students might still believe that Dahlia decided to run for champion or something, but once the competition starts, they won't have time to dwell on such rumors. So, for me, today's gathering ended here. After this, I would return to the common room with Toto and comfort Dahlia, who was still feeling down. Just as I was thinking this, it happened. Just as Dumbledore was speaking, the Goblet of Fire suddenly glowed red again. The number of champions had already been selected. Not only I, but everyone here must have sensed that something was wrong, and the great hall instantly fell silent. Then, in the silence, a piece of parchment was spat out of the goblet, and the old man reflexively grabbed it. Harry Potter. He read out the impossible name. It seemed this school would not have a peaceful year. When I first started remembering things, I was already the lowest in status in my family. My older brothers were all talented and constantly drew the attention of my parents. He achieved excellent grades at Hogwarts, attained the dean position, and went on to find a great job after graduation. Fred and George, who were 2 years older than me, didn't have grades as good as their older brother, but that didn't mean they weren't good. In fact, they were talented enough to enter the top ranks, and they had been doing so all their lives. All the pranks they were involved in were far more than just foolishness. In other words, they were people I could never surpass, no matter how hard I tried. It's not that I haven't tried. I shared the Weasley bloodline just like my brothers. Then, even I should be able to achieve things, right? Even before entering Hogwarts, I showed signs of talent and was sure that I would become a principal and one day find a good job like my older brothers. There was a time when I believed this, and I studied hard even before entering Hogwarts. But it was useless. The more I tried, the more I realized it. I didn't have the talent my brothers possessed. I wasn't as smart as Bill or Charlie. I wasn't as serious as Percy. I didn't have the creativity of Fred and George to impress those around me. Whatever I did, I couldn't do it like my brothers. No matter how hard I tried, I would never be able to match them. I couldn't use my excellence to attract my parents' attention like my brothers did. I always received hammer-downs from my brothers. I would forever be the unremarkable youngest brother of the Weasley family. The only thing I had to be proud of, my talent for international wizard chess, was useless in real life. Furthermore, it was probably something that only caused slight embarrassment to ordinary people. It was impossible for me to play an active role on the front lines like my older brothers. Everything came easily to them. My talent, ability, foundation, spirit, and mindset were all second-rate. Above all, I couldn't find anything that I could immerse myself in like my brothers. This was the undeniable answer I had desperately searched for, so I thought a lot. I had so many brothers. I was convinced that my brothers had stolen my talent from my mother's womb, leaving me, the youngest, without even a shred of it. In other words, I was a dead-end Weasley. When I was young, watching my talented brothers, I felt a sense of near fatalism. However, as my sister, who was a year younger than me, grew up, I found that this notion changed. In a terrible way, of course. Ginny Weasley, my sister, was born a year after me. When I started remembering things, my parents and brothers already adored the only girl in the Weasley family so much that they couldn't bear to be apart from her. This included me. It was impossible not to find the young girl I first met adorable. But that was all. She was just loved because she was the first girl. It had nothing to do with talent. Although I was uninteresting in every way, let alone my talent or even my gender, I was considered inferior to her, but it wasn't because I was less talented than her. It was purely a gender issue, but because of that, I became a person less loved than my sister, the most boring person in the family. This was the depth of the emotions I had been thinking about, which I couldn't fully comprehend myself. As Ginny grew up, I realized this idea was wrong, because my sister was a genius. Although she was the only one among the siblings with a somewhat reserved personality, everything she did was spot on. It was even more pronounced than when my brothers were younger. It was even more than what I could achieve through my own efforts. As Ginny grew older, I realized this. My sister was a genius. In other words, my brothers had not stolen all the talent from my parents. In other words, the only member of the Weasley family without talent was me. The moment I realized this fact, I felt an incurable jealousy deep inside. Of course, it wasn't that I didn't love my parents, brothers, and sister. On the contrary, I always felt how lucky I was to have such a wonderful family. There were the cool Bill and Charlie, the talkative but kind-hearted Percy, the funny Fred and George, and their adorable sister Ginny. My family was too wonderful for me. It didn't matter whether your family was poor or not. The Weasley family was the best family in the world. But that's why I suddenly thought of this. Why was it that in such a good family, only I had no merits? Sometimes I would think that there was no benefit in doing this. I just couldn't extinguish the fire of jealousy I had once felt. That is, until I met him. It was then that I finally decided to enroll at Hogwarts and boarded the express train heading to the castle. Well, goodbye, Ron. We're going to Lee's compartment, so go find your own. Or maybe Ronnie is lonely and wants to come to our compartment. Oh, that couldn't be true. You can even find your own compartment. As I parted ways with my brothers, looking for an empty compartment or one with a child my age. Hey, is this all right? Everywhere else is full. Ah, yes, that's fine. I met him. He wore round glasses, and his black, curly hair bounced at the back of his head. At first glance, you wouldn't say he had any distinguishing features that couldn't be found anywhere else. I wouldn't have guessed it from his bright green eyes, but at first glance, he was an ordinary-looking boy. Because his appearance was unremarkable, he gave off a quiet impression. This was my first impression of him. But this was a great mistake. Thank you. I'm Ron, Ronald Weasley. You must be around the same age and entering Hogwarts this year, right? Feel free to call me Ron. Yes, I understand, Ron. Oh, I'm Harry. This is Harry Potter. He was definitely not an unremarkable existence. Seeing the name that no one in the wizarding world didn't know, my eyes widened. Indeed, before his enrollment, the newspapers featured daily news that he would be attending Hogwarts this year. However, I never expected that the boy in front of me was the famous figure who defeated the Dark Lord when he was a child. Huh? Harry Potter? So, is there? This, the scar? Look here. Moreover, when you saw his most distinguishing feature, the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, you couldn't help but believe it. Looking back now, from that moment on, my fascination with this highly anticipated boy far surpassed that for my older brothers. Days flew by in the blink of an eye. The Malfoy fellow annoyed me during our first meeting, but that didn't mean I lost the sense of familiarity I felt with him when we first met. Yes, Harry and I got along surprisingly well. Although Harry was the most famous person in the wizarding world, he didn't shy away from it and lacked confidence in himself. Despite being surrounded by talented older brothers, I still felt inferior deep down. It didn't take long for us to become the best of friends. Although Harry was famous, inversely proportional to his name, he knew nothing about the wizarding world, so I taught him many things. I can't deny that I felt a slight sense of superiority about this. But more importantly, I couldn't help but enjoy spending time with the first friend my age I had made, and spending time with him was the most wonderful thing. Moreover, without me realizing it, Hermione had joined the circle, and we became a close trio of friends. At first, I didn't like Hermione. She wasn't like me, speaking bossily and handling everything smoothly, but I found that she was just clumsy when interacting with people, and once I realized how much harder she worked than usual, the feeling of aversion disappeared. The three of us were a perfect match because we all lacked something. We were so needed and important to each other. It was as if we were old friends. This wouldn't change, no matter what difficulties we faced. The first year was the Philosopher's Stone incident, the second year was the Chamber of Secrets incident caused by the House of Malfoy, and last year was the commotion caused by Sirius's escape. We solved all sorts of difficult cases alongside Harry, the common trouble magnet. The three of them worked together, desperately overcoming the events of the time. If even one person had been missing, it would have been impossible. Without realizing it, the three of us had become the heroes of the school, solving all sorts of difficult cases. I had always looked up to my talented older brothers at home, but without realizing it, I had accomplished things that even my brothers couldn't. I was the only one among my siblings to receive a Special Achievement Award. So from now on, this wouldn't change. Harry was a unique troublemaker, but I believed we could overcome future challenges. Harry, Hermione, and I. The three of us could overcome any difficulty. We were tightly connected by deep friendship. So no matter what happened, it didn't matter. Until now, and from now on, the three of us would overcome this difficulty together. Yes, I firmly believed this. Nevertheless, why didn't you tell me? We're best friends, aren't we? The three of us have always been together. But why didn't you tell me? Why did I now harbor such unpleasant feelings toward my best friend? This is what I thought when I saw Harry's name come out of the Goblet of Fire. I was betrayed by Harry. I was left behind by Harry. Even I knew this thought was wrong. This was about Harry, who was always getting into trouble. I was convinced that he was in trouble again, no matter what. Even if Harry had yearned to join the champions, he would have invited me when submitting his name. Judging by his pale expression when his name was called, I couldn't believe he had anticipated this. But for some reason, Ron, I've told you many times before, I didn't put my name in the goblet. Someone else must have done it. Are you saying you can't tell me that either? Well, fine. Oh, right, you should go to bed early. You might be busy taking pictures tomorrow. I could only say things that even I knew were wrong. I climbed into bed, thinking, and hid my ugly, twisted expression. Why am I so angry? Why am I tormented by that old feeling of inferiority, low self-esteem, and self-abasement? Despite these thoughts, I apologized to Harry in the end, and I was so worried about what I had done to him that I couldn't even speak. It no longer made sense. Until last night, I was looking forward to who would be the champion. I was probably hoping to be chosen from the same Gryffindor group. I heard Angelina Johnson put her name into the Goblet of Fire. She is excellent and full of Gryffindor courage. I am sure she will be chosen as the champion. There were rumors that Dahlia Malfoy had crossed the age line, but even if she really put her name in, the Goblet of Fire still chose Angelina. If a Gryffindor student were chosen, there would be no happier news. I thought so until last night. But, yo, our hero is here. Seriously, how did he cross the age line? Fred, as I said yesterday, I haven't entered my name yet. Say it again, Tilda. I hate you, brother. Well, one day you'll have to tell me. Come on, have a good breakfast. If you don't strengthen your body, you won't be able to overcome the trials. Why did I encounter this situation? Although it was only one night, Gryffindor's excitement did not subside. My name appeared in the Goblet of Fire, and he looked very happy. Even Angelina did put her name in. Harry, good luck. Even if I can't participate, at least Gryffindor has a representative. Let's beat Diggory and make up for the Quidditch match a few days ago. That's what I said as soon as I appeared in the Great Hall. Other Gryffindor students had similar reactions. On the other hand, the reactions of other houses were as follows. What makes him a champion? He's just someone who likes to show off. Cedric Diggory can't possibly lose to such a coward. I just think it's so good to be admired by those around you. Cedric alone is enough to represent Hogwarts. This place was far from Gryffindor, with nothing but coldness. As for the Hufflepuffs, they looked at them with disdain. The Slytherins just gave me a meaningful glance, but seeing them all quietly gathered together talking about something, I was sure they would harass me in some way in the future. In other words, not only Gryffindor, but also Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and my enemy Slytherin. Their reactions were all different, but I admit, I was the one who put my name into the Goblet of Fire. Their only commonality was, they existed. I still don't fully understand what happened, but I can't help but feel frustrated by the situation I've suddenly found myself in. Most importantly, I was saddened that very few people truly understood my current situation. As for the teachers, those who correctly understood the situation were, Potter, I know you didn't put your name in there. The enemy must have submitted your name as the fourth school. And to fool the Goblet of Fire, an extremely powerful confounding charm is required. In this school, there are only a few people who can do such a thing and have the motivation to do so. Potter must be very careful of Karkaroff and Dahlia Malfoy. Their target must be your life. Now that your name has been taken from the Goblet of Fire, you must fight hard in this competition through a magical contract. They may want to use this to kill you. Professor Moody gave me some advice after explaining the game, and Dumbledore was the one who looked at me with a worried gaze until the very end. And the students. Good morning, Harry. I brought this for you. Do you want to go out for a walk? I think this place is uncomfortable for you now. Just like Hermione, one of my best friends. As I prepared for breakfast with a gloomy mood, she spoke to me, holding a few slices of toast wrapped in napkins. My other best friend, Ron, was nowhere to be seen. Reconfirming that my conversation with Ron last night wasn't a dream or anything, my mood became even more depressed, but more importantly, I was glad that my ally had finally appeared, so I responded to Hermione with a slightly cheerful voice. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Hermione. The two of us quickly left the bar and hurried across the lawn towards the lake. As I watched the Durmstrang ship anchored on the lake, I remembered everything that had happened since Hermione called my name last night. He told Hermione, when I was called, I insisted to the people gathered there that I had not put my name in. The only people who probably believed this were Dumbledore and Professor Moody, but even Principal Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, and the other 3 champions didn't believe it. Although I hadn't put my name in, I still had to risk my life to overcome this ordeal. Sure enough, after listening to me, she started talking as if it were a matter of course, without asking any questions. Well, I know you didn't put your name in there either. The expression on your face when that name appeared, I can't believe you put it in yourself. I felt as if my heart had been cleansed by Hermione's words. After all, I thought she would understand the situation before I even spoke. Ron was the kind of person who would start saying things like that at times like these. She would definitely be my strength. Yes, one thing. Dahlia also said the same thing yesterday. You didn't put your name into the goblet. You are being targeted by someone. Except for Dahlia Malfoy. Hermione smiled at me and spoke the name of the person I needed to be most careful of in this school. Hermione's perspective. As soon as Harry's name was called, the Great Hall immediately became lively. Dahlia. Am I okay now? I pushed through the crowd and approached the group of Slytherins, speaking softly to the person I was looking for. Those Slytherins who always got in the way. Seriously, why did Potter's name appear? Such a person cannot be selected as a national team member, and he cannot cross the age line. He must have cheated. Dumbledore is a slave. You favor me. Now he was just insulting Harry, not even noticing that I was nearby. Although the Gryffindor students didn't speak ill of him, he was also fascinated by Harry, and Harry, whom I should be wary of, was first instructed to go to the next room. Ron also walked away with a solemn expression. In this way, I was able to call Dahlia and them without difficulty, and Dahlia and the others who were called out. Mr. Granger, yes, it's okay. I also have something to ask you. Then I think the warehouse in front is a good place, no one will be there, and no one will bother you now. Let's go, Dahlia, Hermione. He seemed to have something to say to me. As soon as we accepted Dahlia's suggestion, we pushed through the crowd and quietly slipped into the warehouse. Then, Dahlia brought up the topic I wanted to discuss first. Mr. Granger, are you sure what you want to talk about is about Potter? Yeah. Then let me ask you a question first. Is he pretending to have written his name? This question was like checking a prerequisite. I immediately answered Dahlia's question. No, I've been with him for a long time, and he's never shown any such behavior. And the expression on his face when he called that name, I don't think that was acting. He's not that good at acting. This is not human stuff. I think so. Well, since you say so, there's no doubt. What a pity. Yes, Dahlia is right. First of all, Potter couldn't have come up with a way to cross the age line. A very simple answer. Sure enough, Dahlia and even Dahlia must have somewhat anticipated my reaction. However, after Dahlia muttered something, she fell silent, her face gloomy. Dahlia just looked at Dahlia, with a hint of worry on her face, without trying to say what came next. After a moment of silence, I timidly asked them, "Hey, what do you two think happened to Harry?" This time the answer was not so simple. Dahlia did not immediately answer my question, and even if she did, her voice sounded worried. "I don't know. Someone put his name in. I'm sure he's being targeted by someone, but I'm not sure what his purpose is." To be honest, I also knew Dahlia's answer. Harry was targeted by someone almost every year. Harry easily got into trouble, so this year was no exception. But I only knew that much. Who put Harry's name in, and why? I couldn't foresee it at all. That's why I asked Dahlia, who was much smarter than me. If there was anyone in this school who truly understood the current situation, I'm afraid it was only her besides Dumbledore. The Gryffindors said some foolish things, saying that she might put her name into the Goblet of Fire, but in reality, if she wasn't so interested in this, I believe she would react to this situation. I believe he will give you calm advice. Considering this, I first asked Dahlia and them, but it seemed even she couldn't do it. But this, of course, would not disappoint her. It is wrong to complain just because she cannot do what you cannot do. I only felt anxious because Harry was facing something that even she could not understand. Yes, that's right. Sorry, I'm just asking you questions. I really want to know what happened. I gave Dahlia a brief answer, and could only remain silent helplessly. After that, no one wanted to say anything more. Dahlia remained silent as usual, as if thinking about something, while Dahlia just stood there, holding her. Although I took the trouble to call them here, I said nothing due to worries about the future. I don't know what's happening now. This is natural, because I can't understand something that even Dahlia can't understand. But what I do understand is this. As I expected, and as Dahlia said, Harry was targeted by someone again. There is no doubt about it. Finally, we didn't leave the warehouse until bedtime. We didn't speak again, even if I said this before going to the basement. There is only one thing to do. I will protect the lives of those I care about now at all costs. I will do my best no matter what. That is, Dahlia just mumbled something that even I couldn't hear. Dumbledore's perspective. The headmaster's office was quiet. I couldn't help but ask Alastair, who had just finished his report. Alastair, is what you just said true? Are you saying Dahlia crossed the age line? There is no doubt about it. I saw it with my own eyes, and many students also witnessed it. I don't know what method they used. This was a dazzling report. Why were there so many problems this year? Due to signs of Lord Voldemort's resurrection, the Death Eaters became more active. In such a situation, Karkaroff already had an element of anxiety, but this year was also like this, Dahlia. It's not that I was careless. In fact, I could even say that I had a strong sense of vigilance, and what happened a few days ago made my vigilance even stronger. With these signs of Lord Voldemort's resurrection, it was impossible for him to relax his guard on Dahlia. So I gave Dahlia, who was originally expelled, a chance. But to be honest, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The age line was originally not to be crossed by anyone under 17. There was absolutely no mistake. There was a way to get out of this predicament, which was to entrust your name to an older student, but even so, you could never cross the age line. Even for races other than humans, this would not change. Some students from other schools had non-human blood mixed in them. Considering these children, I established a system that allowed me to select non-humans based on this age line. A truly solid protection. If he could overcome this, he must be a wizard whose ability far surpassed mine. A wizard with dark arts that even I didn't know. Or, first of all, it was a living thing, some kind of. Since the first and last options did not apply to Dahlia, there was no doubt that she possessed dark arts that even I did not know. Besides this, there was no other way for her to cross the age line. In other words, as I had predicted before, there is no doubt that she is the student Hogwarts needs to be most cautious of at this stage. Frankly, I would say this is even more serious than Karkaroff's problem. But even after reaffirming this fact, I am now truly powerless. The die is cast. Harry's name appearing in the Goblet of Fire means that some plan of Lord Voldemort's has begun. Whatever the enemy's objective, Harry must now consider how to get through the ordeal as safely as possible. This doesn't mean I can relax my guard on Dahlia, but I'm sure he can't just focus on her now. Even if they tried to expel her from school, she only crossed the age line. Since it cannot be said that she obviously caused this, there is no way for them to expel her from school now. Most importantly, I'm sorry, Alastair. It's late, you can go back to your room to rest. I also ask you to look after Harry and Dahlia starting tomorrow. Please guide those children. I want you to do this, so Harry can safely overcome his ordeal and Dahlia won't fall into darkness. Needless to say, that's what I was called here for. I thought as I asked Alastair to leave the headmaster's office. Dahlia used dangerous, dark arts that exceeded my age line. Given that, there is no doubt that we must be even more vigilant of her. But even if I am more vigilant of her, for some reason, I can't help but think she is the one who put Harry's name in this episode. It came out. I wonder how many people in this school crossed that age line and had the motivation and ability to put Harry's name on it. Such people are only Karkaroff and Dahlia. No matter how Karkaroff betrayed Lord Voldemort during his trial, he would do anything to survive. If Lord Voldemort gave him instructions in exchange for forgiving his past, he would gladly follow. Compared to anyone I've ever met, Dahlia is a student who could be as dangerous as Tom. Thanks to a mysterious power, he escaped the influence of Dementors, and most importantly, he crossed the age line this year. Normally, it would not be strange to consider these two people as suspects, including Harry's name. I wonder why, for some reason, when it comes to Dahlia, I simply can't believe she is the culprit. I had suspicions about her in her second year, but I still believe my judgment at the time was correct. She left no concrete evidence at the time, but she was a very suspicious person. That's why I had questions. Even now, nothing has changed. No matter what Remus says, I don't regret my decision at the time. But the situation now is different from then. Her merciless attack on Alastair, her ability to surpass that age line without hesitation, and the circumstantial evidence that leads one to believe she put Harry's name there. Normally, it would be reasonable to suspect her as the culprit. There is more evidence than when I was in her second year. But at the same time, I think there is a lot of evidence. If anything, I find it strange that they have so much. Dahlia didn't leave much evidence in her second year. My only evidence was that she was moving around night after night. This was circumstantial evidence, too weak in strength to be considered evidence. Although he successfully removed Lucius from the board, his involvement in the matter and what kind of girl she was remains unknown. It was truly blocked on all sides. That's why I think there's too much evidence in this situation. There's so much evidence. It's as if I'm telling him to make that decision. It's as if he's being led. I can't believe Dahlia, who left so much evidence, would do such a thing. Most importantly, according to Alastair, Dahlia touched that age line and crossed it in front of a large number of students. If she really put Harry's name in, I wonder if she would do it in front of others. At least for me, I can't believe this series of events was solely caused by Dahlia. The only possibility is that she is a decoy for some kind of operation. I'm not sure if it's her own, or her target, or if someone is guiding her. Everything is progressing faster than expected. About Harry, about Tom, and about Dahlia. No matter how much people praise me as the best wizard of the century, I can't see the future at all. Everything is behind the curve. Even at this very moment, things are likely proceeding according to Lord Voldemort's will. Unlike Quirrell 3 years ago, is better this time. In any case, the only thing I can do now is prioritize Harry's safety, but I can't help but feel very anxious about this. Truly, I don't know what Tom's purpose is. Cedric's perspective. A few days have passed, but it feels like a dream. Although this is the result of my own choice, I still can't believe it. But no matter how I feel, Cedric, go for it. Don't lose to Potter. Cedric, you are Hogwarts' only representative. Reality will never change. As I passed by and heard someone call my name, I looked up to see my Hufflepuff classmates smiling at me. There was a strange badge on my chest that bothered me, but I guessed they were seriously supporting me in their own way. I thought for a moment, then worried if it would be too awkward to respond to them with a smile. How did this happen? No, it must be because I put my name into the Goblet of Fire. But to be honest, deep down, I never thought I would be chosen. This is just a small feat. I'm not boasting, it's just that I feel I'm a fairly well-known student in this school. His grades have always been in a good position, and I think he's also a pretty good Quidditch seeker. Although this is all because the better my grades, the happier my parents are. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit drunk. That's why I thought this way when I heard about the Triwizard Tournament. If anyone could be chosen as the Goblet of Fire for this school, who would it be? The first thought that came to mind was probably that Slytherin girl, the third-year student who caused terror in the school the year before last. a beautiful but cold Slytherin girl, hated by everyone, but considered the best in the school. In terms of ability alone, I'm afraid no other student is more suitable to be a representative player than her. But she is much younger than me, they don't even meet the age standard, so she would never be a representative player. So who was the next person that came to mind? Thinking about it carefully, I found myself becoming overly confident, but I also wondered if it was myself. Indeed, there are many talented students in this school besides me, but I wonder if anyone deserves recognition to represent Hogwarts as much as I do. That's why I put my name into the Goblet of Fire. Even if I'm not chosen, there's no benefit. But if you are chosen and win, you will receive 1,000 galleons and eternal honor. If you get it, your parents will surely be happy from the bottom of their hearts. I am more confident in myself than ever before. Students can not only receive evaluations from parents and students, but also from the wider world. By doing so, you will be able to gain true confidence that the skills you have worked so hard to acquire are real. So, with full enthusiasm and persistence, I joyfully volunteered to be part of the national team. Due to temporary confusion, but when I was chosen, what I actually felt was immense fear. I heard that Dahlia Malfoy might have crossed the age line and entered her name, so I thought I might not have a chance to be chosen. It was then that I was chosen. I don't know if she really entered her name because she didn't meet the age standard, but if she really did, the Goblet of Fire would choose me instead of her. This is a great honor and something to be happy about. But when my name actually appeared, I couldn't be happy. To be honest, compared to this fear, my suspicion about Harry Potter's name being mentioned was insignificant. However, I was chosen. As Headmaster Dumbledore said, I must overcome 3 life-threatening challenges alone. Accompanied by these negative thoughts, I felt immense fear. I remember now. Why did I put my name into the Goblet of Fire at that time? What makes you do so well? What is a Quidditch seeker? What use are such things in a 3-person competition? The people around me were able to inspire me because I portrayed that ideal image. Because the people around me were happy, and my parents were happy, I worked hard to make them happy. Physically, the real me, I have a hidden timid nature that makes me feel very scared now. No matter how many people cheer for me around me, they won't help me get through this ordeal. Unable to understand the details of the trial, he just hid his anxiety with the support of those around him. I know Harry is in pain because he claims he didn't put his name there, but I don't have enough funds to help him. It's not about winning or losing, but about surviving the test. This is the only thing that makes me can't help but feel anxious. Despite being surrounded by smiling faces, deep down I was fighting a desperate loneliness. That's probably why. Although I should be careful. Hello, Cedric Diggory. This is the first time we've spoken like this. One afternoon, I was alone in the corridor. You're very vigilant. But it's okay, I can feel your fear. For a moment, I heard his /her cold voice. She suddenly appeared in a corridor that had been empty, but it was as if she had been there from the beginning. Flowing silver hair, white porcelain skin, a junior who was always beautiful, but always cold. This Slytherin student, whom all Hogwarts students had heard of, gazed deeply into my heart with his pale golden eyes. Don't worry, I'm on your side. Dahlia Malfoy, unable to make a sound due to the sudden event, whispered softly to me. I'm just here to give you some advice. Don't you want to know what the first task is? If you knew, at least you'd feel more at ease, right? Hey, Ron, go talk to Harry. I understand your frustration, but if you sit there, you'll never move forward. Harry is waiting too. Harry needs you now. That's it. While all the Gryffindors were making a fuss around me, Hermione said this to me, and I was alone, looking at the fire in the fireplace. But I didn't answer her, just stared at the fire. All I could do was stare. I knew Hermione was right. Harry had obviously been exhausted lately. A 3-sentence article written by a newspaper reporter named Rita Skeeter that could only be considered gossip. A strange badge, seemingly made by Slytherin. Students kept this in mind. Gryffindor students didn't wear them, but almost everyone in the other 3 houses did. Chapter 136, New Workplace. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are usually Gryffindor's friends, and this was no exception. It could be said that Hermione was Harry's only ally at the moment. What's more, the content of the upcoming trial was to fight that dragon, so I could no longer focus. If Harry knew this information, he would definitely be shocked. I obtained this information with Hagrid's help. Hagrid had no doubt that Harry and I were still together 24/7. Ron, I want to show you something. You'll be surprised. In fact, I should have invited Harry to come along, but I'm sure Harry would hesitate if we met without any prior information. Besides, your brother is also here. he secretly whispered to me in the breakfast room. When I followed Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night, I found my brother Charlie and 4 dragons there. It was obvious that the Triwizard Tournament would use dragons. Dragons are creatures that cannot be fought with half-baked magic. Moreover, its mouth is large enough to swallow a person, and the flames it breathes are enough to burn everything around it. This is definitely not something a student who has just learned magic can compare to. It would be very cruel to tell Harry to fight without him being prepared. I couldn't help but feel that this was some kind of punishment, but that's all I knew. In the end, I still couldn't convey this fact to Harry. The sooner you know your challenge is to fight a giant dragon, the easier it will be to take countermeasures. I had to speak. Despite thinking so, I still couldn't bring myself to tell Harry this fact. Harry knew that the name wasn't written by himself. Even so, I was still tormented by this ugly inferiority complex. This inferiority complex hindered me, and when I met Harry face to face, I couldn't express my true feelings. That's why. Hermione, can you tell Harry? Go find Hagrid. Then Harry will know what the first test is. I had no choice but to do this, but Hermione didn't seem to know my feelings. I really don't care, but I think it would be easier for you if you told me. Ron, I know you fought that stupid Slytherin with the badge today. As always, he kept pointing out things I didn't want him to say. Indeed, today I accidentally ran into a group of Slytherins giggling with badges, but I should have made sure there were no Gryffindors around before doing so. I didn't want anyone to know that I was angry because of Harry. However, Hermione didn't seem to know what was going on. Why does she always understand my feelings better than I do? I was a little embarrassed, so I turned my back to her and told her unilaterally, "Leave me alone. What I do doesn't matter to you. You must tell Harry." However, Hermione did not leave my side immediately. After a deep sigh, she continued, her voice sounding a little shocked but also a little warm. "Boys are really clumsy. If you're worried, just say you're worried. And the reason you're angry isn't just because you're jealous of Harry, is it? You're just, well, that's just my business. There's no point in saying it like that." After she finished speaking, she left, and I couldn't see her expression. Harry's perspective. I knew this was a life-threatening test, especially since I was not yet 17, unlike other players. The risk was greater than 4 other players. I absolutely could not let my guard down. His sense of crisis alone probably exceeded that of other national team players. But even so, who would have thought that the first challenge would be to outsmart a giant dragon? When he went to Hagrid's hut at Hermione's command, he was suddenly instructed to put on his invisibility cloak, and for some reason he began to head into the forest. More importantly, I even met Madame Maxime, and there I saw 4 dragons. Among them was a dragon named Hungarian Horntail, which looked very dangerous with its tail covered in spikes. I overheard Charlie and Hagrid saying that we players had to outsmart those dragons. Since I saw Principal Karkaroff sneaking around on the way, I believe almost all the national team players would know the content of the first task, but I didn't know what measures we should take. I had no idea. All I could think of was that no matter how hard I tried, I would be stabbed to death by those spikes or burned to death by the scorching flames spewed from their mouths. I ran away, trying to get back to the common room as quickly as possible. I hadn't said goodbye to Hagrid yet, but he was fascinated by the dragons and Madame Maxime, so I didn't think he would notice my absence. Besides, I wasn't going to rush back to the common room because I wanted to get back to a dragon-free space as quickly as possible. Because today Harry, long time no see. Uncle Sirius. After a long time, I agreed to meet my godfather, the only person in the world who cared about me. Inside the common room, where no one should have been, I suddenly heard a voice, turned around, and saw Uncle Sirius's head floating in the fireplace. I suppressed the urge to scream and approached Sirius in the fireplace. When he suddenly sent me a letter in the middle of the night telling me to wait in the common room, I wondered how he would get here, but I didn't expect him to contact me this way. "Uncle Sirius, how did you do that? Why are you talking about me?" Sirius answered my question with an even brighter smile than when we last met. "What's the use of flu powder? I snuck into a wizard's house and was allowed to borrow the fireplace for a while. As for how I know about your current situation, I read the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter makes a big fuss about you almost every day. Most of it is probably lies, but I do know some facts. You were chosen as a representative for the Triwizard Tournament. I was already here. It's okay, don't worry." I thought I had to say that. I thought of this when Uncle Sirius contacted me, but usually he wouldn't have the luxury of paying attention to me. After all, his innocence had not yet been proven to the world, and he was still being hunted by the Ministry of Magic. If he was caught, he might be kissed by a Dementor again. That's why I had to send Uncle Sirius away now and let him know I was okay. But what actually came out of my mouth was, yeah, I didn't write the name. As a result, this sentence made him even more worried. Words began to pour out of my mouth like a dam had been cut. Although she didn't voluntarily put her name into the goblet, no one but Hermione believed her. Rita Skeeter lied about me in the Daily Prophet. Every time I walked down the corridor, everyone would mock me and show off their stupid badges. Even if my best friend Ron didn't mock me, he wouldn't stand by me as an ally. And, besides, Hagrid just told me that the primary task is to outsmart a giant dragon. I can't defeat such a monster. I'm finished. Even the first task was hopeless for me. As I spilled everything against my will, Uncle Sirius looked at me with sad eyes. After pretending to be worried for a while, he slowly began to speak. Harry, I know you're going through a lot of pain right now. Let's talk about it one by one. First, dragons. We can do something. Dragons are certainly powerful, and they possess powerful magic. Because of it, you can't knock them down with just one spell. But it's not without weaknesses either. That's the eyes. The eyes are the only part of a dragon's body not covered by hard scales. During the trial, you can't knock them down with just one spell, all you have to do is aim. He told me to aim for the eyes, which was ridiculous. Although dragons are huge, their speed is not particularly slow. Even if you aim for the eyes, there's no guarantee that the spell will hit. I tried to argue with Uncle Sirius. However, the main topic Sirius wanted to convey didn't seem to be elsewhere, and before I could refute, he hastily moved on to the next topic. But I don't have time to go into detail now. As I just said, I'm currently sneaking into someone else's house, and I don't know when the owner of the house will return. So, before I do that, there's one thing I must warn you about. That's the second thing, who put your name in. Then, Uncle Sirius's face became even more serious, and he slowly spoke the name. I was surprised to hear the same name Professor Moody had said, but Sirius continued, his voice as serious as his expression. He's a Death Eater. He was once captured, but he made a deal with the Ministry of Magic on the condition of selling out his friends. Since his release, he has served as principal of Durmstrang. More importantly, he teaches dark arts to everyone who enters his school. Although he is hated by the Death Eaters in Azkaban, it's not surprising what he does. Even if he does nothing, he might do his own thing. Students do something. I think he's the one who put your name there. He knows this. Dumbledore called Moody to Hogwarts. Then, besides, I noticed that Uncle Sirius seemed to be thinking, and he stopped. He began to talk about a topic that was already depressing, but this topic seemed to make him feel even worse. Recently I've heard a lot of bad rumors. Death Eaters have become more active recently, and a well-known gossip-loving government official disappeared in the forest where Lord Voldemort is rumored to be hiding, just before he was assigned to Hogwarts. Moody was attacked. If the missing Bertha Jorkins knew about the Triwizard Tournament, everything might be connected. Moody was probably attacked so as not to interfere with the enemy's plans. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that something terrible might be happening at Hogwarts right now. I originally wanted to kill you. Making it look like an accident and killing you during the game is a disgusting but very clever move. That's why you should be careful of Karkaroff and the Durmstrang students. After hearing all this, I remembered what Professor Moody had said after my name came out of the goblet. Potter, be careful of Karkaroff and Dahlia. They must be trying to take your life. Uncle Sirius didn't know. In fact, besides the former Death Eater Karkaroff, there was an even more dangerous person in this school. Mr. Moody probably suspected him because there were rumors that he easily crossed that age line, but even if that wasn't the case, everyone in this school would suspect him, right? I'm talking about the person who manipulated Ginny and helped her open the Chamber of Secrets. If he wanted to kill me this time under Lord Voldemort's instructions, it wouldn't be surprising. And, now that I think about it, the reason he crossed the age line was not to put his own name into the goblet. It was probably to write my name. Of course, all of this is just speculation. I can say I don't have any evidence. However, Professor Moody, whom Dumbledore called, was wary of him and concluded that he was the culprit. I couldn't help but think that this was undoubtedly evidence. This is what I thought. Uncle Sirius, actually Professor Moody also told me to be wary of Karkaroff. But my teacher told me to be wary of another person. I'm not the only one. I told Uncle Sirius about a girl my age named Dahlia Malfoy, a Slytherin. As a member of the House of Malfoy, was an unlikable person who always looked around with a cold expression. When he was in his second year, he created terror in the school, and not only Professor Moody, but Dumbledore was also wary. After hearing my story, Uncle Sirius initially seemed skeptical, but when we started talking about Dumbledore and Professor Moody, I'm sure Dumbledore would be wary of him. And Moody was once a very gooder. His nose caught him. That Slytherin named Dahlia must be a very dangerous person. Now that I think about it, Snape is also like that. He has been immersed in the world of dark arts since he was a student. How many curses did he cast on us? Slytherin is such a person. He is a member of the dark arts. He is now a faculty member at Hogwarts, but he was once a Death Eater. He seemed to be as wary of him as I was, but when he tried to warn me further, damn it, the landlord is back now. Harry, listen, just like Moody said, be careful of Karkaroff and his Slytherin. And the test is survival. The time had finally come. With a pop, the floating severed head in the fireplace vanished, leaving me alone in the common room. Left alone, I now realized that I still hadn't found an effective countermeasure against the dragons. Cedric, the first challenge is dragons. It's a dragon. There are 4 of them. Maybe each has 1. We have to outsmart them. Besides the trial, something else seemed to have happened that I wasn't aware of. It was just a whim. However, it was unfair that the other 3 knew the content of the trial, and only Cedric didn't. Unlike me, Cedric was someone officially selected as a national team player. However, strangely enough, I knew the content while he didn't. I thought so too, so I spoke to him when he was alone, but, I see. So she wasn't lying? Really? Why did she choose me? And my taste? Cedric muttered something, an inexplicable look of confusion on his face as he spoke to me, then he slowly looked up and replied. Thank you, Harry. I know you're having a tough time right now, but you're still looking out for me like this. You're a Gryffindor after all, but actually, I already know the content. I should have taught you the first task too. That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure if the information was correct until you told me. Dahlia's perspective. Lord Voldemort is alive now. There's no doubt my dream has come true. Potter's name should never have come out of the goblet. Even if such an anomaly occurred, it would be wrong to still think it was just a dream. But now I know Lord Voldemort is alive, and he put Potter's name into the goblet to achieve some plan this year, and I am powerless. This is because Lord Voldemort's purpose is still unclear. If you think about it carefully, Lord Voldemort's purpose is to kill Potter and make it look like an accident. No matter how many safety measures the old man takes, there will inevitably be some risk in the trials. Even if he doesn't die in the trials, there are many ways to kill him directly and make it look like an accident. Lord Voldemort was defeated when Potter was a baby. It's natural for people to try to kill him to restore their authority, but I feel, is Lord Voldemort's only purpose really just to kill Potter? To be honest, Potter's death doesn't matter much to me. I don't care if he lives or dies. Even if he dies, Lord Voldemort's power and authority will only be restored to a certain extent. Lord Voldemort's own power will not be restored. If it can appease Lord Voldemort's anger, then do whatever you want. That's all I can think of. This is why I think this way. Potter's death in the trials does not mean that Lord Voldemort will rise again. Considering the effort put in, and the effect being so weak, would Lord Voldemort agree to that? Since Potter's name came out of the goblet, the culprit who put his name in must be lurking somewhere in this school. The former Death Eater Karkaroff is the most likely candidate, who for some reason tried to use Victor Crumb to win my support, but preconceived notions will only cloud your judgment. Since the only reason to suspect him is to eliminate others who seem to have motives, it would be foolish to focus only on him and ignore others. But no matter what, the enemy is infiltrating this castle with unusual tenacity. How difficult it is to outsmart that old man. Such an effort is not worth it, such as merely killing Potter. Furthermore, everything is in my hands. Harry Potter, whom Dumbledore desperately protects, if the plan goes smoothly, if my loyal servant returns and completes the task, he will surely be delivered to me. These are the words Lord Voldemort said in my dream. After all, it was a dream, and my memory is getting blurrier, but I still remember that sentence clearly. I don't know what the word delivered means, but it's definitely not just killing. I don't know what it is now. I am deeply annoyed by the fact that I have so few options currently available. I thought about protecting Potter, but that's probably what the old men wanted to do in the first place. Moreover, not only the old men, but Potter himself is wary of me, so if I approach him, it will only make things worse. On the other hand, he considered killing Potter before he fell into enemy hands, but that was a last resort, as it would cause trouble for the House of Malfoy. So all I can do is do my best to disrupt this Triwizard tournament. In a single competition, 4 things could happen to Potter. 1 is being killed along the way. The second is being kidnapped along the way. The third is the contestant successfully completing the competition but losing to other national team players due to poor performance. The fourth thing is that he wins. The second is the most likely, and we have no choice but to ask the old men to do their best in this regard. As for the first and third points, to be honest, if that's the case, I can only accept a mediocre outcome. As long as Lord Voldemort doesn't revive, I don't care what happens. However, even if it's the most unlikely thing, if there's an ulterior motive behind the fourth scenario, then what I need to do is eliminate that possibility. To do this, I must provide as much information as possible to the representative players other than Potter to give them an advantage. Fortunately, the content of the trial itself seems to have been decided. If you ask Father, even if you don't know the details of the trials, based on the flow of materials and personnel, you can guess to some extent what will be used. As for the representative player, considering the convenience and safety of contact, Hogwarts official representative player Cedric Diggory would be the best. The Beauxbatons player sometimes looks at me with obvious hostility, and considering the person behind Crumb unnecessarily getting close is actually dangerous. Moreover, since Diggory seems unable to get help from anyone, it seems easier to gain his trust when I help him. Under normal circumstances, getting close to others is a dangerous act, as my secrets might be exposed, but I think I must be prepared to take some risks in this emergency. After all, if we remain silent, Lord Voldemort could revive. Even if Lord Voldemort returns, the peace I cherish cannot be maintained. If that's the case, I must take action no matter what, even if this is all you can think of now. But even though I know this, my frustration at the fact that this is my only option right now has not disappeared. In fact, what they are doing now is very likely meaningless. By acting as an irregular player like me, I change the flow of the game according to the opponent's expectations. To be honest, I know this is nothing more than harassment. Moreover, even if he used two strong methods, if it had no effect, Lord Voldemort revived, and the entire Malfoy family could be retaliated against, targeted by Lord Voldemort this time. It's not too strong, but not too weak either. I have to do work that requires such a delicate balance. I sighed, masking my inner irritation, and looked around the bedroom, finding that I had fallen asleep. The sounds of 3 people sleeping echoed in the bedroom. Unknowingly, Dahlia had climbed into my bed out of concern for me, and was now sleeping soundly. I stroked Dahlia's cheek and muttered to myself in the bedroom, "It's okay, I'll just do what I have to do, and besides, if I tame him, he might come in handy later. I just need to give him the information." Then, pushing aside the slight guilt, wickedness, and emotions within me, I quietly closed my eyes and climbed back into bed. The day of the first task was approaching. Why does time only become short when you need it? It seems like a lie that I wasted time like that last year. Several days had passed since I learned the content of the first task. While the other national team players might be taking reliable measures against the dragons, Harry and I, at Mr. M.D's suggestion, decided on the uncertain strategy of a summoning charm. I had no choice but to gamble, and, so far, I had never been able to successfully do it in practice. Clearly unprepared, Harry is the only player under 17 in the national team. No matter how much time I had, it would never be enough, and I only recently learned more about the content of the task. No amount of time would be enough. Harry himself probably knows this. The day of the first task finally arrived, which means the day Harry must outsmart the dragon. Harry seemed to have other things on his mind, but he was trying his best to finish the task at hand first. However, he still hadn't achieved any success, and he seemed very afraid of having to try it in real life. His steps towards the national team players' waiting area were noticeably slow, and his face was so pale that one might wonder if there was any blood in it. Moreover, from the surrounding environment. "Harry, good luck. Don't lose to the other representative players. Gryffindor will definitely win. With the support of his dorm mates. Potter, I doubt you can last a few seconds. Do things fairly. Don't use cowardly methods." He seemed to hear nothing, not even the insults from other dorms. His face had changed color from time to time before, but now it was completely pale. Of course, he seemed unable to hear me calling him from next door. "Harry, good luck. You'll be fine. Concentrate. If you do that, the firebolt will definitely reach you, no matter how big or far it is. You just need to concentrate." "Yes," I simply responded with a few words. Harry and I separated, and he walked with shaky steps towards the waiting area. This was clearly not good, but I wanted to say that at this stage, there was nothing I could do. The rest was to hope Harry would show his strength at the last moment. I walked with heavy steps towards the audience, even now suppressing the urge to hug Harry's back. Now, bets. Bets. Victor Crumb has the best odds right now. Next is Cedric Diggory. You can even bet on Harry with a long shot. Then he walked past Fred and George, who were doing silly things again, and sat down next to Ron, whose face was still gloomy. Ron, sit next to me. But I had nothing special to say to him. He still looked paler than Harry. More importantly, when Harry was practicing the summoning charm, Ron was secretly clearing the area so that Harry could concentrate. Although she is stubborn now, she also has nothing to say, because deep down he is still worried about her best friend. Yes, even he himself knows it. Ron just felt left alone by Harry. Maybe he wasn't worthy of being by his side. That's not to say I wasn't worried about Harry. On the contrary, I was very worried about him because I thought he was my best friend, and I wanted to follow him and be his friend. That's all. As a woman, I had nothing to say to a boy with such a pure mind. No way. Boys are really troublesome. So I quietly savored these words, with a hint of warmth and emotion, and continued to sit silently beside him. A constant commotion came from all around. Everyone seemed excited. For some reason, they were making a fuss about what was about to happen, as if it had nothing to do with others, and no one spoke to us, and we remained silent, worried about Harry. Yes, only one person. Oh, Hermione, are you okay? You look pale. Except for Dahlia, she had no interest in this trial. Dahlia, as lively as ever, smiled and spoke to me, while Draco next to her grumpily looked away. But next to her, she and my best friend Dahlia were missing. Dahlia's perspective. Unlike the other students who seemed completely excited about such trivial matters, Hermione was the only one sitting in the audience, pale and silent. I know why. It's about her kind girlfriend. He might be worried about whether Potter and his family can get through safely or something like that. I don't care what happens to Potter, but I feel bad that Hermione's face is getting worse. I ignored Gohm, who was looking at me with hostility next to me, and just called her loudly, making her feel as safe as possible. I heard the first task is dragons, but, well, I think it's okay. That old man said so, right? Magic. The Ministry of Magic also plans to take sufficient safety measures. No matter where the old man's fault lies, the Ministry of Magic will handle it well, right? Potter, although it's a pity, I think it's okay. Oh, I see. However, my words didn't seem to reassure her much. Although she answered me, the smile on her face was awkward. Instead, Rubbish replied gleefully, "Get lost, Dahlia Malfoy's loincloth. I don't have time for you right now. If you don't hurry up, I'm going to hit you." When I heard the word pouch, I briefly wanted to curse him, but this guy was so small-minded that he even suspected Dahlia. It was pointless dealing with him now. I thought this and tried to ignore him appropriately, but Draco, who was slightly annoyed by Dahlia's absence, didn't seem to agree. For a moment, his expression was angrier than ever, but then it morphed into a sickening smile as he spoke, showing off the badge he had made. This is why Weasley is so savage. Well, let's go together and see what happens to Potter. It's bound to be a sight worth seeing. Of course, we'll see how disgusting he becomes. Unlike Cedric, Potter isn't an official champion, and I'm sure he'll do something cowardly and lose miserably. Then, as I pressed the badge to my chest, I saw what was written on it so far. Let us support Cedric Diggory, the true champion of Hogwarts. The wording was, Potter stinks. It transformed into dazzling letters. This badge was currently all the rage at Hogwarts, created purely to mock Potter and his gang. As expected, Weasley angrily stood up, raised his fist with all his might toward Draco, and tried to hit him. Hermione immediately grabbed him by the neck, stopping him. Hey, come on, Ron. Stop talking. Come on, Draco, put that thing away too. Sorry, Dahlia. We'll talk next time. Next time with Dahlia. That was what he yelled at us. It seemed this wasn't the time to speak with her. I smiled wryly at Hermione, who was desperately holding her ground. Yes. Well, goodbye, Hermione. Come on, Draco needs to go too. I led Draco, who seemed not to have said enough, to sit down in the shade so that Dahlia could return whenever she wished. Hermione's final, loud voice reached my back. And Dahlia. Thank you girls for not wearing those stupid badges. Please tell Dahlia too. I could only smile wryly at Hermione's words. As she said, I certainly wouldn't wear the badge Draco made. But this wasn't out of concern for Potter, but purely out of concern for Hermione. To me, Potter was just a troublesome person, but for her, being a fellow Gryffindor, it was different. Hermione was our friend. It was natural for him to care about her. I felt sorry for Draco, but I didn't think the badge was in good taste. The letters were so bright and fluorescent that they practically made you squint. I didn't have any particular interest in Potter, so I didn't see any need for it. However, Dahlia's reasoning was slightly different. It was true that, like me, she wasn't wearing it out of concern for Hermione, but I knew she was actually hiding many things. However, when I asked the girl, who considered Potter nothing more than a rock, she replied, "Actually, it's quite advanced magic. Of course, it's something I could easily do, but the thought that your brother managed it excites me." Although this was only a minor reason, nevertheless, this didn't change the fact that Hermione had somewhat misunderstood Dahlia's current situation. In the end, I couldn't answer her anything and could only sit down with a wry smile. Draco and I sat side by side in the shaded seats at the back. Now that I was separated from Hermione, there was nothing left to say between us. However, I didn't know if Dahlia would arrive soon. In fact, some of us weren't really interested in the trial itself. Especially now, Hermione's words reminded him of Dahlia. "I came to watch the match because someone told me I would be here later, but I don't know what Dahlia is doing. I don't know if she wants to leave that girl alone again. I believe you know too that Dahlia is very stubborn. Last year I told her to talk more, but now I will wait a bit longer for Dahlia to calm down." Eventually, Dahlia followed closely when the first trial began, just as Cedric Diggory started fighting the dragon. Cedric's perspective. I felt like my head was going crazy from the pressure. If you stayed still, even for a moment, you wouldn't be able to move again. With this feeling, I absent-mindedly paced back and forth in the waiting area. And it seemed I wasn't the only one feeling such intense anxiety. Fleur Delacour sat in a chair in the corner, unusually pale, wiping away cold sweat. Victor Crumb, who seemed to be the most accustomed to pressure among the champions, was muttering something under his breath, his expression gloomier than usual. Clearly, they were nervous about the task they were about to undertake. It was, "C.E. Cedric. Harry. Let's do our best together." Yes, the fourth champion, Harry Potter, was no exception. He walked into the waiting area and started talking to me, but seeming to have no time for further conversation, he walked to the corner with an awkward smile on his pale face. Thus, the waiting area fell into an eerie silence once more. There was nothing to say to each other. Setting aside students like Harry, who claimed to have accidentally become champions, they were all rivals competing for the title, and everyone was simply more nervous than usual. I didn't have time to prepare anything else. It felt great. To be honest, I summoned the firebolt at the last moment and outsmarted the fierce Hungarian Horntail. Most importantly, I survived the first challenge. Loud cheers could still be heard outside the tent. I had been so desperate to outwit the dragon that I couldn't judge, but judging by the enthusiasm, I guessed I had done well. In fact, from very early on. "Wow, that's amazing. After all, you won the egg next, even though you're the youngest champion." For some reason, the excited voice of Lee, who had even become the commentator for the Triwizard tournament, reached our ears. The cheers around them gave them a positive impression that was unimaginable before the match. I was glad to have survived the confrontation with the dragon, but I felt even better when someone praised me like this, and as if to make the atmosphere even more exciting. "Well done, Potter." Professor Moody. It was none other than Professor Moody, who had taught me how to outwit the dragon, and he had come to my tent to help me, the professor said, his scarred face twisted with delight, his magical eye dancing wildly in its socket. "The strategy was simple and successful, and I didn't expect you to be able to summon the firebolt from such a distance. No, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't hinted at it, I wouldn't have come up with the plan. No, I just gave you a hint. The idea of using the broom was yours. You should have more confidence in yourself." I thought he was a very good professor. He looked terrifying and did things that were a bit extreme, but when I was in a crisis, he would gently help me. Moreover, he even came to help me after the trial ended. Just as Uncle Sirius said, sometimes Dumbledore trusted him enough to call him to the school. I was excited by the conversation with the professor, whom I could even call my savior. The dark feelings that had been swirling in my mind just hours ago now seemed like a lie. Now, the threat to my life was over, and the hatred toward me in the school had dissipated. My mood was completely different from when I was being shown off with that stupid badge. Most importantly, "Harry, you were amazing." My best friend, who hadn't come to see me recently, had finally come to see me now. Just as the tent seemed about to be ripped open, Hermione rushed into the room, her face flushed red. Ron stood beside her, silently bowing his head. "HMPH, even if I stay here longer, I'll just be in the way." "Well then, Potter, the match isn't over yet, but maintaining morale is important now." Then, Hermione sensed the atmosphere and proceeded to hug me, as if exchanging places with Professor Moody, who had risen from his seat. I was really worried, so worried, because you never succeeded when we practiced. But you were truly amazing. You did it perfectly at the last moment. You will do it. I knew from the start that even though you were a first-year student, you were an incredible wizard. Many words that would normally make you happy. Moreover, this time I faced a dragon famous in the Muggle world. I thought the level of danger was comparable to the trials I had overcome so far. This was why he was able to overcome the difficulty so perfectly that Hermione praised him profusely. I couldn't help but feel happy, but right now, I wasn't really listening to Hermione, because Ron's appearance triggered so many different emotions in my mind that I couldn't even hear the cheering outside. Anger, sadness, regret, and immense joy. Why weren't you by my side when I was having such a hard time? Why did others not believe me, but you did? Why did you come to me looking so pale after I had overcome the difficulty? Dark words surfaced in my mind one after another, then disappeared. But I never said anything about it. I just stared at Ron, and Ron stared back at me, opening and closing his mouth as if he wanted to say something. There was nothing to say to each other. They were both silent for a few seconds, with Hermione looking at us with some concern. But in the end, I didn't yell at Ron. That was just how it was. Because right now, I was angry, but at the same time, I was hopelessly happy about Ron's presence. He had finally come. He would finally be by my side. Finally, we could be 3 good friends again. Then I realized it. It was true that we had argued, but that didn't mean we weren't best friends anymore. Once you realized this, it was easy. I took Ron's presence for granted. That was why I felt so lost when he left me, and because Ron felt the same way, he stood right in front of me, even though his face was still pale. Thinking about it now, perhaps my thoughts were naive. All I could do was lament my misfortune, never considering how my best friend Ron felt when he was by my side. According to Hermione, Ron's childhood was spent comparing himself to his excellent siblings, and he sometimes underestimated himself. And every time he picked me up, he would look back at himself having accomplished various things with me, but at the same time, he felt inexplicably lonely. For 4 years, I hadn't even bothered to say such things. I can never say I fully understand Ron, and I probably never will. Even if we are best friends, as long as we are different people, we cannot truly understand each other. But even so, I think I can at least understand what it meant that he still smiled and supported me despite such worries. That's why I have to say this now. I didn't mean to insult Ron. What I wanted to say was, it's alright, Ron, don't worry, just please keep staying with us. I need you. It was just this short sentence. Ron's perspective. The battle lasted only a few minutes, but there were many moments when Harry almost lost his life. The moment he was hit by the flames, the moment he was stung by the tail. There were many moments like this, where a momentary lapse in judgment could lead to serious harm. This wasn't to say I thought my life wasn't in danger. As Dumbledore said, many people had died in the Triwizard Tournament in the past. There was no reason not to worry, but that wasn't enough. I saw it with my own eyes and finally felt the true danger of the ordeal. Of course, I performed well this time. In terms of his performance, he was probably the best candidate next to Cedric, who turned a rock into a dog to distract the dragon. But what about next time? This selection wasn't the end of the Triwizard Tournament. There would be 2 more trials just as dangerous as this one. There was no guarantee that Harry wouldn't become the next victim. Thinking of this, I naturally headed toward Harry's tent. Although I had stubbornly refused before, now I naturally walked toward it. But, Harry, you were amazing. When he stood in front of Harry, he fell silent, as if he had run out of energy. He did not know which way to turn to face Harry. I didn't care until now. Just then, Harry couldn't help but feel anxious. Why didn't you tell me? Aren't we the best of friends? We are always a trio, aren't we? But why didn't you tell me? Ron, I've told you many times before, I didn't put my name into the goblet. Someone else must have done it. Are you saying you can't tell me either? Never mind. Yes, you should go to sleep early. You might be busy taking pictures tomorrow. Even though he had uttered such insulting words, even if he didn't truly mean them, those words still hurt Harry. The person who said and did such things truly did not know how to humble himself. He opened and closed his mouth, silent sighs constantly escaping him. Harry said nothing, because he was Harry. He must be furious at my shameless attitude, thinking of what kind of insults he should heap upon me. I was certain that was what I would do. Time passed in vain, but when I finally made up my mind and prepared to apologize, the words Harry spoke were, "It's all right, Ron, don't worry, just please keep staying by our side. I need you." It was completely different from what I had imagined. Moreover, when he looked at Harry's expression in shock, he found there was no anger at all, only pure, warm emotion. This was why I felt incredibly ashamed of my behavior up until now. After all, my best friend was an amazing person. Under normal circumstances, anyone would have let it go, or even cursed him out. In the end, I only came to see him after he had escaped mortal danger. It wouldn't be strange for him to be angry. I didn't even ask for an apology, I just said some kind words. Despite having such an excellent friend, I always felt jealous and awkward. But more importantly, even in this situation, Harry said, "I need you." I couldn't help but feel awkward because I was so pleased by those words. I felt like the hole in my heart had been completely filled. Now that I think about it, boys are really clumsy. If you're worried, say you're worried. The reason you're angry isn't just because you're jealous of Harry, is it? You just, well, I couldn't help but say it. These were the words Hermione had said a few days ago. Yes, just as Hermione said, I just needed my best friend to need me. A long time ago, I was a person who could only be buried among so many brothers. It wasn't that I wasn't loved. In fact, I felt this was a more loving family than others. But even so, compared to my talented older brothers and my equally talented sister, this was still the reality. No one noticed me. No one truly praised me. No one truly needed me. This was something I had always thought about deep down. But among all this, Harry was the only one who needed me. When I knew nothing about magic, when Dahlia Malfoy opened the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk was turning students throughout the school into stone, when Sirius broke into the school, causing a huge uproar. This year was the same, despite everything I did to overcome the upcoming trials. When Harry was chosen as a champion, I was jealous that he was the only one selected, and at the same time, I worried that I would be left behind, worried that I would no longer be needed. But things were different. This was all just a misunderstanding on my part. Harry always needed me. I was ashamed of myself, but at the same time, I felt a sense of fulfillment as I tried to speak the apology. Harry, I'm sorry, but in fact, I realized that no matter who put your name in the goblet, you would be targeted again and were about to be killed. But Ron, that's enough, don't worry, now that you've come back like this, that's all that matters. But Harry interrupted me and forgave me with his warm words. I understand. Thank you, Harry. With that, our first enduring conflict came to an end. Exactly. They are all idiots. I can't believe I worried so much, accompanied by Hermione's cry. A few seconds later, Hermione hugged us, the three of us who had always been close friends, inside the tent. POV. Well, not bad. I got 31 points out of 40. That puts me tied for second place with Crumb now. Now, the scores of the various champions were displayed before me. Ron Weasley's voice came from nearby. Judging by his demeanor, his relationship with Potter must have returned to normal. It was easy to get caught up in Potter's broken heart, but if he didn't help him stand up again, his plan would be in jeopardy. That's why I told them the specifics of the test in advance, yet he didn't get first place. While desperately trying to keep my expression from twisting, I glared at the 33 points displayed for Cedric Diggory before my eyes. Initially, I thought that a champion other than Cedric would take first place. Fleur Delacour and Victor Crumb could obtain information in advance and had support systems that allowed them to prepare countermeasures. In fact, Delacour used an entrancement charm, while Crumb targeted the dragon's only weakness, its eyes. This proved that the countermeasures were meticulously planned beforehand. Although difficult, I would say it was a fair pass. The already young Potter had to fight against people like this. Of course, we needed to provide him with information in advance, but we also needed to compensate for his lack of intellect. So I gave him so much advice that even Dumbledore didn't notice, ensuring he could compete with the other champions so he would definitely win. But what about reality? It could be said that Potter handled it quite well. In fact, despite being the youngest, he was even comparable to Victor Crumb. But he wasn't first. I never expected the first place to go to a Hufflepuff child. This was completely unexpected. Unlike the other players, that child did not have the support to obtain information from others. Originally, today should have been the first time he faced a dragon. In this situation, it was impossible for anyone to win. Did he use a near-perfect transfiguration to trick the dragon? Unless he received intelligence beforehand and practiced constantly until today, this move would be impossible. Sometimes the Potter I supported was not worth his salt, but did this mean someone was supporting Diggory? Well, thinking about this now is meaningless. In any case, this is still only the first test. There are still many ways to proceed. Ultimately, Potter should win. If Cedric Diggory won the championship, it would be a disaster, and he would be sent directly to Lord Voldemort. But all I have to do is prevent this from happening starting now. In fact, I can say I'm glad I knew from the start that he was a champion I should be wary of. After confirming the importance of the orders given, I started walking towards the castle. Christmas was approaching. Mansion servants like Dobby were moving around, busy preparing for Christmas. Besides the usual cleaning, we were also decorating the castle and preparing specialty dishes. I was always busy this time of year, but this Christmas was especially hectic, because this Christmas, students who usually went home would stay at Hogwarts, and even students from other schools would attend the Christmas party. However, even though they were busier than usual, there was no dissatisfaction on the faces of the servants in the mansion. In fact, the busier he was, the brighter his expression became. The so-called Dobby was one of them. This was because the busier he was, the more useful he was to everyone in the school. This meant he was helping the adults. All students would be staying at Hogwarts this Christmas. If so, that meant the young lady would also be staying at the school. This was the story of a young lady who cherished spending Christmas with her family the most. I believe she must not be happy with this event. Since that was the case, what Dobby should do was slightly alleviate the young lady's worries. The only way to make Miss Dahlia happy was to cook her a meal that was as delicious as possible, letting her taste even the slightest flavor enjoyed by the House of Malfoy. Dobby thought this, wearing a renewed determination and a stronger smile. He was glad he was hired here. Unlike the other servants in the mansion, his position was to serve the school, the principal, and the professors, but still, he was glad the principal accepted Dobby here. When Dobby thought of this, he remembered the day he started working here. It had been a few days since he received the sock sent by Harry Potter. Dobby stood before Headmaster Dumbledore with his determination, or rather, with his last hope. Indeed, Dobby had betrayed the young lady and received the punishment he deserved. Now, serving the young lady again was nothing shameful. But Dobby still could not bear to be separated from the young lady. Dobby had not yet been able to repay the young lady's kindness. No, even if he could repay it, Dobby just wanted to be with the young lady. He hoped the young lady would continue to view him as family. That was why Dobby. So now, Dobby, you wish to work here. Wages /fees /inclusion /payment /etc. Isn't that what you want to say? Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. I realize I am being rude, but I thank you for your understanding. He made a wish to the principal that a servant in an ordinary mansion would never fulfill. He knew how rude a request this was. A wizard had no reason to hire a house elf who usually demanded wages. No matter how much the principal was hailed as the best wizard of the century, he believed the principal did not need a house elf willing to hire him under such impossible conditions. Dobby even thought this was a natural reaction. However, this was the only way Dobby could become a young lady's house elf. For the young lady, he would do even the most foolish things. He didn't care if he would be scolded by his respected Headmaster Dumbledore. He didn't care if he would be punished. Dobby truly wanted to serve the young lady, no matter what. So Dobby lowered his head in shame and pleaded with the principal. If he refused, he would immediately bang his head on the ground. But, it's all right. I truly want to hire you. If you don't like something here, you can leave at any time. When that happens, I will help you find your next job. We will pay you too. No, even in the wizarding world, this is normal. I always thought it was a good idea to give some reward to the master's house elf. I am always grateful to the owners. However, if I did something, I would not be willing to do anything to insult the master. If the master wants it, I am willing to give them any reward. Now, how about 10 galleons a week, with weekends off? Even so, your work will still be minimal. Dobby's resolve was about to be proven unfounded. After all, Headmaster Dumbledore was a great man. He didn't reply to him, but instead offered him the incredible salary of 10 galleons. Dobby's eyes nearly popped out in surprise. Chapter 137, Family Reunification. No, Dobby can't accept such a large sum of money. I don't want that much, Dobby. How about 8 galleons then? Still, even less. What, isn't that a lot? How about 4 then? Not yet. Do you understand? How about 1 galleon then? I'm telling you, I can't give you any more money. After some haggling, it was decided to pay him a generous sum, such as 1 galleon. Inversely proportional to the intensity of his resolve, he surprisingly found a job with ease, and his body naturally began to dance. Even in the vast world, I believe no one is as great as you. Indeed, that person is the only one I fear. There was only one point that should not be excluded, the ability to effortlessly praise the principal. The reason he was so kind to Dobby, or more precisely, to the servant of the mansion, was because. But this is true interest, so why would you want a salary or a day off? Lords hate the idea of freedom. Why would a free house elf be considered? Of course, this is for your own good, my dear Miss. Headmaster Dumbledore and Harry Potter, and probably the size of a young lady, Dobby continued, gesticulating wildly as he heard the principal's question. Princess Dahlia will graduate in 5 more years. I can work here and take care of Mrs. Meals and personal needs. However, if you continue to serve here after graduation, you won't be able to help Miss anymore. So, by taking a small salary and becoming a free house elf employed here, it might be possible to follow Miss, I thought. Being paid means you are not tied to a specific location. As long as there is a salary, I can even buy clothes for myself. She was not a house elf who served a house or a place rather than a person. This meant she could be a free house elf while still pledging loyalty to Miss. This request was too shameless for the principal. However, my wish was granted, and I couldn't help but feel happy at the thought that I could finally continue to be Mrs. Maid House Elf. Now, Dobby, this young lady, does not have to lose her family. Most importantly, this condition. Oh, Dobby, you still want to be Dahlia's house elf, is that what you're trying to say? I heard the Malfoy family treated you very badly, didn't they? I finally broke free from that bondage. Why are you still loyal to the Malfoy family? No, Dobby was always kind to this young lady. It was also possible to deter Headmaster Dumbledore, who still seemed to have doubts about the young lady. Only with this condition could Dobby protect Mrs. Secret, the only flaw of the best wizard of the century. This meant he considered Miss Dahlia dangerous. Indeed, Mrs. Face didn't show much expression, making it difficult to discern her thoughts. This house was also the notorious Malfoy family. Not only was it a vampire, but it was half composed of the Dark Lord's blood. If one only looked at the surface, there were probably few people with such a dangerous background. Even Dobby foolishly thought so at first, even fearing Miss Dahlia. But Dobby knew, beneath the girl's beautiful yet cold expression, an incredible kindness flowed in her blood, despite her terrifying lineage. Although he grew up in a pureblood family, ironically, because of his lineage, he was not infected with evil. Instead, he became the kindest person in this world. He was so loving that he even called Dobby his family, even though Dobby was just a servant in his mansion. Such a kind miss should not be misunderstood. Dobby decided to act this way to avoid making the same mistake again, and also to give the principal a slight understanding of how wonderful Miss Dahlia was. 1.5 years had passed since that day. I still hadn't managed to clear up Headmaster Dumbledore's misunderstanding, and Headmaster Dumbledore seemed to be dating someone else, and I hadn't even met that important lady yet. It couldn't be said that everything was going smoothly, but Dobby really liked his current situation. Although I am no longer a house elf of the Malfoy family, I am still able to be loyal to Miss Dahlia as a family, cooking for the young lady and cleaning her room. Although I can't see her face, I can definitely stay in touch with Miss. I couldn't help but feel very happy about this. That's why, Dobby, it could be said that truly meeting such a miss was an overwhelming happiness. 1.5 years later, Dobby and his miss met again. At that time, the young lady's expression was not her usual blank face. Large tears streamed from her eyes, far from expressionless. Inside the Gryffindor common room, the festive atmosphere was gone, replaced by what could only be described as lawlessness. Piles of cakes and butterbeer lined up, and fireworks, which shouldn't be set off in the common room, exploded everywhere. I think part of the reason it didn't become a big problem was magic. Finally, there were even students waving large flags in the crowded room. There were all sorts of pictures, from Harry flying over Horntail with a firebolt to Cedric Diggory's head catching fire. I never tired of looking at them, but honestly, I couldn't help but feel in a way. But even so, I was convinced that a part of me could endure this cramped feeling, just staying in the common room with a slight smile. Even if it was small or noisy, it wouldn't bother me or make me want to leave the common room, because a celebration was currently taking place in this common room. Long live Harry, long live Gryffindor. As expected of Harry, the youngest of the chosen champions, it was held for Harry, who had excelled in the first task. Everyone was singing Harry's praises. Ron, who had been arguing with Harry hours ago, was now arm in arm with Harry, heading to the feast. Harry was still Harry, and now a bright expression appeared on his face, as if his worries were a lie. I watched the commotion around me, a slight bitter smile on my lips. Harry's life was still in danger. There were 2 more trials left, but now, her friend's gloomy expression brightened, and she was immensely happy that her relationship with Ron was back to normal. As I watched with a smile on my face, the excitement around me intensified. Finally, he mentioned the egg Harry had won. Lee Jordan said, picking up the golden egg Harry had left on the table and weighing it in his hand. This is heavy. What on earth is inside? Here, Harry, open it. See what's inside. If all goes well, you also know the content of the second task. Yeah, great. Let's open it. Then Harry picked up the egg so that Harry could help it, and he put his claws into the grooves around the egg and pried it open. It was empty inside. There was nothing inside. However, this did not mean that the appearance of the egg had not changed. What is this? Shut up, Harry. Close it quickly. Suddenly, a wail-like a cry echoed in the room. Harry covered his ears because of the unpleasant sound and quickly closed the egg. As soon as the sound stopped, everyone raised their voices. What on earth is going on now? It sounds like a banshee. Maybe the next challenge is a banshee. No, that's the sound of someone being tortured. You have to fight the Crucio. Idiot, that spell is illegal. All sorts of guesses emerged. However, I hadn't come up with anything very convincing. I couldn't speak for anyone because I couldn't think of anything, but it all seemed like irrelevant speculation. As if everyone knew this, after a while, no one talked about the egg, and their interest eventually shifted to the room full of sweets. Harry himself won the egg, and he asked Fred where he got so many sweets. Although this was a casual conversation. You always bring so many sweets, where do you buy them from? Huh? I said before, haven't you found the kitchen yet? It should be written on the map, behind that bowl of fruit. You tickle the pear and you can go in. I'll try to go there again next time. I'm sure the servants will prepare everything for you. If you ask, they'll even serve you a roasted ox. This was one of the pieces of information my parents and friends were desperately looking for. Come to think of it, you didn't tell Hermione. In fact, Dobby, I think he's working at Hogwarts now. I suddenly remembered what Dahlia had said before the ferret incident. The moment I got the news, I forgot what the purpose of this party was and just wanted to convey this news to my best friend as soon as possible. Dahlia's perspective. The dragon trial only ended yesterday. At school, even the Slytherins, who were hostile to other dormitories, seemed excited. There was a heated discussion about yesterday's game everywhere. However, such excitement was not important to me, and since I had not yet received information from my father about the next task, I felt that there was nothing I should do. My father wrote me a letter saying that he would receive information before Christmas, so I could relax. Now all that was left was to wait for your ordered Christmas present to arrive. I thought so too, but, Dahlia, come with me, you must come. I finally found it. Only half a day later, the excited Miss Granger suddenly rushed into the breakfast table, and my peaceful time ended. I think she should have used some way to invite us last time, but now it seems she was too excited to remember it. Naturally, the surrounding Parkinsons also raised their voices and began to stand up. It's you again. Wait, how can a mudblood like you be useful to Dahlia and Dahlia? Get out, you filth. Shut up, Parkinson. I'm in a hurry right now. I only want Dahlia and Dahlia. I won't call you. What is this? It had never been so noisy since the morning. The only good thing about this misfortune was that Miss Granger's guardians, Potter and the others, were not here now. If they were there, things would have become even more complicated. If he still had the idea of leaving them, why didn't he consider the future? I didn't know what made her so excited, but I thought it best not to respond to her for now, so I quietly tried to get her to come to the warehouse in a while. But, yeah, I don't care about Parkinson's. Dahlia, I found the kitchen, so hurry up. You found where the kitchen is? Dahlia, let's go quickly. The next words forced me to act immediately. What Miss Granger said was the name of the family I had once abandoned. When I heard Dobby's name, I had already stood up, no longer paying attention to Parkinson's voice coming from behind me. I just silently urged Miss Granger to continue. What's wrong, Dahlia? Why are you following such a person? Sorry, Pansy. Goodbye. Draco, please. This one is also for you, Dahlia. Push back, front, back, middle. Of course. The next thing I knew, I was breathlessly following Granger, running down the corridor. Emotions and thoughts finally began to catch up with the sudden information, and it was difficult for me to sort out my thoughts. I had already abandoned Dobby. Even if it was because my staying in the Malfoy family could not guarantee Dobby's safety, it did not change the fact that I had abandoned him as family. I had no right to be a member of Dobby's family again. But my unconscious running like this showed that I still had some lingering affection for him. I was sure I couldn't help but want to see him. In fact, I wanted to see him. It wasn't just about cooking for you like now. I wanted to be with him as before, and I wanted to stroke his head. I wanted to hear his voice. Although I had once abandoned him, I couldn't help but want to reconcile with him, with our former family. What a shameless thought. Dobby would definitely stay here and continue to cook for me as usual. But could it be said that he had forgiven me in general? Would he feel uncomfortable if I went to see him like this? I wondered if I would be forgiven for wanting more than what I had now. However, despite the feeling akin to regret in my heart, I continued to run until the end. It's here. It should be here. Behind this painting should be the kitchen. This is it. They finally arrived at the location of the kitchen that Miss Granger had mentioned. Surprisingly, it was located one floor below the Slytherin dormitory. However, this was a torchlit corridor, unlike the dark places leading to the dungeons. In the torchlit space, a single painting hung alone. Curiously, it mainly depicted food. Granger tickled a pear in the giant silver bowl in the painting. Suddenly, the pear turned into a large doorknob, and when I pulled it, a further corridor appeared beyond the frame. After opening the door, Miss Granger finally seemed able to breathe a sigh of relief. Good, it looks like this is the place. I got the information from Fred, so honestly, I was a little skeptical of its truth. But looking at the situation, it seems fine. Come on, Dahlia, you go in first. If she was going to see Dobby, I had to enter after her. However, contrary to her words, I couldn't move away from the door. I had come this far. Although I ran without saying a word, when it came time to step through the door, I was scared. Not only did she want to see Dobby, but she was also worried Dobby wouldn't forgive her. She was afraid to face the fact that she had abandoned Dobby. First of all, what should I say to Dobby? My self-loathing thoughts never stopped. What's wrong, Dahlia? When I suddenly stopped in front of the door, Miss Granger asked with a puzzled look. But my body remained motionless. At that moment, the person who pushed me was. It's okay, Dahlia. You're just a little worried. Dobby probably forgave you a long time ago. No, in fact, he never held a grudge against you at all. Dobby wants to see Dahlia too, and I believe you are thinking the same thing. Come on, let's go in. That was Dahlia, who gently snuggled up beside me. When I turned around and heard her incredibly bright words, Dahlia gave me a reassuring smile and gently pushed my back. But, Dahlia, Dobby, it's okay. Now, trust me, it's fine. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. Then, while I was still confused, she started walking, pushing me forward. Dahlia's perspective. Dahlia, I'll leave this to you. Draco didn't even need to tell her. I knew what Dahlia might be thinking. How many years had they been together? True, I lost to my brother Draco, but I was also a pig. At Hogwarts, she spent more time with Dahlia than she did herself. We even slept in the same bed. Even I could understand what Dahlia, who was so kind to me, was thinking when she met her family, or the family she thought she had abandoned. Dahlia still hadn't let go of her guilt towards Dobby. Although she was happy Dobby was back, she never forgave herself. That's why, even though she wanted to see Dobby, she was always confused when she saw him. Can we really meet? Will Dobby really forgive me? I wondered if I was really worthy of being a member of Dobby's family. Dahlia's self-esteem, fueled by a strong dislike for her background, was terribly low compared to her excellent grades and kind personality. She must be thinking this way. Then, in an emergency, I could automatically decide what to do. It's okay. Now, trust me, it's fine. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. I gently pushed Dahlia's back, urging her into the kitchen. Yes, this is what I should do. What I can do for Dahlia as her best friend. I snuggled up next to Dahlia, who held unimaginable secrets, and Dahlia. Dobby. This was about never letting happiness slip away. The kitchen was a room with a very high ceiling. It was as spacious as a salon. Piles of brass pots and pans were stacked in front of the stone walls, and there was even a large brick fireplace behind them. House elves were busy in this magnificent kitchen, and of course, Dobby was among them. Dahlia, whose back I was pushing, let out a small whisper when she saw Dobby, whom she had last seen dismembered at the end of the second year. Although I couldn't distinguish him from the other servant elves, Dahlia probably recognized him. Among the many servants in the mansion, Dahlia was still staring at the one cooking in the kitchen, and Dobby also noticed Dahlia's voice. Oh, young miss. His large eyes widened even more, looking surprised. Hermione and I both fell silent, and the two of us just continued to stare at each other silently. There was nothing to say to each other, but this silence did not last long. Regret or guilt? I realized I made a mistake by abandoning my family. She didn't completely abandon them or accept them. Dahlia wouldn't easily change her opinion of herself. But, Dahlia and Dobby. I finally see you. Finally, Miss Lady Dahlia. After all, no matter what, we still considered each other family. Even if she felt regret or guilt, she wouldn't be unhappy about being reunited. Dahlia's usually expressionless face suddenly contorted, and tears began to well up in her cold eyes. She cautiously approached Dobby and gently hugged him. Good, Dahlia. Dobby, you think so too, don't you, Dahlia? Yes, exactly, Hermione. This is really good. Hermione wiped the tears from her eyes, and I responded by doing the same. Before our eyes was a touching scene of family members hugging each other, their eyes full of tears. Watching such a scene, my eyes filled with tears. Finally, everything is back to normal. Now, Dahlia can also feel happy, she muttered under her breath. Harry's perspective. Dahlia Malfoy. Karkaroff put your name in the goblet, didn't he? I thought it was strange. Look, Dahlia Malfoy can cross the age line. She's only 14, just like us. This means she has the ability to use Dumbledore's magic. It's impossible for someone like that not to put her own name in there and not be selected as a champion. She should be far more qualified than someone like Cedric. But in reality, Cedric Diggory was chosen. This means he put your name in the goblet, not his own. The day after the feast ended, Ron and I skipped breakfast. We went to the Owlery to send a letter to Sirius. We had finally made up yesterday, and I told Ron the things I had discussed with Sirius before the trial. It was understood that Karkaroff was a Death Eater. Headmaster Dumbledore sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the air, so he called Professor Moody to Hogwarts this year. Also, Dahlia Malfoy, who was also the focus of Professor Moody's attention, had, for some reason, told Cedric the details of the first task. When Ron heard this news, he suggested to me that he could take advantage of Hermione not being at the breakfast table. I wanted to inform Sirius of the outcome of the incident and Dahlia Malfoy's situation. If Hermione were here, she would definitely interfere. This was about her still trying to talk to Dahlia Malfoy and Dahlia Greengrass. If I tried to tell Sirius anything that would make him suspicious, she would certainly object. That's why it was convenient for us that she wasn't here now. Thanks to this, we were able to convey the truth to Sirius. When we arrived at the Owlery and casually tied the letter to an owl's leg, Ron excitedly continued. Both of them have good motives. Karkaroff is a Death Eater, right? If so, he put your name in there to kill you during the trial. So if it's Dahlia Malfoy, I believe there would be the same reason as Karkaroff. Or it was to embarrass you. Listen, when he was in second year, you bothered him because of the Chamber of Secrets, right? He hated it, so he did this. Otherwise, there's no way he would have told Cedric Diggory about it. His motives are good. No one else could be the culprit. And, furthermore, but what do you think? That's their plan. You know, I think you can win this tournament. Harry, I really do. And that's why, no matter what they plan, you'll be fine. That's what I think. So he continued. I knew Ron's comments were to make up for his behavior over the past few weeks, but I couldn't help but be happy about it. Even regarding unpleasant things like Dahlia Malfoy, I couldn't help but be happy because I knew he was genuinely worried about me and supporting me. After I wrapped up the letter, I looked back at Ron and said, "Thank you, Ron. I'm happy to hear you say that. But I don't know if I can win. Maybe I can survive. I still have 2 tasks left. The first one is just depressing to think about what comes next." No, but Then the two of us went to the Great Hall for breakfast together. I was very happy at the time. I said it was a blessing, but the truth was, just being with Ron like this made my heart tremble. I felt like the missing piece had finally been filled. Honestly, I didn't care what the next challenge was. Of course, I didn't care as long as my life was in danger, but right now I just wanted to enjoy this feeling of happiness. And no matter what the next challenge was, as long as Ron and Hermione were there, we could handle it. Even if Dahlia Malfoy sided with Cedric Diggory, I would definitely be able to overcome the challenge with the two of them. I thought so too, but… there you are, Potter. I was looking for you. Regarding the Christmas ball, you are a champion. You must find a partner. The champions dance at the start of the ball. This is a Triwizard Tournament tradition. Well, Potter, make sure you find a partner for the Christmas ball. Clearly, there were some problems with this Triwizard Tournament that couldn't be solved even with the two of them present. That's what I thought when Professor McGonagall spoke to me in front of the Great Hall, as if she had been waiting for me. The temperature outside was gradually dropping. The eagerly awaited Christmas was approaching. At the same time, I received a task more difficult than a dragon. When McGonagall made this announcement before the end of Transfiguration class, the Christmas ball is coming soon. This is a Triwizard Tournament tradition and an opportunity to meet guests from other nations, and it is an activity for all students. The ball will be held in the Great Hall, starting at 8 p.m. on Christmas Day. It will start and end at midnight. Ah, this event is finally here. That's what I thought. Something very troublesome had happened. However, I seem to be the only one who thought so, and the people around me, changing their previously tired expressions, listened to McGonagall's story with unexpectedly serious looks on their faces. The woman, looking at the crowd, continued. The Christmas ball is an opportunity for all of us, well, to let our hair down and relax. But this does not mean we can go too wild. As Hogwarts students, please behave appropriately in this situation. All right, that's all for today's lesson. Dismissed. After class, everyone began to get excited about the party. People of the same gender gathered everywhere, and they started discussing who to invite. A burst of giggles came from a group of girls. Somewhat excited voices also came from a group of boys. They were all happy people. I didn't even want to think about who I wanted to go dancing with. I was annoyed inside, but then I thought about why I was so annoyed, and the person sitting next to me wasn't very interested in the ball either. I called out Dahlia, and they seemed to have disappeared. You two go, we have an elective class after lunch, let's hurry up and finish lunch. Especially Dahlia, our elective is care of magical creatures. The longer you prepare mentally, the better. That reminds me of something bad, Draco. That blast-ended Scroot. It might have gotten bigger again. A blast-ended Scroot? What kind of creature is that? I'm ignorant, I've never heard of such a creature. But is that gamekeeper being reckless and dangerous again? No, that's not true, right? I haven't even gotten close to her since she grew up. But, she doesn't look like that. Sure enough, the two stood up without objection and left the classroom, leaving behind those who were still chattering excitedly. For Dahlia, the ball she was forced to attend was just an event that ruined her family's Christmas. It was natural for Dahlia to be interested in spending Christmas with Dahlia rather than attending a party where she danced with boys. However, since our participation is mandatory, no matter how interested we are, we cannot stand idly by. As they chatted and arrived at the Great Hall, Dahlia, still eating the food Dobby had made, asked Dahlia as if she had just remembered. By the way, Dahlia, who exactly are you planning to invite to this ball? Are you planning to invite Dahlia? Dahlia, let's dance together. Dahlia, do you understand the purpose of the party? Perhaps Professor McGonagall would approve of women being partners. It's okay. Muggle study says that in the Muggle world, it's advised for girls to look better in photos, especially in the Far East. I haven't studied Muggle studies, but what exactly does Muggle studies teach you? Of course, the only response I got was a perfunctory one. Apparently, these guys weren't interested in the ball either. At this point, our interest in the ball was limited to this. Not just me, but Dahlia and Dahlia too. Neither Dahlia nor Dahlia had any intention of actively choosing a partner, and I couldn't help but wonder who to choose as my partner. All you had to do was put on the dresses and robes you had prepared and chat casually with the three of them. My true feeling was that this was enough for me. Indeed it was. However, Dahlia Malfoy, are you planning to go to the ball with me? Until Victor Crumb said this to Dahlia. Looking back, he was a world-class seeker, and more confident than usual. It was clear on his face that he didn't want to invite Dahlia. Just like the first time they met, he was probably instructed by the Durmstrang principal to invite Dahlia. But when I heard these words, I still couldn't help but feel annoyed. I couldn't help but feel a little jealous that he could invite Dahlia so easily, even if it was at someone else's behest. Harry's perspective: if that's the case, I might as well go fight a Hungarian horntail. I couldn't help but think this about the current situation. Invite a girl to the ball? How could such a thing happen? It wasn't that girls didn't invite him. Up until now, he had had almost no contact with girls, but since the ball was announced, he had been asked out many times by girls he didn't know. But what should I do when a girl I don't know at all starts talking to me? All they are after is the title of a national team player. When you go to the ball with such a girl, it's clear you'll have trouble later. Even if I was invited, I couldn't talk to anyone who could or would go with me. This is my current problem. Why do girls act so stubborn in the first place? Laughter and whispers filled the corridor. Every time a male student passed by, he would burst into laughter. It was somewhat difficult to talk to them. I wonder why everyone only does this at times like these. No matter who you talk to, you'll laugh at this. By the next day, everyone at Hogwarts will know who you're dancing with. I wasn't the only one who felt this way, Ron did too. As I passed a group of people giggling at me, I nodded sincerely at Ron's words. Actually, it wasn't that there weren't any girls I wanted to invite. Cho Chang. Since the Quidditch match a year ago, the Ravenclaw girl had been my focus. I wouldn't say I fell in love with her, but she was a girl I couldn't help but fall for. She was the one to go to the ball with, but if you pluck up the courage to talk to her. I'm sorry, Harry, I've already decided on a partner. Cedric invited me first. I've already accepted. This was the response I received. Needless to say, I harbored murderous intent towards Cedric. Why did I decide to teach him about dragons? Although ultimately this information was useless, it was still foolish of me to tell him at the time. Next time, I will definitely not tell you. He became a pawn of Dahlia Malfoy, and eventually kidnapped Cho Chang in front of me, making him my enemy. All that remained was the helpless Seamus, and the question of how he had been able to talk to Cho Chang at the time. I felt a sense of emptiness about the ball, and I couldn't help but feel embarrassed for the girls. Anyway, if this continues, we'll have to dance with the worst people. You still have a choice, but for me, it's a matter of life and death. I don't think I can accept that, Eloise. But no matter how dissatisfied I was with Cho Chang, since I was forced to participate, I had to choose a partner. If you have to dance anyway, it's best to go with a girl who has a nose in the middle. No matter how unmotivated I was, no matter how stubborn the girls were, I had no choice but to act. I nodded solemnly at Ron's suggestion, trying to shake off the suppressed emptiness in my heart, and said, "Okay, that's it. Today, let's go find out someone's partner, and when we get back to the common room, we must report to each other, okay?" Yes, there's no need to waste time here. Although it's late, there should still be a few lovely girls. We started running. Although it hadn't been long since the ball was announced, the lovely girls were already selling fast. Cho Chang was a good example. All that was left were unattractive girls or people like Dahlia Malfoy, who was beautiful but hopelessly awkward socially, to the point where she publicly rejected Victor Crumb's invitation. That's all. Time was running out. We were determined to make Christmas as enjoyable as possible. What? If you're a girl, you're here too. I forgot the girl who had been with us all along. Dahlia's perspective. Although he usually didn't approach me actively, I didn't know why he could be so proactive in this situation. I thought about these useless things while staring at the conversation in front of me. Dahlia Malfoy-sama. What do you think? Come to the ball with me. My family, though not as prominent as the House of Malfoy, is also a pureblood family. Please, from now on. I refuse. It seemed his ulterior motives were obvious. First, he had no interest in me other than wanting to get close to the prominent Malfoy family to which I belonged. It was completely dirty. There was no way I could let such a person get close to the House of Malfoy. Well, on the other hand, if you were interested in me, I wouldn't be in trouble. On the other hand, I found those who were interested in me and approached me, especially those who had been watching me since Hogsmeade last year, to be disgusting. I didn't understand why I liked such a shameless person. What is the ball? I wanted to kill the person who planned this. I might have ruined Christmas for me and my family, but there weren't many people I could go to the party with. All the Slytherins had ulterior motives for me, and members of the other houses were hostile towards me. Students from other schools also had some kind of agenda. All of them were extremely dangerous to me because I had a secret. There was no way we could go dancing together. The only ones who could be said to be acceptable were Crabbe and Goyle, who had a long-standing relationship and were more or less like-minded compared to others. The pig on the right and the pig on the left. Who do you want to dance with? I might not be the only one who didn't want to dance even when asked this question, so I couldn't even choose a dance partner, and inevitably lost all interest in the ball. To keep my secret, I couldn't spend unnecessary time with someone, especially when it came to events like this. When you're together, you never know what will be said in the end. Most importantly, but thinking this, even when I was there, people kept coming up and talking to me. Just when I thought the student in front had walked away, the next student immediately spoke to me again. And this time, there was an even more disgusting story than before. Mr. Malfoy, I was just watching this conversation. No, I wasn't eavesdropping. I just happened to see it. And that's not all. Mr. Malfoy hasn't chosen a partner yet, has he? Yes, that's right. And I have no intention of choosing. I'm going to the ball alone. No, that's not right, Mr. Malfoy. This is a matter of the House of Malfoy's reputation, like attending the ball alone. What do you think? If I were you, I would. I refuse. I understand. No, if Master Malfoy says so, then he must have some purpose. For a moment, I wanted to kill him, but somehow, I suppressed my murderous intent. but obviously, sensing that murderous intent, the idiot who kept challenging me walked away, as if escaping somewhere. I stared at his retreating back, as if to vent my inner frustration, while thinking, involved in the Malfoy family's deception? Even I knew this, but what could I do? In fact, attending a ball without a partner is generally considered shameful. I believe everyone will attend this Christmas party with their partners, except for those who are extremely unmarketable. The only remaining choices are Crabbe and Goyle. Therefore, objectively speaking, for my Malfoy family, a family that is usually very prestigious, not attending the party with anyone can be said to be an act that tarnished the house of Malfoy. This is because I knew that Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabinai, whom I had to accompany all the time, had not invited me out so far. Finally, I guess he wanted to talk to me before the Christmas party and tell me to choose him if I didn't want to embarrass him. Sure enough, they had been with me for more than 3 years and had a certain understanding of my principles of being human. They knew that when it came to the House of Malfoy, I was the most shocked. However, they seemed to have prepared the most astute spare parts. But this doesn't mean I can make concessions this time, to protect the secrets of the House of Malfoy, even if it meant some embarrassment. Most importantly, I absolutely hated dancing with anyone else, even if it was a lie. If I were to dance with someone of the opposite sex, there would only be one person in this school. I couldn't even imagine dancing with anyone other than that person. Since I couldn't leave first, I spent my time at the ball alone. Unconsciously, as the recruitment battle intensified, his frustration also showed. Perhaps because of this, today, after the previous student, no other male student spoke to me, but at the same time, there was no one around me either, except for Dahlia and her brother, who watched me with concern. Dahlia's perspective. A few days had passed since the Dobby incident. This school was now also filled with the Christmas spirit. The war for partners was everywhere. At first, we thought we didn't care about the ball as long as we could spend Christmas with Dahlia, but now that everyone around us had become so enthusiastic, we couldn't stand idly by. Dahlia, who was in a much better mood after seeing Dobby again, seemed to be tired of the invitations that had been happening almost every day recently. One student was still trying to talk to her, but was immediately rejected. And next to them, several students were also reaching out to invite Dahlia. Dahlia's troubles were far from over. I talked to Draco, who, like me, was looking at Dahlia with concern. Well, I've been rejected so flatly, and you're still inviting me. Don't you know you'll be rejected too? The House of Malfoy is the head of the Sacred 28, and Dahlia is like that. Even if it's a success or failure, as long as Dahlia agrees, she can become the star of the party. And, as long as she can become a partner later. I guess he thinks he can push things forward in a favorable way, perhaps arranging a match with Dahlia. I couldn't help but frown at this disgusting story. I am also a member of the Sacred 28. To maintain pureblood, I thought it would be better to marry a pureblood wizard later. But to be honest, my family didn't think holding such a school ball would burden my future. If I had to be so careful about such things, I think it would be very difficult to be the head of the Sacred 28. Especially Dahlia. Her birth holds a huge secret, so her actions must be even more careful. I think this is totally unreasonable, but that doesn't mean I can't do anything about it. All I can do is stay close to her. If it were true, I'd love to kick out the students who are still insisting on Dahlia, but even doing that wouldn't solve anything. It's clear he will approach Dahlia eventually, and most importantly, there's no reason to try and kick him out. Dahlia has a secret, so I can't tell everyone not to invite her to the ball, and the only way to deal with this is, Draco, if you know this, why don't you invite Dahlia to the ball? After all, this is her brother, Draco. The best excuse for refusing the constant invitations being sent to you is that you already have a partner. To some extent, don't be silly. Dahlia is my family. If you take a family member as your partner, you'll be ridiculed. That's how the House of Malfoy is. Dahlia would allow such a thing. No way. At least Dahlia must invite me. But this would certainly cause problems. Draco was right. Using a sibling as a ball partner is usually a last resort. That is, people who can't find a partner seem to only invite them just to match the numbers. Also, Dahlia and Draco. I don't think there would be much good news. But what does this mean? This is to get Dahlia out of the current recruitment hell. There might be some ridicule, but that would only be directed at other dormitories, especially Gryffindor, so you can ignore it. The Slytherins, seeing Dahlia reject so many times, are secretly afraid of her and would definitely not say such things. The most important thing is that ultimately, the person they most want to dance with is their sibling, so all they have to do is be true to their wishes. I said, inwardly shocked by Draco's face. Well, Dahlia might not invite you. But in that case, you'd better invite her. Someone will laugh, but it doesn't matter. The most important thing is, who do you want to dance with the most? It's Dahlia. That's different. However, my words were interrupted by Draco's sudden loud voice. As I looked at Draco in surprise, I saw his face turn into an even more annoyed expression. But it was only for a moment. He looked somewhat uncomfortable, seemingly ashamed for raising his voice so quickly. Anyway, I didn't intend to make Dahlia my partner. That's all. Having said that, he walked away somewhere. I was left alone, all by myself. You are not honest. Even though you no longer treat Dahlia as your sister, even though you can no longer call Dahlia your sister. A quiet bedroom. Sitting on the bed was a younger me and the usually expressionless Dahlia, who was smiling. The memory of that decision surfaced again and again. That night, I learned the truth about Dahlia. It was around the night I was reborn, and I was still just an ignorant child. I love you, Onyi-sama. I'm happy to be your sister. A memory from the distant past. My memory is somewhat blurred, but I still have an indelible determination. When we were young, Dahlia was always an important, dear little sister to me. My sister has always been very talented. That's why I never won against Dahlia, and Dahlia was always praised by my father. But at the same time, my sister, who had various secrets and handicaps, was always the one I needed to protect. No matter how talented she was, she couldn't use silver, couldn't walk in the sun, always had to wear gloves, and occasionally had to drink human blood. But even though this was difficult for her, she always desperately supported me. I wanted to protect my sister just as she protected her brother. I wanted to protect my sister from everyone in this world who tried to hurt her. I will become a great person and protect the sister I am proud of. Even if I am useless now, I will definitely become a wizard like my father, truly worthy of the House of Malfoy. I will always protect my only sister. At first, it was just that pure feeling. I didn't know about Dahlia's situation, I was just jealous of my talented sister, but when I learned about her situation, this was my first feeling, atonement for what I had done to my sister. No matter how jealous I was, I still had love for my family. That was the starting point that shaped me. But if the current me was still stuck at that starting point, it would be different. Why do I feel this way about Dahlia? When exactly did I stop treating Dahlia as my sister? Unconsciously, my eyes watched Dahlia's every move. Unconsciously, all I thought about was Dahlia. Unconsciously, I thought Dahlia was my sister. When exactly did I realize this feeling? At first, when I was a first-year student, this feeling was not that strong. However, my gaze unconsciously followed Dahlia more than necessary. This was the only change. Perhaps it was because I had just entered school and had never interacted with anyone except Crabbe and Goyle, so I just wanted to relieve the loneliness of being suddenly thrown into the wide world. Although I wanted to protect Dahlia, being near Dahlia was where I felt safest. But as Dahlia suffered terrible things again, and as she became more and more pained and expressionless, I unconsciously let this feeling grow day by day. I want to protect Dahlia. At the same time, I want to monopolize Dahlia. I want to keep Dahlia by my side all the time. I have a feeling in my heart that I will never express to my sister. Of course, I never mentioned this to Dahlia herself. Dahlia was always fighting against harsh circumstances and herself. That's why I didn't want to do anything to hinder Dahlia. No matter how ugly my feelings for Dahlia were, my desire to protect her was also sincere. That's why I understood why Dahlia suffered so much last year. Although I wanted to protect Dahlia, I really wanted to possess her and didn't want her to date anyone else. Dahlia wasn't the only one who felt this way. However, I don't think I was as confused as him. But I also thought this at the same time. Although I understand Dahlia, I don't know what I want to do with Dahlia. Someone was screaming somewhere inside my heart. Dahlia is not my sister. She is not related to Dahlia by blood. Dahlia is not Mom and Dad's biological child. That's why Dahlia and I, even though we are family, are definitely not siblings. I feel like being with Dahlia is fine for me, but at the same time, someone screamed. What are you saying? Dahlia is my dear sister. Dahlia is the one I must protect. I must protect Dahlia's happiness. To do that, I must be Dahlia's brother. Otherwise, I deny Dahlia's place in the home. Is such a cruel thing possible? Dahlia is already starting to worry about her birth. I feel guilty for not being a proper member of the House of Malfoy. Should I strike Dahlia again? Most importantly, Dahlia and I are connected by a unique bond, the House of Malfoy. Are you going to cut it? Yes, I am conflicted somewhere inside. I don't want to feel this feeling. I have always ignored this feeling. Even if I couldn't truly call Dahlia my sister, even if I couldn't call her my sister anymore, I never tried to ignore this feeling. No, I didn't even dare to look at it. Because once I truly face these feelings, I will never be able to look at Dahlia the same way again. But in my 4th year, when Dahlia invited me to be her partner at an event called the Ball, which was nothing short of disgusting, I finally couldn't continue to ignore this feeling. Dahlia was the first person invited by Victor Crumb, and from there, a recruitment battle ensued. Luckily, Dahlia was not swayed by any of them, not even the world-famous Seeker, but I was still more uneasy than ever. Why is it so easy for you all to invite Dahlia to be your partner? Even if it's for reputation, even if someone ordered him to do it, why can he invite Dahlia so easily? Beautiful, smart, and kind Dahlia is simply not your match. No matter my feelings, in this world we are only siblings, so I can never invite Dahlia out. Unreasonable thoughts came and went. Why am I Dahlia's brother? Why was Dahlia left in the care of the House of Malfoy? Why was Dahlia created to lead the Death Eaters, despite her half-vampire status? Although I want to protect Dahlia and be a member of the family, why do I have such disproportionate feelings for family? If anything, I wish Dahlia wasn't a member of the House of Malfoy. Then I would. But reality hasn't changed. If Dahlia wasn't a member of the House of Malfoy, Dahlia and I might never have met. Maybe I wouldn't even be able to protect Dahlia. That's why I became Dahlia's brother. Hermione's perspective. I don't have many friends. Thinking back, I feel a little pathetic, but it's an undeniable fact. Of course, this doesn't mean I have a bad relationship with everyone. I was a little nervous at the beginning of the 1st year, but now I can say that everyone in Gryffindor is my friend. I especially talk to my female roommates, and I've never fought with them. If anything happens, they worry about each other and have innocent conversations. But there still aren't that many people I can call my best friends. In Gryffindor, the friends I trust most in my life are Harry and Ron, and Dahlia from Slytherin. They are the only people I can call my best friends. So I wanted to consult them about this ball. So, what do you want to talk about, Hermione? I might not be much help, but I'll do my best. Only them. A storage room next to the Great Hall, where few people usually go. I used the school owl to write a letter to the girls, asking them to come so no one would know. Since the Dobby incident, Dahlia's attitude towards me has clearly softened. Until now, she had unilaterally favored me and desperately expressed her rejection of me. Since that incident, although there is still distance, she no longer verbally expresses her rejection of me. On the contrary, they even actively participate in the consultation process. I never want to miss this wonderful process. Furthermore, on the other hand, my best friends in Gryffindor, Harry and Ron, were busy looking for their own partners. Even though I was right next to them, it was as if they didn't know I was a girl. So, secretly angry at them, I called my best friends together, who were also girls. Expressing your dissatisfaction to other close friends, I asked the two of them in a tone that sounded like casual conversation, while hiding my inner irritation. That's it then. Have you two decided on your partners for the ball? However, the story, which was meant to proceed slowly, was derailed by the girls' dramatic reaction. Chapter 138, The world collapsed. Although they had been leaning in to listen to me speak just now, their expressions changed as if they had bitten into a dozen bitter bugs. As for Dahlia, the change was still very subtle, but for her usual self, this was a huge change. Even I could clearly see their facial expressions. While I was surprised by their reaction, Dahlia replied in a slightly frustrated tone. We were discussing the ball. Dahlia and I haven't decided on partners yet. It doesn't matter. Why is everyone so excited about it? I'm skeptical. Clearly, the girls were completely uninterested in the ball. Her reaction was completely different from the other girls' reactions, but this was typical of them. Thinking about it, it was hard to imagine her being happy or frustrated about the ball like everyone else around her. Yet, at the same time, it was somewhat unexpected, because that's truly surprising. You two must be very popular, aren't you? Both of you are so beautiful. I don't think men would ignore you. Even if I wasn't interested, I was sure they already had partners. Dahlia was the prettiest girl in school, and Dahlia also had a very lovely face. Many students would approach the two of them, and on the other hand, if they were the ones asking, there wouldn't be a single boy who wouldn't agree. But it seemed this wasn't such a simple issue. Dahlia continued speaking beside Dahlia, who remained as sullen and expressionless as always. If Dahlia wasn't good at it, she would call out to me every 10 seconds, and she ran away just now. I don't really like it, though, having a huge moth lamp next to me that absorbs everything. Actually, I prefer it this way too. Even if Abo spoke to me, it would just be a problem. So, we are still free. We won't die without partners. From Dahlia, you don't have to be embarrassed for me. I have no intention of dancing with anyone but you. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not avoiding Dahlia. I just want to spend Christmas with Dahlia. In fact, having a man with me would just be a hindrance. Hearing Dahlia and her conversation up to this point, I finally started thinking about the situation they were currently facing. I should have noticed sooner. After all, even if Hogwarts had a grand ball, Dahlia could never spend time in close proximity to others. No matter how excited everyone around her was, she wouldn't be the only one who could do it. I knew she was a vampire. I didn't know what limitations she faced because of it, but there was no doubt that she had to be careful even about the smallest things, even at a charming ball. Dahlia, who rejected others, couldn't possibly take a partner. Realizing what a foolish question I had asked, I lowered my head slightly. I had come here cheerfully, but now I felt awkward. The problem was, I didn't want to miss any good procedure. There was a limit to shallow thinking. Dahlia had already kindly forgiven me about Dobby, so why should I do something to cause her trouble again? But just because I realized this now didn't mean I couldn't return to the topic. While I was feeling ashamed of myself, Dahlia and her story continued. Dahlia, who had been comforting Dahlia, now asked me a question. So, we're fine. Also, Hermione, since we called you here to ask about the ball, you wanted to discuss your partner, right? Do you have a problem? Ah, that's right. Hearing Dahlia's question, I immediately jumped in, albeit hesitantly. I knew nothing about Dahlia's situation. I decided that no matter how awkward it was, I couldn't help but continue the conversation. I haven't actually decided on a partner yet. I was wondering what exactly was happening. Haven't you heard anything from Gryffindor? I answered Dahlia's question, feeling even more pathetic. Oh, no one. I haven't heard from any Gryffindor students. The Gryffindor students are all turning a blind eye. This is Gryffindor. Although they call it the brave house, they might just be cowards when it comes to relationships between boys and girls. Putting Dahlia aside, Dahlia said something very complimentary. Dahlia continued speaking, and I blushed slightly. But regarding this issue, Gryffindor students are all timid, but is there someone you want to invite? If so, that would be easy, but that's not what you said when you came here seeking advice. Is that right? For some reason, I couldn't answer immediately. I came here because I was angry at Ron's behavior. I wanted someone to listen to me. I wasn't as pretty as Dahlia or Dahlia. My hair was messy, and my features weren't as neat as theirs. Even my skincare wasn't perfect, and my personality wasn't exactly great. But that was precisely why I was so angry at Ron. As I reviewed my feelings, I suddenly found myself questioning them. Harry and Ron hadn't treated me like a girl for a long time. Why was I so angry now and wanting to tell others? No one answered, only releasing from my mouth. Ron. Only such a noise leaked out. However, just then, the two people in front of me suddenly showed expressions of surprise. Before I could say anything, no, now is not the time. The person I'm going to invite is none other than Ronald Weasley. I never thought of that. The two began making panic noises, matching their expressions. Moreover, their expressions immediately turned to pity. Hermione, you are smart, but I don't think you have that feeling of desperately looking at a man, right? You might be tired. You should rest more. Anyway, this year is the same as last year. You're probably just as busy studying, aren't you? This isn't good. You need more rest. I always thought he was a very ambitious person, but I didn't expect him to go this far. I even started saying similar things. I raised my voice to clarify their misunderstanding. That's not true. So what? Ron isn't like that. I don't particularly want to dance with Ron. Also, you girls misunderstand Ron. From your perspective, I think he's just a boy who often dances. Although he's annoying, he's actually a good person, isn't he? When Harry and I argued that day, I kept thinking about my friends. He's just clumsy, but he's much clumsier than most people. He cares about his friends. That's cute, caring, and loving. I mean, what's wrong with the two of you? But apparently, my words made no sense, and the two whispered to each other, their expressions becoming even more pitiful. I'm not very familiar with this kind of story, but is that so? Is it true, Dahlia? I guess that's what you mean. Maybe Hermione likes useless men? Are you a waste? Are there people like that in the world? Honestly, Dahlia. Well, never mind. I think there's a limit to this. Well, now, I will look at you warmly. I think she might just not know any other boys. After the two finished talking, Dahlia continued, a look of determination on her face. Sorry for the wait, Hermione. Anyway, I understand your problem. Besides Weasley, you're worried about not having a partner yet, right? If that's the case, we'll find you one. Find the perfect partner for you. Actually, I know someone who is just right. It was then that the discussion started moving in a direction I didn't quite understand. Only minutes after the girls' meeting ended did I learn that this perfectly nice person was actually very famous. Crum's perspective. My heart always soared in the sky. The sky was freedom. Nothing could bother me. All that remained were the Quidditch players, your allies and enemies, and the golden snitch. No troublesome words were needed, only a fight for mutual respect. There was no other place in the world so wonderful. Only when flying in the sky was I truly free. I didn't care if people called me the best seeker. I was happy just flying. On the other hand, I truly hated my time on the ground. Even though I didn't call them, girls still flocked around me. Everyone screamed loudly, sometimes asking for autographs, and sometimes brazenly demanding him to be their boyfriend. It was incredible that someone like me, who was nothing but clumsy on the ground, could be so fascinating to them. The thought of these girls rushing toward me just because of my fame disgusted me. More importantly, Victor, Dahlia Malfoy is absolutely the right choice for your ball partner. Any other woman in the world would only tarnish your reputation. Listen, I will definitely invite her to be my partner. He repeated, I want you to do this. Listen, this is absolutely true. If not, I will. On the ground was Principal Karkaroff, whom I utterly detested. He was a very unfair man. Despite his position as principal, his discrimination against students was obvious. Which students would help raise his reputation, and which wouldn't? He showed clear differences in his attitude toward the two types, and the worst part was he didn't even try to hide it. Fortunately, I was useful to him, and my current situation was quite privileged. Even in our current life aboard the ship, only one person had a comfortable room. But I just couldn't accept it. The more comfortable the space, the stronger the guilt I felt inside. Furthermore, this man had poor character and didn't allow students to rebel. As a former Death Eater, he exposed the students' backgrounds and threatened them in ways appropriate for each student. Whether useful or useless, everyone was treated equally poorly. This is why Yes, Principal Karkaroff. Currently, I couldn't openly oppose this man. No matter how much you hated it, if you thought about what would happen afterward, you couldn't rebel without considering the consequences. I got off the ship and walked toward Hogwarts Castle. What was being a national player? I thought if I became a national player with solid footing, maybe things would change, so I applied as Karkaroff told me, but in the end, nothing changed. The fight was exciting, just like being in the sky, but ultimately, that was all it was. The situation itself hadn't changed at all. If that was the case, I should have found a reason to stay at Durmstrang. Hence, events like the ball were being held. This truly was no different from the usual boring experiences on the ground. Women gathered without difference. The only difference was whether you were looking for an autograph or a partner. Indeed, there was no difference between the girls who shouted at me, but the female student named Dahlia Malfoy, whom Karkaroff had unusually ordered me to approach, was completely different from the girls I had met before. She was a different type of person, the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. Silver hair and pale golden eyes. Although her features were a bit young for her age, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl. Although I didn't fully understand the aesthetics of a girl's physique, I could absolutely agree that this girl was beautiful. But that was all. No, in fact, even if she was different from the other girls, it wasn't just a difference for the better. She never spoke to me excitedly. Instead, she stared at me intently, as if observing me. She looked at me coldly, as if I wasn't a person but just a lab animal. She was expressionless, devoid of any emotion, just standing quietly. She seemed to be observing. It was as if I could see through her. It was as if she was criticizing me for obeying Karkaroff's orders. But still, after all, I was afraid of Dahlia Malfoy. Although she was different from the other female students, one thing never changed: I didn't want to get close to her. To begin with, when she was ordered to approach Karkaroff, she couldn't possibly be an ordinary girl. Someone who clearly stood out in everyday life. Even if I felt kindness in her small gestures, I couldn't help but feel something strange about her every action. That was my impression of her. Although I was heading to a sparkling school different from Durmstrang, my steps were slow. The good news was that no matter how many times he invited Dahlia Malfoy, she always refused. However, there was no doubt that wasting time like this was terrible. That's why. Perfect. Over here, Victor Crumb. At first, when a female student named Dahlia Greengrass approached me, she was always with my target, Dahlia Malfoy, and I didn't think much of it. The next moment, Dahlia Malfoy and Dahlia Greengrass. Listen. Well, I guess you're here to invite Dahlia again? Under the orders of Principal Karkaroff. If that's the answer, it's impossible anyway, so give up. Besides, you haven't decided on a partner yet. So, I'd like to introduce a girl to you. Wait, Dahlia. That's the person you just talked about. It's fine, Hermione. You haven't invited anyone yet, and you don't have anyone you want to invite, right? If that's the case, then grab the most famous person in school and make everyone turn their heads to look at you. Until he was introduced to a female student he had never met before. 3 female students seemed to have just emerged from the storage room next to the hall. One of them was Dahlia Malfoy. Dahlia Greengrass spoke to me, and the girl seemed to have been pushed forward by her. The girl was a brown-haired, curly-headed girl with somewhat rough skin and a figure that could even be said to be less attractive than the other girls. An ordinary girl you could see anywhere. That was my first impression of her appearance, but for some reason, from the moment we first met, I felt somewhat drawn to her. Suddenly the world started turning upside down, and the Dark Lord appeared again.